All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're having a wonderful morning. It is August 20th, 2024. It is about 6 a.m. Pacific time, about 30 minutes before the bell. We are about to start the trading day, but if you are new and you are unfamiliar, what you are about to watch here on this channel, it is about to be 7 hours of the whole entire stock market. We're about to recap the news here in the morning, what went down overnight, leading us into the AM. Then we're going to go through all 7 hours while the market is opening and then wrapping it up, and then we're going to do it all again tomorrow. We even got a live news wire and all of that. Why I'm giving you this update here so you don't get confused about what you're going through. And if you are new, unfortunately, you will not be able to talk for 24 hours. Now, the good news is it's an investment. I want you to subscribe, see the chat, feel it out for a little bit, see if you actually vibe, and then you invest in the Chad. You're going to be able to invest in your long term in the stock market very easily. Both of these accounts we made from day one of streaming and going live, and although the news and the market is important every day, owning assets and owning stocks for the long term, that's how you invest in the market and take advantage of all of it. So we got a lot to talk about. It has been a wild week already. We have a little bit more coming into the end of the week, but for now, market's doing nothing. Bonds were red, decided to rally out of nowhere, but welcome to one of the biggest rallies of 2024. The last 8 or 9 days and this rebound after that volatility, this has literally been one of the biggest and long-lasting rallies we have experienced in all of 2024. So, Chatadonia, I hope you're locked and loaded. Only a little bit of data, a couple of earnings here and there, but it's really going to be the same setup of yesterday. So, I hope you're locked and loaded. Oh my goodness. 57 months! Let's go, baby. Good morning, Yee. Way to start it off. What up, Noah? What up, Nick? How you living, Gunner? Tony, Dino, PNC, baby. Anza, Gary, Sarah, Sosa, Najee, Wolf, Adam. Good morning, baby. What up, Troy Lemon? What up, Miguel? What up, Rigo? Mitch Matsono, baby. Good morning. Caballero, Marcus, Brian, Battleboard, Mark J, Big Curly, Lucrative, Andrea, Caleb, WB, Chris J, hashtag Rick. Good morning, baby. What up, Void? What up, NRG? What up, all good day start? I know Colam got the law term. Messed up for Mary. Better got the law term. Chase Samuels, baby. What's going on? Mr. McCann. What's up, baby? How we living? Oh, Kurt McGart. What up, 57? How we living, Baston? What up, Jay? What up, GSC? When it lows, our bros be the Tiger Man, Brown, Tom Crows, Adam, Trey Kuss, 7, Legal Toe, baby, Z-Rot, Loke, The Forbes, Ben Stone, Guru, Todd Reed, Trapper Wolf, baby. What's going on? What up, Jonathan? What up, Ken San? What up, Martin? What up, Red Bull? What up, Open Face Sandwich? Good morning, baby. What about the Twitch? What about El Coyote? Feed Me Seymour, Real Fried Rice, Rocky Bow Blowout, Sidonian, Mr. Glocks, El Coyote, 12 Jimin, Real Fried Rice, Dennis, BDA, Citrix, Cleo, Blowing Dough, Toy Soldier, Swinging Bear, Z Destroyer, Danny V, Mr. CJ Holman, and Robo Hand Tech, baby. Good morning, So, Chad, are y'all feeling good, man? It's only Tuesday. I know, it's only Tuesday, so I hope you're locked and loaded and feeling blessed, but here it is, my brother. Let us get into the news. We got a lot. We got a lot, baby. Good morning. Global stocks set for longest win streak of 2024. Stocks ticked higher after a buoyant session on Wall Street amid bets the Federal Reserve will soon signal it's ready to start cutting interest rates. MSCI's all-country stock index headed for a 9th day of increases, the longest run of gains since December. U.S. futures and Europe stock 600 were little changed, while Treasury 10-year yields held steady. The dollar hovered near its weakest level since March. Traders are taking a breather after Monday's session in the U.S. lifted the S&P 500 for an 8th straight day. Stock volumes have been trending lower, with investors reluctant to place big bets before central bankers gather for the Fed's Jackson Hole Economic Symposium this week. What we've seen happen is a swath of recent data which has eased fears about slowing U.S. growth without stoking fears of reaccelerating inflation, said Kyle Rhoda, a senior market analyst at Capital.com Inc. On the corporate front, Alimentation Couche-Tard Inc.'s preliminary proposal to buy 7-Eleven owner 7 & I Holdings Company could be worth more than 5.63 trillion yen, $38.4 billion, based on the Japanese company's market value after news of the potential deal was disclosed. The European Union said it plans to introduce a 9% tariff on Teslas imported from China. Hawaiian Holdings Inc. rose more than 10% in pre-market trading after the U.S. Justice Department decided against challenging its proposed tie-up with Alaska Air Group Inc. Meanwhile, Eli Lilly and Company's shares strengthened after a study showed the benefits of its Zepbound weight loss shot for the prevention of diabetes. In Europe, increasing risks to the region's growth outlook have reinforced the case for a policy adjustment when the European Central Bank meets next month. Governing Council member Olli Rehn said markets are pricing in at least 2 more rate reductions this year. A gauge of Asian currencies touched the highest since January, while oil steadied after the biggest drop in 2 weeks. Gold topped $2,500 an ounce on expectations that the Fed is poised to cut interest rates. Stock streak. Global stocks are on track for their longest winning streak of the year as bets firm up that the Federal Reserve is readying to start cutting interest rates. The MSCI All-Country benchmark is just about set to register 9 days of gains in a row, the most since December. U.S. stock futures are edging higher. Treasuries and the dollar are calm. Home improvement retailer Lowe's cut its sales and earnings forecast, blaming a frozen housing market. Gold record. Gold prices have settled above $2,500, extending the record high notched up for the precious metal on Monday. It has gained by more than 20% this year, in part driven by the view that the Fed's pivot toward cutting rates was nearing. Banks, including UBS and ANZ, say that there's scope for further gains too, not just on the Fed's policy, but on central bank buying and demand for portfolio hedges. Torch passed. President Joe Biden delivered an emotional speech at the first night of the Democratic National Convention, passing the torch to Kamala Harris. The event involved about 200 social media influencers as Harris's campaign looks to keep its momentum rolling. Donald Trump, meanwhile, downplayed criticism about his comments on the Fed, saying he should be able to freely share his views on interest rate policy. Media and airline M&A. 2 developments on the M&A front may ripple through markets. Edgar Bronfman Jr., the media executive in Seagram Spirits Air, has formally submitted an offer to take control of Paramount Global, attempting to quash a rival bid made by Skydance Media, and the proposed merger of airlines Alaska Air and Hawaiian has moved a step closer after the U.S. Justice Department decided not to challenge it. Price war. A price war is emerging in the Chinese new home market as local governments dial back on intervening. A sudden 18% price cut at a project in Beijing in May has prompted more developments to follow suit, with a similar situation in Shenzhen. China is also considering a new funding option that would allow local governments to buy unsold homes after a series of rescue packages failed to turn the market around. Top overnight news. Former U.S. President Trump said he would consider ending the USD $7,500 electric vehicle tax credit, and if elected, he would tap Elon Musk for a cabinet or advisory role if Musk would do it. According to an interview, Trump later stated that VP Harris informed that she will not do the Fox News debate on September 4th, and he will conduct a teletown hall, according to a post on Truth Social. Central bankers gathering this week for one of the world's most prominent annual economic forums are set to find themselves more divided than perhaps any time since before the pandemic. Increasing risks to Europe's growth outlook have reinforced the case for a policy adjustment when the European Central Bank meets next month, according to Governing Council member Olli Rehn. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken said Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has accepted a ceasefire proposal to halt the war in Gaza, and the next step is for Hamas to say yes, putting the onus on the group to end the 10-month conflict. Even as violence continued, a price war is spreading across China's new home market as local governments dial back on intervention and developers race to recoup cash. Sweden's Riksbank lowered borrowing costs and outlined more easing than previously expected as inflation has fallen below its target and the largest Nordic economy is sputtering. Oil extended the biggest drop in 2 weeks as the U.S. said Israel accepted a ceasefire proposal in Gaza, potentially easing supply risks as concerns about the global demand outlook mount BBG. It wasn't BBG. I actually think it was Reuters. But we have more. He didn't even tweak out. I know. We could have had a lot more fun from Josh AI, but I guess he wanted to be professional today. Well, look at you, Josh AI. But we have more. S&P futures are little changed on Tuesday morning. Comes after U.S. equities rallied on Monday, with the S&P nearly up 1% for an 8th straight session. Gains broad-based with all 11 sectors higher. Russell 2000, big tech, and most crowded shorts among the standouts. Treasuries narrowly mixed with some curve steepening. Dollar off by 0.1. Gold is up by 0.9. Bitcoin up by 2.5. WTI is up by 0.2 after falling 5.7 over the past 2 sessions. Quiet from a headline perspective as the market continues to wait for Powell on Friday and NVIDIA earnings next Wednesday. Path of least resistance remains higher on soft landing narrative traction, looming Fed rate cuts, and favorable flow dynamics, outsized buybacks, renewed systematic fund buying, and retail FOMO. Also, more talks about post-NFP BFJ drawdown as a technical move rather than any meaningful shift in the macro narrative, particularly with the VIX down over 60% in the last couple of weeks. Nothing on the U.S. economic calendar today. Wednesday brings the annual payroll benchmark revision of the July FOMC minutes, while Thursday, the highlight with initial claims, flash PMIs, existing home sales. Fed Bostic is speaking this afternoon. Noted last week that he's open a September rate cut and highlighting the need for Powell and the Fed to be more mindful of the mandate. Powell speaks at Jackson Hole on Friday, expected to signal that they are getting close to easing, but not make any explicit policy commitments and reiterate the data-dependent dynamic. Lowe's EPS ahead, but missed on comps and cut guidance. Palo Alto revenue beat by 1%, while EPS ahead by 7%, and company talked up momentum behind platform strategy. Boeing grounded 77X test fleet on engine mounting structure issues. MNST announced $500 million buyback authorization. Para back in headlines after Edgar Bronfman made $4.3 million bid for National Amusements. FN beat and raised with key takeaways positive. A win from CN. Hawaiian Airlines boosted by Justice Department decision not to challenge proposal merger with ALK. Judgment calls on setting interest rates gets tougher for central banks as cycle extends. Powell's COVID-era commitment to fighting unemployment faces test amid joblessness. BOJ releases pair of research papers highlighting persistent inflationary pressure, indicating rate hikes still on the table. Sweden cuts rates for a second time since May and sketches out more easing than previously expected. ECB Ren says negative growth risk reinforced case for September rate cut. RBA flags keeping rates unchanged for longer than markets anticipate. Investor confidence makes a swift return just 2 weeks after a spike in bearish fears. Gold in record-setting form on expectations of September rate cut. China weighs plans to use special bond issued by local governments to buy homes. China banks keep interest rate unchanged as expected. PBOC seen cutting rates again this year. China new home prices retreat in sharp retreat as authorities allow markets to play bigger role. Beijing ramps up use of IP as collateral to try to revive credit growth. China property developer Kaisa says it reached out to restructuring agreement with key creditor group on Tuesday. Apple to launch first made-in-India iPhone Pro and Max this year. Justice Department won't challenge proposed merger between Alaska Airlines and Hawaiian. Edgar Bronfman formally makes offer for Redstone. Food industry rebukes Harris price gouging plans, rejecting claims that consumers are being bilked. Trump, Pennsylvania, government Shapiro opposition in Nippon Steel plant purchase. U.S. adds more power generation capacity since 2003 and first half of 24 as AI demand surges. Harris proposes increasing corporate tax to 28, drawing in contrast with Trump. Summary of her economic plan. Biden and Hillary address day one of DNC convention with Harris making surprise appearance. Trump downplays his comments on presidential say over monetary policy, weighs proposals to aid homebuyers. Blinken says Israel has accepted the Gaza proposal, urging Hamas to do the same in last chance deal. Ukraine considers Black Sea deal model for peace talks as cross-border raids intensify. Wow. It's Technical Tuesday. It should be Turnaround Tuesday. Until then, it's terrible, but maybe terrible turns to a Technical Tuesday. I'm open to turning the Tuesday. You know what I'm saying? So Tuesdays just be like that. So we got more. Pre-market movers, we got Palo Alto up 2.2, earnings $500 million share buyback authorization. Eli Lilly is up by 2.2, top-line results from Surmount-1 3-year study of tirzepatide. SRPT is up by 2.0, AMD is up 1.9, Grab up 1.5, INSM 1.5, Tesla up 1.4, EU Commission grants 9% individual duty rate. BMRN up 1.4, Bernstein upgrade, Crowd is up 1.3, nothing, MDT up 0.2 off earnings, FN is up 10 by earnings expands repurchase, AS is up 9.3 off earnings, NMM up 6.7 off earnings, Aspen up 5.1, $125 million loan facility, and $100 million capacity asset-based revolving credit facility. Powell up 3.7, VIST 2.6, JP Morgan initiates overweight, Revolve up 2.2, SPRY up 2.2, Cantor Fitzgerald initiates overweight, VNO is up 2.2, Evercore ISI upgrade, HTHT 1.6 off earnings, AOK up 1.5, DOJ antitrust approval for merger, GPCR up 1.0 in reaction to Lilly's tirzepatide results, PETA up 53 off nothing, Holo 18 nothing, Lunar 17.9 nothing, Hawaiian Airlines 11 off DOJ approval, MSAI up 10.2, Poet up 9.2, NNE up 8.7, RCAT 6.1, PL 4.2, IMMR up 2.5 off earnings, NNDM 2.3 off earnings, YRD 1.6 off of earnings, Bitcoin stocks trading higher, gold and silver names trading higher, GMAB trading lower by 3, JP Morgan downgrade, and Rybrevant, Amavanatamab VMJW plus Laxalus, Lazatinib approved in the United States, DXCM down 2.5 in reaction to Eli's tirzepatide, Bank of America down 1.2, Berkshire discloses sale of $14 million. Is this not weird that Berkshire is literally liquidating Bank of America every 2 weeks? That was English. I was speaking fluent Bionese. If you're not familiar with Bionese, I like saying tirzepatide. It's fun to say that. I don't know how to say the Amavanatamab plus Laxalus, Lazatinib. I honestly, sometimes it sounds like I be saying nothing, but like low-key, I be hitting them. I don't know if y'all feel, I don't know. Where my doctors at? I know my real doctors know what I'm talking about. Boeing down 1.2, down off of FAA worthiness directive on the test flight. VKTX down 3.9. In reaction to Eli Lilly's tirzepatide, Tandem down 3.7 in reaction to Eli Lilly, AVDX down 3.6, JP Morgan downgrade, ALIT down 3.3, JP Morgan downgrade, Para down 3.2, Bronfin submits bin, KYMR down 2.6, $200 million common stock offering, Mina down 52, revenue guidance, CFO departs, GovX down 21, registered public offering at $5 a share, RNLX down 20, no longer in an offer period, Workhorse down 9 off earnings, HSAI down 5.7 off earnings, NNOX down 3 off earnings, TITN down 25 or 2.5 off Northland Capital Market downgrade, and Chinese internet stocks all trading lower. That's a lot, man. That's a lot of news, a lot of plays, but Chatadonia. Wow, we have great time. You know that? I just sped ran that. You had AI, Josh, for like 10 minutes. Oh, my gosh. So we got a lot to talk about again. I don't think today is going to be that crazy. So, like, low-key, if you want to go back to bed, I mean, I'm not going to shame you. You know, no one ever tells me to go back to bed, but it's okay. You could go back to bed today, get the stream alerts. I'll text you if anything happens, but I don't think it's going to be that crazy. All that matters is that literally after today, this is one of the biggest rallies all year. So, yeah, and then again, some people are even thinking that the Japanese carry trade now, throw it off the table. It wasn't even an issue. Everyone's liking the data without reigniting inflation fears, and then it's just going to be the game time into Powell. Like I said, depending on how that goes, if we move too big ahead of Powell, Powell's going to be a dud. If we don't move big, then I think Powell will be exciting. So we'll figure it out, but we got a lot of time here. Let's get into plays and a couple of other things, but I'm going to go to the bathroom first. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity.
to the
and BRB
contractor market, it's only about 25 to 30% of revenue versus about 50% to Home Depot. So that's really one of the factors that's driven Home Depot's outperformance on the top line versus Lowe's. That being said, over the last couple of years, they've really put an emphasis on turning their attention back to that professional contractor market. And they've been doing that through, attacking the basics, making sure they have the right brands, the right in-stock levels, the appropriate service levels for their pro customers, including job site delivery and things like that. So they've gained a lot of that low-hanging fruit. So they've made really strong inroads, and that's what you've seen in the results. We even heard it this quarter where total company sales were down about 5%, but we did see a mid-single-digit increase among those professional contractors.
In the last 5 years, we've seen Lowe's shares up 150%, Drew, and Home Depot is only up about 67%. Why is Lowe's outperforming so much over a 5-year time period?
Yeah, as I mentioned, Lowe's has been a turnaround story really since 2018 when we got new management coming in. And a lot of that really, as I mentioned, had to do with kind of focusing back, as they call it, the retail fundamentals. So they had been underinvested in the professional contractor market. They had an online business which was outdated and not up to par. They've really invested in both of these areas, and that's supported by the investments they've made in their supply chain. So they've really gone after the pieces of the business that were lagging. They've made the appropriate adjustments, and that's why you're seeing.
Not with Lowe's, but with, I don't know, man. I can tell you guys now, we do need to go over the plays, but I talked about it on the watch list, man. I really don't think people get it. But Powell on Friday is going to be nothing. Jackson Hole is a scam, you guys, okay? I love you, and I'm glad that you're here, and thank you for being here. I hope you liked the video, and I hope you have a great day and don't get banned today and contribute to the chat. But what I need you to understand is Jackson Hole is a scam. It did not become an event until 2022 where we sold off. And why I'm telling you that, like, you got to think about it. Wall Street is loving it. You know why? Because viewership across everywhere is going to go through the roof. So I'm going to have, I'll have my 7,000, my 10,000 people. I could benefit off of Jackson Hole, Everyone loves it to promote. People are going to be pumping positions in and out. And that's what I'm saying. I think Wall Street nowadays is using Jackson Hole as a liquidity event. So keep that in mind, okay? Because that's what I'm saying. As long as if the market moves too much ahead of Jackson Hole, I don't think this is, it's just, again, everybody is just getting tweaked out for no reason. Yeah, we're waiting for a lot of things, not just the cut, but data, cut, Powell, election, all of it. So on that note, you're here right now, Chattadonia. We heard the TV. They all want you jacked up here for Jackson Hole. So tell me, what is your first play of the day, baby? Post it in the chat. Starbucks puts sell SPY calls TLT 100 sitting. Baba SPY put TLT 100 SPY calls TGTX Tesla cash debating Lunar SMCI long shares Nvidia sitting on my hands buying Baba TLT Clover AMD Tesla calls God calls AMAT Netflix PayPal call Tesla call TGT both ways SPY puts AMD Whirlpool for the long term Dow calls long on the meme coins Aspen Aerogel waiting for direction puts on Jackson Lowell holding SPY puts SPY calls Tesla calls SPY puts Whirlpool shares NQ and light it SPY puts. I'm gonna have to clap you for that, sir. Thank you. Long the Lord, Tesla, Dow, Intel, Tesla call, SPY, TGT, AMD, shorting gold, long-term, NQ, wow, shorting gold, Baba calls, Felo, NVIDIA, Rocket Lab, TGT, and the final plays. SPY puts, NVIDIA calls, RKLB, short gold again, ZK, NEO, and SPY calls. Wow. That's amazing. That's amazing. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I don't know. Usually you guys are all one direction, like Nick Jonas, but not today. Not today. I saw gold. I saw up. I saw down. I saw calls and puts. I don't know. You guys have me interested about those short gold comments. I kind of like it. I don't know. I'm still short on the bonds, literally. I was up $500, literally right when I woke up. And then by here, I'm down now $300. So I don't know. I don't know what happened with that. But Chattadonia, we have a couple of minutes left. We actually have a great time I have a couple of plays. I'm going to be watching Target, Palo Alto. Again, Target pre-earnings, Palo Alto post-earnings, bonds and gold, and then MDT. They had earnings today, and they barely moved, but like, yo, homeboy, I like MDT. I like the value proposition, so it's kind of moved around, and really, I'm only attracted to it because I'm like, it's a big value play, and it just hasn't really moved around too much. Josh woke up banning the troll. I mean, I'm not trying to, you know what I'm saying? I got love, but... even then, homie who got banned right there, he's actually a real one, but I don't care. Again, if in the morning, bro, if I be going over plays, I be taking it serious, and y'all throwing anything sideways, I mean, it is liable to get clapped. You should all be aware of that. So, you know what I'm saying? You can't hold it on me because I'm trying to get the plays. I'm trying to go over in the morning, I just woke up, so any sort is kind of like zero tolerance, but it's cool, though. I'm not like, I'm not trying to hunt today. I'm only trying to hunt for bonds, baby. I want bonds and gold, baby. So I only have a couple plays too. Like I said, I just read those to you. Target, Palo Alto, bonds, gold, and Medtronic. We'll see even where the long term goes. But now, oh wait, no, we got a little bit of time. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It's game time now. And here at the Colt, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and ever will. And I'm talking about the veterans of the United States of America. For real, I hope my daily speech of this, whether I say thank you or shout out the vets, I hope that familiarity does not breed contempt, because every morning, bro, it's like, for real, thank you guys for your service to this country. Thank you for upholding it. Thank you for always keeping an attitude of service towards this nation. And what I'm trying to let y'all know is that we all benefit off of a lot of fellow Americans' sacrifice for this country. The least we could do is pay homage, show that love and dedication to those who did that for us. So families of the veterans themselves, thank you all for your service and commitment to this country, and I hope all of you show this in real life and make this even more real than it already is. And big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, anybody making their community run. God bless you and thank you, baby. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send in the jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Horn! Let's go. Oh, cheddar dawn. Y'all ready for this? Bow now, pow, 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 pow now, pow, pow, pow. Everybody, long term. No? Okay, I like it. I like it, babe. We added to the long term. We added to the long term aggressively. I can't believe it. I can't believe. And then again, I talked about it yesterday on the watch list, though. I'm glad we had a talk last week on locking in dividends. But like I'm telling you guys, again, people are even saying this morning that the whole yen play wasn't even a freak out. Again, and you're seeing this is the biggest rally. Like I'm explaining on the watch list there, I think there's a nice damned if you do, damned if you don't mentality about where things are moving forward. So I don't know. Keep it in mind. Keep it in mind, baby. Today is all about Fidel cash flow. Fidel cash flow indeed. We got 1 minute, baby. Oh, darn. Surprisingly, no monkey news or Mpox news. I have not heard. I've heard more about gold and Eli Lilly. So again, that's why I have that up there. They had really good news on the AstraZeneca Bob or whatever we were saying. I said it like 5 times, but that was probably the biggest news. And then I think RBC chose to cut rates, and then that was it. But it was generally quiet, and then no health scare headlines over the weekend or the evening, and then that's it. REITs for dividend, yeah. I mean, if it's a good REIT or, again, just like higher quality blue chip names that are trading lower, those are going to be the ones that, again, whether we either get a everything rally or a value shift, you want the names that are going to hold up, and that's why I said there's a good opportunity there. So get ready. 3 seconds. 2, 1. Beep. Round 1. Fight. All right. Oh, I forgot we have TNXP still. That one's coming up. That's our monkeypox play. But again, monkeypox plays are quiet today. NXP. The DJT play. Surprisingly, those TLT calls are coming back all of a sudden. So again, TLT's weird. I'm still in that short too. Tesla's moving. I like Medtronic. So again, Medtronic, they beat 123 versus 120. Revenue 79 versus 790. Guidance 542 to 55. They raised everything, but they're doing bad. That's why I'm like, I don't know if it's just their thing. Starbucks pop. Gold new high. That's insane. Palo Alto, again, they did nothing. That's why Palo Alto could be a good one. Literally, it was pricing in so much and then did absolutely nothing on the move. Oh, where was it? So Starbucks is even running up there. Is this chain even open? Little scammers. Oh, did I get it? Oh, what scammers? That's crazy. I went through like 7 offers on Mtronic. There's only one play, but now they just took it off the ask. All right, I'm not playing it anymore. They just scammed the shit out of me. Literally a call option of 100 just swept every option and then didn't give it to me. Gotta love it. Intel sell-off, Starbucks, TLT, REITs coming down. I still like the Medtronic, but it's expensive. That's why I'm saying I found one cheap play, but that just low-key disappeared. Intel flushing. Yikes. Where's our boy Whirlpool? Yeah, bro. UWMC's killer. Again, even in Colt Sister, that thing was fire. And then after the dividends, because remember, we locked in UWMC at a high rate, and it's been about 3 or 4 years. So, I don't, dude, UMC is a killer-ass play. So, shout out if you're still holding that one. Eli Lilly shares up 1.8. TNXP again. That thing's still moving. I want the Medtronic, but that's it. I missed my bag on that one. But we'll see if that stays in range. Then it's gonna be a dud. Target I'd like for both ways. I think that's just gonna be a good earnings one. Because again, 145. I mean, I really think Target's appropriate level is like 100. Just because, again, that's where they were at when all of this happened. But you could see that pin. It sucks. Why did it gap up the other day? So it gapped up too. You got Medtronic finally moving. Good luck on that. I didn't get the play. I think it was a little bit out of my range. But if that does come back, I'm down. I like it, though. I don't think their earnings was bad. I think it's a value play. They should be getting a lot more supported. Jeez. Oh, they just scam people on these. That makes sense. Ryanair threatens to cut capacity by 1.5 million shares. Oh, I forgot about Pfizer. And then there's Medtronic, NVDL. Which one was that? Intel scamming. Again, everyone's saying that was dying. I don't know. TLT calls came back up today. That was weird. And then now my bond put is coming back. And then gold just flushed after hitting 25.70 on the futures. That's disgusting. Amazon on the high. Palo Alto, yeah. Palo Alto actually did. Palo Alto went from doing nothing to up 6% now. So they were only up like 1 in the morning there. Not bad at all. And then not a recommendation. You will lose money. These things are kind of already moving around. But I made a target play both ways. I did 2 standard deviations both ways with big size. And then I'm going to sell out 9 out of 10 of them before close here. Again, getting ready for the target earnings. So 2 standard deviations. It's about $20 for 2 standard deviations. $10, $11 for one. TGL resumed trading. Again, gold and then bonds near the lows. SPY is right at. This is break even. No shit. And then, yeah, NASDAQ's at break even. Russell and Dow are already in the red. Let's see. How is things waking up? And it's only been 7 minutes. Hi, good morning. I'm going to try to make them free, but like I said yesterday too, just, any pre-run-ups so far this season, I mean, it's been I walk a lonely road with pre-earnings, keep on getting clapped, so that could happen. Poly Alti. Starbucks came down. Whirlpool came down. Walmart's going up there too. Good morning. On this boulevard of broken preem. Yeah, see, I think we could work with it. Estee Lauder. I was going to buy this one. Again, the only problem I have with Estee Lauder is that they're paying a lot of their profits out on the dividend. The dividend yield is lower, and then they're still worth like $35 billion. That blew my mind because I always thought Whirlpool was a pretty big company. That's the one we bought yesterday, but to even see that it's literally, 1/5, 1/6 the size of Estee Lauder, it's mind-blowing. So that makeup is expensive. So I'm trying to tell you, it's don't be fooled. Don't be deceived by the down 40% in 5 years. Oh, shit. Is Redfin still going up? So, yeah, I don't know, man. This is getting weird. Because if this holds up, usually Redfin will sell off. But I'm telling you, if Redfin keeps going up, and I don't know if it's related to bonds, I really think this is related to the real estate thing. I don't know. If we get, it'll be game over if you start getting upgrades. If the analysts start saying what I'm telling you. But essentially, the more bullish Zillow and Redfin get right now, I think this is all just saying that they're going to cake off of the NAR settlement and the new like realtor commission rules. Because that's crazy. This shouldn't be up like that. Again, both of them already had earnings and both of them were bad. The TGT play, it is for next week. So as a reminder, any earnings play, like ghetto standard deviation, especially I'm talking like 2 standards, always next week. Tesla semi caught on fire. Yeah, Eli Lilly, they had good data. After reports on existing home sales and supply. Yeah, I'm not buying it. I think it's the NAR settlement. Because again, the last 2 days, both of these companies, they've rocketed up. It's Redfin covered calls, maybe. Remember, we closed those out, but yeah, we paid nothing for our Redfin. So maybe. I'm kind of down, bro. $20. Get 600. Not bad. I went both ways on Target, but I'm going to sell out before close. So again, you've seen this before. I'm just, again, buying the pre-run up. Or I think I have one more day. But the general idea is play both ways, get the premium, and then we're going to hopefully try to get a free play and lower all of our exposure before the earnings. Oh, yeah, so they have tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow before open. So today's the last day. Nice, Jake from State Farm, baby. Good morning, my friend. How you living? You're seeing $30. I spent $35 on the put and then $45 on the call. So, and then the puts have gone up and the calls are around the same price. SPY running, Walmart running. Nike came down again, but 83, shit. You know what I'm saying? This is a crazy price for Nike. I can't even believe it. After where it was just at. Yeah, Netflix has been a silent runner. Bro, Netflix almost at 700. So remember, this is a big level here. Yeah, Netflix is at the breakout point. Yeah, PayPal, I noticed that the other day. For some reason, we are oddly up 10% on PayPal in the long term. No idea where that came from. Serve is up. VIX is up. Yeah, Barrett Gold. They're going up, but again, I'm not a fan of the miners. You got to be careful. The TLT play, no. I have the old call. That one came back up, surprisingly, and then I'm short on a bond future. I was up, and then I went down, and then I'm down still. I was just at break even. And then PayPal started MOs at free 99, baby. Like that video. Hey, man, tell him Jake from State Farm, and thank you for all of your loving support, my friend. Hey, man. I know he on the Twitch, he on the YouTube. He out here, baby. Wow. Wow. That's crazy. You're right. 100%. 100%. That's a great way to put it into perspective. Are you guys ready for this? You guys know Whirlpool? We added this to the long term. This is what I was saying. Estee Lauder is like $32 billion. Again, even UPS is $100 billion. Even Nike's 100. Any of the value plays I wanted, they were all really big, you know. So think about it. If you want to double up on $100 billion, that's going to take a lot. But here's the deal. Whirlpool, it is at $5.26 billion. But here's the deal. Whirlpool, their enterprise value is $12 billion, meaning they have a lot of debt. Whirlpool has about like $7 billion in debt. So technically, the company is worth less than what they owe, the market cap. Oh, and then we have Bradley Frizzle and the Peach, baby. Oh my goodness. Horna. Oh. Yo, are you kidding me? Early morning pizza. Good morning, baby. Good morning, Bradley Frizzle. Woo. TEM going straight down. So here's the deal. And then bonds came back up. PayPal ripping. But somebody said this in the Twitch chat. This is all I want to show you. So Whirlpool is worth about $5.3 billion. That means it is worth 50% of the value as Lucid. So, yeah. There you go. So I'm happy with that one. But, yeah, Lucid is still at $7.5 billion. I don't know if it's undervalued because, again, like any of these plays, when they pay a high yield and I buy them at the bottom, it's either going to bounce wicked or that company is going to go through a lot of problems. So Whirlpool right now, their cash flow is going down. They have a lot of debt. They can turn it around. They have a lot of good things that they could turn around, but if they drop the ball, they don't manage the company good, the debt gets in the way, and then they start slowing down, and they drop the ball like we've seen, then it's going to get clapped even more. But other than that, I do think there's going to be a nice little balance between both upside and safety, and then that divvy. Yeah, they can refi, but I think they just got to perform decent. PayPal's going up too. I mean, who knows? Solventum for more Whirlpool? I see the logic, but I don't want to waterboard you, but that one, it's better because Solventum we got for free. So I get your logic. Why not take a free share and sell it out? But we don't know what's going to happen. So I don't know. I'd rather just keep the Solventum, like even getting a margin and going early, front running my deposit. That's about as far as I'll go. But I don't think I'd want to sell it. Fox again. PayPal's going up. Why don't you like gold miners right now? I never like them. So this is what I said. I think it's probably about like a month or two ago. But gold miners have humans. Humans are the problem. So you got to think about it. Like the minute you could have a good plan, you give it to a human to execute, they could mess it up. I mean, I could give you a lot of political examples, but I won't go there. So the general idea is that a gold company is different than the price of gold because the company is being managed by humans. A company has debt, it has income, it has revenue, it has expenses, it could be a victim of fraud. There could be all sorts of things. So that's the problem there because there's more than just the price of gold affecting its value. Whereas the price of gold, there's nothing involved. It's just supply and demand, the price of the metal. It was time to buy miners. I would never buy them. So you guys could argue all day on when to buy them, and yeah, you may have saw the dip, but I just think as a rule of thumb, when it comes to my commodities, I just trade the price. So I either own the physical or I'm going to trade spot futures, something related to the actual price of gold. Otherwise, the moment there's somebody there, you're investing in a company now. You're not as much as you're buying gold. Does that make sense? So the miners are a gold company. That is an investment into a company. You're not necessarily just buying the gold. But that is that. You guys know. So that is one of the trades forming. So you got to think about it. Kamala is already talking about price, what is it? Like price controls. And she wants to limit the price of food and then wants to go and give out the money for the houses. Long story short, the more Kamala odds go up and the more she kind of talks like that, I would watch for a correlation with gold. Because, again, this is what I was saying, some of the spending and the fiscal stuff, but people have been talking about it already, and they're kind of saying some of this stuff kind of points towards bullish for gold. Pretty much Kamala would be very bullish for gold in a short run. Mm-hmm. You're voting for Kamala? I'm sorry. I hope you get better. You'll be good, though. No sportation. I saw the TNXP. Yeah, they were up, and then they just flipped. People don't trust the market. And, well, just because she'll spend. And that's where, again, some people are starting to factor that in. And Netflix just hit a high. Dexcom. Interesting. I don't know. I like the covered calls on Redfin, but I'm greedy. I think we could get more. Because remember, we did covered calls already. Even though we have Netflix and we bought it at $3, or Redfin, excuse me. Do you guys remember? We already cashed out like $600 or $700. So I already got back like 60% of my initial investment on this name. But I think we could get more money. So I think if we get one more bullish day on Redfin, we could sell these for like $200 a pop. We could get $1,200 back. Right now, how many shares do I have? I have 500. Right now, you get back $625. If we sell the 15s, we will get back $1,000. That's actually insane. Sell it when the $15 gap close. Maybe. Oh, yeah, because at $13. I'm down with that. Yeah, maybe that'll be a better price. Why not buy them? I don't understand what the fuck you're saying, sir. I feel like you're trying to communicate to me. I don't know if it's autocorrect or you're hammered. So we'll see. Then why not buy them? Again, I'm not following. We're talking a covered call. So why would I want to buy out the money? Redfins. The one share of save. Oh, if they did what they did with Hawaii, yeah, that could be. I like Snap, but I mean, I want their earnings to be good. But I haven't bought this stock in like 4 years for the long term. I wouldn't be adding it. Again, I mean, I just bought Whirlpool. I think there's really high quality, big names out there that offer a good dividend. And again, even if you want to lock in things before there's a shift, it doesn't have to be Whirlpool. Again, there's the Pfizers and the Nikes of the world. And there's a lot of names out there. Even Bristol-Myers. Shit, man, even Coca-Cola, but that's near all-time highs. That's the only problem I have. There's a couple of other food names that weren't as high. Metapop. Again, Netflix. I don't know if you guys see this. That's in the top right. It's literally hitting 52-week highs. I don't know why Redfin is up. There was a headline saying it's related to real estate data, but I'm starting to think the tinfoil is coming true. I think Zillow and Redfin are running on the NAR settlement with realtor commissions. So I think as the realtors get clapped on the commissions, the ultimate winner is going to be these online brokerages. So these guys like Redfin and Zillow, they're going to snag up all of that money that the normal agents would be missing out on based on the new laws. Oh, that's what the headline says, rises as new real estate agent rules go into effect. Yeah, that I agree with. I think that's what it really is. Because it's huge. This is massive, and none of the earnings were good, but it does make sense for the future because it's just like I said yesterday, these guys are going to not have a monopoly, but they're going to take advantage. I think the play is you own them, but like I already own them very cheap. I'm up 170% on my Redfin in the long term. So I'm probably not going to buy it, but I do think you should keep an eye on it. Maybe you could plays. That could be something, but you never know. What does that mean for realtors? Less commission? Theoretically, or it's just changing how people are going to work commission deals. And then again, you have to pretty much sign a contract and agree on the commission before anything. So it's going to kind of be a roadblock. But now all these guys online like Redfin and Zillow, they are brokerages. So they're going to be able to represent clients and help them out without making them sign anything. And then once they're ready to do it, it's just they're going to be able to get in the door a lot easier, while other real estate agents are like, sign this, I need you to do this, and then Redfin and Zillow, meanwhile, they're going to be doing showings left and right. And then people are talking about Redfin and Zillow kind of even doing a flat fee. Sellers will make more money. In theory, if all goes well, right? If you lower the fees, you should make money. But then if it doesn't get marketed as well, if the market's not there and who knows what could happen, or you end up having to give other concessions elsewhere, it may backfire. But that's what I think is going to happen. I think in the next couple of years that this settlement, I think there's going to be some major winners and some major losers. I think some homeowners and sellers are going to love it, and some are going to hate it. I think some people are going to end up getting scammed and running into big issues. I think Zillow and Redfin will love it for the beginning, and then they'll get clapped, and then I think they're going to redo the law in a couple of years after we kind of let it go through. Is this good overall? I don't know. I mean, I think it's a step forward. I think it's going to allow more technological advancements in real estate, because that's the good part. I know some of the realtors don't like hearing this, but it does help us get to a world where you could buy a house from a phone. You know what I'm saying? Like on an app, because real estate's still a liquid, slow. It's an old business, but I do think it's going to be kind of a good opportunity to shift into things, but then also too, again, the Realtor Association is a mafia, but then at the same time, the minute you start putting states, I'm not a fan of government regulation. I know some of you like daddy government to think for you, and I think there's a limit. I think with certain health and safety, the government should be involved. And again, I think certain enforcement, we need the government there. Otherwise, you wouldn't do anything. But I don't really think that, I don't think you should mess too much with prices and real estate and getting too involved with certain things, because then once you do that, you run the risk of making things that were temporary becoming permanent. What does an agent provide you? It all depends. Is there, in reality, there is a lot of agents that don't do jack shit. And some deals, you don't need an agent. Like some deals, if it's easy, straightforward, you know what I'm saying? Like, you don't need an agent. Like, it really, it's a waste of money. But the idea is, if you were an agent and you were buying a house, you didn't even pay for anything. Don't ever forget that. So that's one half of the coin that I think a lot of people are ignoring, is that the sellers were the ones who paid all of it. But that means now, all the buyer's commission, that's going, think about it, that was from the seller. So you never paid for it. If a real estate agent helped you find a house and did all this stuff for you, you never paid a dime for that. That was all from the seller. But now, in the other scenario, I think there's going to be some instances where you're going to be very miserable because you didn't get a good agent. I think there's going to be people, again, the whole you get what you pay for. I think there's going to be some people that don't want to pay for it. There's going to be like some people like, oh, what does an agent provide? And then you're going to run into title issues. You're going to run into repairs and backing in and out. And then it's going to turn into a nightmare. And then before you know it, it's just like, damn, then you'll realize the value of an agent. So pretty much agents aren't really valuable till you need them. That's kind of the way I look. It's better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. There's many deals where the agent didn't do anything, but if anything went wrong, you're gonna and again you're navigating your biggest purchase most people ever make. Hopefully you have somebody who could to kind of guide you and help you out with it. Yeah, and then help you get better deals too. But like I'm saying, it just depends on the deal and where you're at. Same argument people made against TurboTax. Yeah, but TurboTax and your taxes, again, it's just not I don't see it as the same. Like I said, a home is most people's biggest purchase they will ever make. So most of you guys in here, you will probably not buy anything more expensive than a house. So taxes, you do it every year. You have other things. But like I said, I think it's I'm glad that real estate is getting an open door, no pun intended, towards, technological advancement and getting to an era where maybe we watch the real estate market, operate more technological. That would be great. Guild on the high. Yo, what is this? Guild and Ruckus? I'm seeing a lot of biotechs. And then XLV, Spy, Chicle. Good morning. Yeah, sell machines did turn on. You said monkeypox news? Oh, let's see. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. But this morning, it was pretty quiet. But if any of the names run, we'll just go ride from there. Africa says Mpox vaccination to begin in Democratic Republic of Congo within days. Yeah, not bad. But that was kind of the headline from yesterday. We don't really have the remember they were talking about the Congo stuff, but we haven't had the more cases spreading. That's what's going to get these things popping off. Oh, yeah, TNXP just got clapped. What the fuck? It was just holding. And then Medtronic ripping. And Russian defense says it has created military groups Belgorod, Kursk, and Bryansk. Estee Lauder drops 4.2 after multiple brokerages cut price target. Eli wants the law tire. I wanted it too, man. It's just up there. That's the only problem. That is the only problem. New all-time low. I mean, yeah, remember, this one was what's it called? A dilution machine. But that one was, again, that play was actually green in the AM, but all of the monkeypox plays, I think they're not really doing much. And then GovX, they had the adding of the shares. Which one was the other one? BVNRY, Bavarian. We've had monkeypox for decades? No. We've had smallpox type beat. That's been around for a while. What is this? Netflix ad news? Interesting. That could be why they're already up here. There's something on Netflix and ads. Interesting. Because, again, Netflix already hit 702 and was going crazy. Baidu plays before earnings. Maybe some of the China earnings haven't been that good, but, or was it JD or Pinduoduo? Either this quarter or last quarter. One of them surprised. I think those could be good. And then SPY coming down here a little bit, right at VWAP. What time is it? 10:05. Oil futures, I would like them a little lower. Why is that a 52-week high on PayPal? That makes zero sense either. Let me see. I think last time I checked, oil was at 65 or 75. It's right in the middle, but it was just at 72. I think you're right in the middle. I think you have downside to like 72 or 67, but then you could bounce up and go up to like 77, 78. So it just depends on how you're feeling, but we still got a little bit of tensions that I think are boiling up, and then the other part is the what is it? There's one more factor seasonality. So that's the only thing. There's demand, summer, but seasonality is bad for the next couple of weeks. So I think till like November it's going to be slippery, but if there is anything global tension-wise coming out there, it's probably going to be the cheapest play you could get. PayPal closing new partnerships. I don't know. It's weird. PayPal is up a lot. I couldn't tell you the last time I saw this. PayPal at highs, bro? Palo Alto breaking out now. So again, that was the one earnings yesterday. Literally zero premium. Again, Netflix going up. They had a little bit of ad news there not too long ago. But yeah, Palo Alto went 7 after doing nothing. Where's MDT? That one's holding. Nancy never loses. I don't think there's AMD news. Remember yesterday they bought somebody? But, dude, they're just going straight up. Again, PayPal is very weird. So, yeah, this is, again, 52-week high on Netflix as well, too. But I don't know what just happened. PayPal just woke up out of nowhere. Bro, this has been the highest PayPal's been in, like, a year. Or I guess since last July. Yeah, bro. What the hell is this? For some reason, PayPal has not been this high in a year. Hey, man, I'll take it, but it's kind of funny. AMD still ripping. There's Whirlpool. Yeah, Russia Defense Ministry headline. Redfin even breaking out. That's crazy. So I don't know, man. Either go. Oh, and I think I get what Nick was saying earlier. He sounded a little drunk. But you're saying why, if I wouldn't sell the covered call here, why wouldn't I just buy it? Because if I'm thinking it could go to $2, why not buy it? And the logic is that I have nothing to lose right now. So if I hold it and it goes up here, if I don't buy it and I don't short the covered call, I don't lose or make anything. But if I bought it and then it goes down, then it would end up getting clapped. But I don't know. I'm kind of down with it. But I think I'm going to wait. But Redfin keeps going. That's what I was saying. Yeah, that makes a little bit of sense. I was like, what do you mean, why wouldn't I buy it? But I'm talking about selling premium. So my mindset wasn't really like, should we buy it? But let's see where you're getting at. Sold out of TNXP this morning. Good move. I was going to do it. I had a gain. I thought it was just going to hold, though, because I was like, oh, the other names are red. They were holding with lack of headlines, but I think we're going to play a game of stop and go with it. But GG's. I like Ulta, but Ulta already popped. You should have got Ulta when I was talking about it before Buffett bought it. I do think it's still cheap-er. Not the cheapest, but, this thing was just at 320, 3-4 days ago. Palo Alto's still going. I like Lulu, but Lulu, again, that one's still a little bit more expensive. I love how both of you said that at the same time. So they even came up like another 20. That one's not as bad, but Lulu has more gains. The only thing I like about Lulu is that the premium, it's literally like it's the same price to earnings as damn Nike, which I think is phenomenal. A 20 PE, that's not really that bad. Yeah, it has a lower PE than your boy Nike. But what did you ask me before, Lulu? I'm trying to think. I thought there was another retail. But yeah, the premium on Lulu's not too bad, but I would try some other. I want like real deep value. But if your portfolio is built out enough and you don't want to go too value and you don't want to go too high up, I mean, Lulu could be right there perfectly in the middle. At the very least, I'll just tell you this. I feel much more comfortable buying Lulu below $400 or so. I don't like it when it's high up. I still think this stock is high, and it's came, again, this thing was dirt cheap at one point, but I am, again, I like not buying it at the all-time highs. Sell 1 or 2 covered calls and wait to sell the other 3. I could, but I don't know. I'm kind of like in all or nothing. I either sell the cover, and then SPY dropping right now. You're getting a couple candles. I either want the full covered call amount and just sell all 5 on Redfin now, or we wait and get greedy and then go for even more. I think this thing could go up to $13. So I was going to go up to $10 next. But I do think the gap fill is around 13, and then if it does that, then I think we could really sell some good premium. But I don't miss out anything. That's the beauty. Yeah, I could have sold Airbnbs earlier in the year, but remember, if I never take any of these, I mean, it's not like we lose on anything. Is Redfin good for the long term? At the price that we bought it, I think it is. It's a great long term, but I don't know about at these prices. Yeah, bro, SPY just dumped. And you'll notice bonds already sold off leading into this, but yeah, bro, what the hell happened here? I don't have any headline. Again, I see Russian defense minister. They're talking about the attacks, but it's not anything crazy. You're down 20 points from the high about 12 minutes ago? Volume is very low, yes. Even yesterday, the volume was low. So in the midst of this, again, you're at 5 million, and you are just shy of the first hour. Do you guys realize how ugly that is? 15 minutes shy of the first hour, you have 5 million on the opening bell candle of volume. That's insane. It's very, very low. So there really isn't even that much trading. ZH says Jane Street selling like crazy. Like selling like liquidation, like they're going BK. VIX is up 3-4 again. Everything's still in the red. Russell's doing pretty bad, but it's small. SPY, NASDAQ, Dow, literally nothing more than 0.25% down. U.S. sanctions former Haitian President Martelly. Treasury website. I don't know if that's it. Pfizer ripping. Pfizer just sucks though, because we got above 31, then he was like, nah, I'm good. August low volume. Not necessarily low volume. Summer is low. So remember, I was telling you guys before we even had any volatility, summer up until September 1st, it is going to be really slow. So we just got the opposite of that because the market started moving, but generally that is the logic there. Summertime is not really your most active. But after September 1st, we should be back on road. So I know summer is almost over. 2 more weeks, a week and a half. Meta platforms. Bonds are going up now, too. Remember, bonds were just selling off here on this. And then all of a sudden, right here on this candle, bonds flipped while SPY's going down. But, yeah, we did sell off all of the gains here in the morning. Again, no headlines, no nothing really moving us. Chinese Commerce Ministry on EU definitive finding. Anti-subsidy probe. That's coming in now. But, again, I don't think that's what's moving us. Mike is dumped because title's terrible Tuesday. It could be. I don't think there's uncertainty at Jackson Hole. Remember, I mean, Jackson Hole, you guys got to realize, I hate to say it, but Jackson Hole is literally a marketing event. That's it. So the uncertainty is that Powell shouldn't really say much, but that's why I said in the morning, I think they're using Jackson Hole as a liquidity event. They're just trying to get everybody hyped up, bring eyeballs to Bloomberg, CNBC, get some ad dollars, highlight this event, end of the summer, but it's not, there really shouldn't be anything. I don't think Powell's going to say much. Whatever happened to global warming? I think it's still warming. I don't know though. I haven't followed. We still big on the environment. Low ticker, I mean, dude, this little dump was kind of wild out of nowhere. I mean, it's still pretty early, too. JPM almost, I'm getting a lot of Chinese commerce headlines. That's it. Again, the low ticker is now, remember, it was high ticker advancing. We were watching PayPal and a lot of other names come up, but now everything just flipped. So many they slipped up and said it yesterday. Someone in the morning, it was like 5 a.m. on Bloomberg, and one of the anchors was just talking about how, it's all for the attention and the script they have. Because dude, that's all it is. All it is right now is they're making Jackson Hole a party. It grabs so many eyeballs now. It wouldn't have, like, again, you got to realize prior to 2022. None of you gave a shit about Jackson Hole. But then that 2022 where it started going crazy, that's it. Now this is boom. Like, what? I mean, I'm going to have 7,000, 9,000 people here. I'm even going to get a lot of viewers in. Everyone is this. It's just a marketing event, though. That's what I think a lot of people aren't realizing. It's like if Powell really had a new message and there was something really there for Powell to like pop, then maybe we get something, but with the way the data has been and everything else. And the only good thing about Powell on Jackson Hole is we get to talk to him after that crazy volatility we just witnessed. Do you feel me? That we haven't seen. Now, after Bank of Japan, after that freak out and then run back up, now we get to hear from Powell. We didn't get that prior. Other than that, though, it shouldn't really, again, it's not that crazy. And then bonds are literally right back up here. So right here, this is the candle. 10-12 or 10-11. This is weird. As the market started to dump, the bonds, they were following it, but then bonds started to flip-flop there. Yeah, bro, Redfin's killing it. I want to sell covered calls, but I don't know. I think we get greedy or not. So here's my dilemma. We could sell a January $20 call for $125, and we have 500 shares. So we would get back $625, or we wait. I'm thinking we wait till these hit 2, and then, or we could sell the 15s and just get back 1,000, call it a day. Only sell 2 and wait. Yeah, but I don't know. I feel like I'm just better off going all or nothing. Because even 2, it's like $200. It's like I think 600 is worth it or not. I got into Redfin back in the day, like 2022 days. It was right after Meta. What day? Oh, I don't know. Let me check for you. It was back Acura days. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not Drake. The Redfin news, I think people are starting to pump the idea that Redfin and Zillow are going to benefit off of the real estate stuff. There's also another piece of data. So look, here's Redfin. We're up 178%. Again, I bought Redfin at $347 a share. So I stole this stock. That's why I tell people I wouldn't really buy this at the high prices because I just got it so low. But I bought it November 7th, 2022. And then I already sold covered calls. Believe it or not, I collected already like $600, I think, in premium. So I've already paid for, I think it was more. I paid for like half. I think it was $800. But yeah, November 2022. Yen pop. Well. Yeah, doing good. I mean, the last 2 days, honestly, I'm surprised we haven't reacted, but the yen has been gaining. The day I taught you about the bargain bin, woo! I would want I was going to buy Estee Lauder yesterday, but I decided to go with Whirlpool. Oh, Palo Alto. I think Jackson Hole is going to be a dud depending on the move we make ahead of time. So like I was saying, the number one thing I think that matters is that we actually get a small move ahead of Jackson Hole. So if we keep moving too big ahead of Jackson Hole, I think it's going to be a dud. If we actually move little ahead of Jackson Hole, then I think we'll depending on what he says, we'll get a reaction. But just keep your eye out for it. If we move too little leading into it all, then or too big, then we have a problem. I like Target. I went both ways on Target right now, or earlier in the morning. Yeah, and at key level. Walmart all-time high. No shit. Well, here it is. And then again, Redfin and some of these other names are doing good. High Ticker has a couple names on there. There's that Walmart. You're only getting 60. I'm looking at January. So I don't know. I'm at January 26th. You might be looking at the February 25th. Damn, somebody bought these for $2.15. Oh, the other ones. I would like the 15 calls were the ones we had prior. So before I had 15s, I would like the 15s because you guys got to think about it. If we sell the 15s for $2 and I get back $1,000 based on the last covered calls, we would have gotten now our whole entire position back just through covered calls. TTNP still rising up. Walmart. I don't know. Walmart could be. Again, targets tomorrow morning. Oh, that's weird. Zillow's not up. Only Redfin. That's getting weird. A covered call? Oh, come. Hi there, Habibi. I thought you've been here for years, Habibi. Come on. A covered call is when you agree to sell your shares at a certain price. Instead of buying an option, you would sell the option. So in this case, I bought my Redfin at $3. I can go to this guy on January and offer to sell him my shares for $20 a share. And he'll pay me $130 a contract for that. So if I say, yeah, I'm down, I'll get $130. And then from now till January 26th, I have to sell him the shares at $20 a pop. So he'll only do that if the stock goes above 20. Bro, bonds, again, SPY going lower now. Couple of names on the high. INSI. Yo, Insight, decent pop. 10, 12 cents. I'm seeing Biddy moving up as well, too. If he doesn't buy it, you keep the money. Yeah, exactly. So I already did that on Redfin. I sold Redfin already. I sold 15 calls about a year ago after I bought it. They gave me like $700-800 on it. So yeah, if the stock never goes up above the price and they never exercise it, you keep all the money. So that way you could add and get a kind of like I call it a ghetto dividend, a pseudo dividend on a stock that don't pay a dividend. No, the wheel strategy, it's part of the wheel strategy, but I'd be very careful of the wheel strategy. You could ask any mother effer who's been in here. Anybody who's gone after an option play for the wheel strategy has regretted it. I don't think I've ever met somebody who was like, yo, I love the wheel strategy. I'm so glad that I did it. Why? Because people like they get excited about it and then they sell a put on a name that they don't really want. They just want the premium, and it's so small for like $100, and then they'll be down like 1,000, and then before you know it, you're gonna just be holding a play for a really long time. Anytime that you go for it, you run into the anytime you go for buying a stock without the only for the yield and not the play, that's when you'll run into issues. You do the wheel and love it. Email me. Let me see what you guys got. You made $30K this year. Email. Let me see it. Send me your. Let me see what you did. I would like to take a look because I've never seen it. I've only seen a couple people a couple years ago on YouTube who made the videos, but lately I have not heard any good stories from the wheel strategy. Yeah, if it's something you want to own and just a normal ownership, yeah, but I don't think it's a good speculative strategy. Which email? tradingfraternity@gmail.com. I think leaps they only work if the stock is really going to move. Otherwise, you're better off with the shares, but especially if it has a dividend. But in the metas, in the NVIDIAs, leaps are great. But otherwise, like an Airbnb, a PayPal, that shows how leaps could just be a waste of money. No PayPal news. No, just straight up. Great stocks to wheel under 10. I've been there. I feel you. When you have a lot of cash. I think it only works if you want the plays. At that point, I think you're really just holding long term and selling covered calls. But if you buy a stock or do a premium without like really wanting it, it's usually ran into a lot of trouble for people. Pfizer's going up, but like I don't know. I don't get excited by it because it's not at the 31 again or even 30 because it moved down so much lately. You do need 100 shares to sell covered calls, yes. Wallen must have mentioned something. Waller? I don't. Do we have? I think we have Bostic today on the schedule. And then Bond still going up. And then Jack on the high. The covered call strategy. I mean, yeah, I'll when I do it. So I sold covered calls on DraftKings and Coin. DraftKings and Uber and Coin, I think, too. Or no, I don't have enough on Coin. But like I had old plays that were dead, and then they came back to life. I sold premium on them. Again, and I did it on Redfin as well. Back in the day, then they expired. But pretty much any of the names that I have, if I notice they make a big run, I like to sell covered calls that are at least 20, 30% higher than what I paid for the stock and that are guaranteeing me more of a yield than the actual bond rate right now of risk-free cash. I've done a couple of cash-secured puts, but like back in the early days, but then I just realized I was just better off, especially now with rates. You get paid 5% doing nothing. I just realized I was better off waiting and then buying where I want to and having that flexibility. You got a cash secured put on CLSK. Well, what was the date? So I'll show you something right now. Tell me the date and the strike price. How do you calculate that? I thought you hate math. I do hate math, but it's easy shit. It's like you may hate math, but I'm sure you know how to count money. You may hate math, but I'm sure you know how video game, scores are calculated. You know what I'm saying? 1 week on the money, 2 weeks ago. That makes no sense. So did you just do it, or did you do it 2 weeks ago, a week ago? I'm confused. So I'm gonna make an assumption, and I'm assuming you got the 11. Is it the $12 one? Or is it the $11.50, the put here? Well, I'll use this one. But this is what you guys got to calculate. This is what I've been showing you guys for a while now. There's a rate. So if this is a 2-week option, I guess right now, what's the current rate on Bill? 5%? Divided by 12. Yeah, you're getting like 0.41. So divide that in 2. Why did I divide it in 2? 2 weeks. So you're making about 0.28, 0.20 every 2 weeks if you were just in Bill. So in this case now, you got paid $49 on $1,150 of value. That's how much you committed, right? So you got back 4%. Honestly, in 2 fucking weeks, that's a great deal. So there must be some risk I'm not aware of. ClearSpark might actually hit that price, but yeah, that's a great deal. I just think it's risky. As long as you're willing to hold it within 20 cents of where it's at. I don't know if it's a good play. It's a high premium, though. Does that make sense? It's good on the premium side. At least you're getting more. Because, again, I've seen people do dumbass put sells where it's like you're not even getting paid that much. So that's not bad, but the only risk is that it's within 20 cents of the money. A 14 and 15-year-old got arrested yesterday for multiple robberies in your area. Their reasoning when asked was that they needed money to buy booster packs for their online characters. No cap. All right, that makes sense. Data dog. Never thought about that. Data kelp. I don't even know what data kelp does, though, to be honest with you. I just like how the stock moves. SPY going lower, so you're breaking a little bit. E-Trade, yes and no. I've been with E-Trade for a while, but moving to E-Trade is kind of a nightmare. So E-Trade's both like good and bad. I don't know. I think they're right in the middle. Oh, good morning, my peeps. I thought you called me my Pepsi. I said, what do you mean, good morning, my Pepsi? I said, is that what white people call each other now? This is crazy. But no, you said peeps. What's up, man? You added Whirlpool to the long term? Let's go. Thinkorswim is great, but Thinkorswim is now Schwab. Schwab sucks, but the Thinkorswim platform is it's phenomenal. You got your sister Whirlpool, nice. Same. I got Colt Sister some. E-Trade, you can't sell cash secured puts unless there's 6K in there. Oh, fun fact. Well, thank you for that. Oh, remember, we have NVIDIA random play. That one killed it. I'm going to sell that right before earnings. Still up 350. Not bad. NVIDIA on the low now, and Para, and PayPal? No. PayPal, why you do this? Why you say they suck? I mean, they're not like bad, but it's just not like TD Ameritrade was really good. You know what I'm saying? Like, I really like TD Ameritrade, the user experience, the platform, the fills, the customer service. So I haven't really had too many problems with Schwab, but it's just not TD Ameritrade. That's why I say it sucks. Because that's why I'm like, I could easily recommend Thinkorswim TOS because I used it for most of my life, but Schwab was interesting. And then SPY going lower, high ticker definitely picking up. MO is on the high. Actually, why is MO popping like that? 2 big candles on MO? Is there any news? Because I'm like, wait a minute. Has this thing hit 52? You're tanking? What do you mean? Get a long term and you'll never tank. Ethereum 2600. That's funny. Do you guys remember the NAR settlement? That's hilarious. Because I was looking for one of those headlines on there, but I forgot. Dude, Wall Street's so dumb. Remember, Wall Street sold this off in March on the first headlines of this ruling. Interesting. Because I'm looking for that. Again, even the CEO of Redfin said something, but literally, remember back in the day when that ruling would come out, Redfin and Zillow would get dumped off of it. But now people are saying they're benefiting. Netflix. Typical Wall Street effery. This is bad for first-time home buyers. I mean, it's been bad. I mean, it's just been difficult. But I don't think are you talking about the realtor thing or just the market? But I mean, in general, we need that's what people are talking about. It's just even weird, like the real estate market, even with how so many things have moved. Even the real estate market is not. It's not even responding to any data, rates, or anything as of lately. The NAR lawsuit, maybe. I mean, if anything, it just sucks. I think some first-time buyers, if they were more savvy, they could have taken advantage of the buyer commission, But I initially, I don't think it'll change too much. And then SPY still going down. Short Macy's for earnings. The MetaQuest block. They have earnings tomorrow. That could be big. China ADRs. There was bad data. Again, and people were, they had it was like one of those things. They're trying to like raise money, selling bonds to buy. The government wants to sell bonds to like buy and support real estate. And then there's more bad news of their real estate market kind of plummeting further. So again, it's been years or at least a couple of months since you've had any solid Chinese data hit the Chinese markets. So once again, not so good. Now the MetaQuest, they scammed us. They canceled all of our orders. Guild is going up. We don't know why there was a sell-off. There wasn't really any headlines. We started off a little red, and then we edged our way up throughout the morning, and then boom, 20 points down, and now this is the high of yesterday. Don't forget, there was that little push in the final 5, but this was the majority the highs of yesterday. Again, Medtronic, bro, them value plays. I missed that one. It's only 3%, but GG if you got that. Yeah, volume is super trash. Dollar still dipping. Estee Lauder still down. Baba's on the low now. Weren't they up? So China Play is starting to dump now. Oh? Yeah, Estee Lauder, they got a bunch of downgrades today. MDT premiums, yeah, that's what I was worried about. And I wanted it to, make a rocket. Oh shit! Their January calls you could go out to like 30. $140 now, bro. How much do we get? We get $700 now. That's kind of good. I'm kind of down with 700, bro. Yen is ripping. Punt. We'll just keep waiting. This is what I do every time, though. I keep punting and waiting, and then it goes up, and then eventually I never do it. Then it comes down. Starbucks pepper. I mean, SPY near the low. Bond still holding up. Starbucks is doing good. Do we do any technical analysis here? So listen, man, you've been here for 7 days. You've asked me to repeat the same play 6 times. And now the day that I don't answer you, you complain about technicals. So figure it out. You've been here long enough to learn. Otherwise, nobody cares. Good morning. Amen? Amen. Good. A lot of fundamentals, a lot of long-term. You know what I'm saying? Other than that, then you need to go find out where you fit in. And if it's not here, that's okay. I'm not going to try to make you climb a tree if you're a fish. You know, you just got to go get it where you fit in. Thank you for watching the Stock Market Live. We appreciate your feedback. Please review the description. We have merch and stream alerts available. Thank you. And now I need to go to the potty break so I don't get fined by OSHA. I got to take my mandatory 5-minute bathroom break. It won't even be that long. But follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity, and I'll be right back.
To be paramount, but we have seen in polling leading up to this convention that Harris is polling significantly better than Biden was in many of those states. That is true for certainly the blue wall, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. Our own polling at Bloomberg with Morning Consult has shown her performing basically in a statistical tie with Donald Trump in many of these states. And the New York Times Siena poll that came out this weekend leading up to the convention showed that Harris is actually leading Trump in some of the Sun Belt states, including North Carolina and Arizona. So it's going to be about mobilizing voters and turnout in those states. Of course, money helps with that. We do know the Harris campaign has a lot. They raised $310 million just in the month of July. The campaign said yesterday 60% of that was from women in particular. But the attention at this convention as well. Women's issues, including reproductive rights, were featured heavily on that stage last night and likely will be for the remaining days of this convention.
I just wonder quickly how women will react to Bill Clinton coming on the stage tomorrow. You know, he was in a significant position of power when he had sex with his intern. That's not the kind of thing that would fly these days. Had a relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. That's not very popular, you know, nationally. Is it something that Democrats are proud of?
Well, I've asked Democrat strategists about this, and they've suggested that he still remains a popular figure within the Democratic Party. That said, I don't think anyone's going to be saying the name Monica Lewinsky on that stage when he speaks later this week, Matt. But it is worth noting that his wife, former First Lady and former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, was on the stage last night. She was the first female nominee of a major Democratic Party. Obviously, she spoke to the historic nature of Harris, another woman rising to that same level now. And, of course, Harris, not just that, but a woman of color in addition. So certainly you're still seeing that put on display by the Clinton family tonight, and there's going to be many speeches throughout the convention that will likely focus on the historic nature of Harris's candidacy, Matt.
All right, Kaylee, thanks very much. Kaylee Lyons there covering the Democratic National Convention for us. Kaylee, Joe Matthew, Anne Marie Horder, and they'll all be at the DNC all week. Tune in Thursday night for our special coverage of Kamala Harris's acceptance speech as well. Now, the Democrats may feel like the only show in town this week, but Donald Trump still is in the headlines. The former president downplayed criticism that he's undercut the autonomy of the Federal Reserve in an interview with Bloomberg after a campaign event in Pennsylvania yesterday. The reporter he spoke with, Mark Niquette, joins us now. So, Mark, what did Trump say to defend his previous statements? I mean, he has implied that he would fire Powell right away and maybe take over the Federal Reserve himself.
Yeah, so we asked him if he would insist on appointing somebody as Fed chair who would follow his advice on monetary policy and interest rates. And Trump essentially said, you know, he would not. But he's free to speak his mind and say what he thinks should happen with interest rates, just like any other citizen. So he tried to have his cake and eat it too, that he was not going to threaten Fed independence, but he was certainly going to speak up and try to portray it as, well, I'm just expressing my opinion just like any other person, but obviously he's not any other person.
Right. I mean, it is a fair point that, he's entitled to his opinion and he's entitled to say it loudly in some cases, but you also make a good point that he's not just your average citizen here. And there's a long, painful history of why presidents don't really intervene in Fed policy, Fed politics. I mean, you think about Richard Nixon and Arthur Burns, for example, Mark.
Right, exactly. We've seen in other countries too, where political actors have influence and even control over monetary policy. You end up with hyperinflation. And there's even, been this precedence of presidents not commenting on economic policy to avoid looking like they're trying to influence the Fed. And it raises all kinds of issues for the Fed itself, trying to make decisions that are based on the data and the direction of the economy. If you introduce the element of, well, are they taking action because they want to seem independent from the president, or that they're somehow following the president's direction, it just introduces another element that's not supposed to be part of Fed decision making.
Mark, there's another element of this discussion with Trump that was this week with Bloomberg. A lot of Wall Street leaders I speak to are really concerned about the Democratic Party's approach to housing, but they do like some elements of the plan as well. This idea that Kamala Harris would offer down payments to certain first-time home buyers, the idea that she would increase supply. How is Trump countering that narrative?
Well, he essentially says that's a bad idea, that the $25,000 in assistance for first-time home buyers, down payment assistance, would essentially just exacerbate the housing shortage and also drive up prices on homes. But we asked him, well, would you offer anything to these folks who are struggling to come up with a down payment, struggling to afford an initial down payment? And he said, well, yeah, I might. But he didn't offer any specifics. It's not a fully formed policy for sure. But he indicated he was interested at least in providing some help to these folks who are struggling with the affordability of housing.
At least some specifics are slowly coming out. Our thank you to Bloomberg's Mark Niket in Washington for bringing us that conversation. Now, coming up, we're going to talk about the market-moving events that you need to be watching, including key payrolls revisions. That's next in our trading diary. Stick with us. This is Bloomberg.
App stores and smartphones have changed everything.
No, they didn't. My bad. I was trying to, you know what I was trying to do? I'm almost done. I thought I would have been able to do it. I went to the bathroom, and I was like, let me see if I could post an Instagram video and make one before I forget. Because, that's what will happen. I will forget. And then that's it. Bam. TLT. I mean, I'm still short on my bond play, but I don't know. I think the bond should still be clapped. At least the market calmed down a little bit, but I'm shocked we're still in a 3.8 environment of yields on the 10-year. The Clinton question. No, what did she say? I didn't hear it. I heard it in the background. I'm late, teacher. Tell me about your Whirlpool thesis. I mean, what were you late for today, or did you just not want to arrive at all tomorrow and then ignored the watch list and then just arrived here about 2 hours into the day and then said you're late? Is that just today? Okay. What happened yesterday? Or the watch list? Do you have the internet? Does that let you do it? Yeah, I checked the watch list. It'll have your answer. We could talk about Redfin. That's something. Yeah, there you go. So there you go. Yeah, good. We good, baby. We good. Yeah, bro. Redfin, I just posted a reel. It's what we were talking about all day today. That I think they're benefiting off of the realtor settlement. I wouldn't buy it at these high prices. I know that's going to be the next question. I mean, maybe if there's ever a dip on it, I would do that. Otherwise, we'll be able to. Otherwise, we're just going to be selling covered calls next. That'll be the next move. Over to Android. Oh, Android. That's not bad. Did all of the GME hype die, or is it blending? I mean, the GME hype died a while ago. It was just revived after Roaring Kitty's live stream. And then he moved it into Chewy, and then we have not heard shit. That's the part that was wild. Yeah, you guys talking. I mean, I don't think the Kamala real estate thing is bad. I've told you guys about how they're going to support real. I've told you guys this years ago on potential ways to do it, but unfortunately, it just, all of it is ass backwards. So again, even if Donald Trump tries to offer like a down payment thing or like you give money, it's all ass backwards. You guys got to realize it. What's the problem? The problem is that house prices are too high and there's not a lot of supply. So if you make it easier and help people to buy houses, that's not going to fix that problem. It's going to help a certain group of people who are on the fence of being able to afford it and not. But like all it does, this is what I was saying, the moment you go in with real estate and you start, this is something like rent controls and all of that, the moment you start to alter it by trying to like incentivize it, you run the risk of making temporary phenomena permanent. So that's kind of the thing. So again, I don't think it's the worst idea. I think Kamala has probably a lot worse ideas. I'm not really against giving people money for that, but the risk is that you can make it almost permanent that prices will not come down. We have rent control in cities. So like LA, and that's the thing. That's why when I say this, I'm not talking out of my ass. Go look anywhere in LA where they have instituted rent control. The rent never got cheaper. Ever. Let me say that again. In Southern California, any of the places they have ever implemented rent control, rents never got cheaper. It literally just placed the floor on that price. It doesn't make it worse. It slows things down. It could help slow it down, but then it makes it where it never comes back. And then all it turns into is an investment game. People, the people who have rent controlled stay there and forever until they leave. And then right when they leave, you're allowed to jack up the rent to the market price. But literally, it kind of just solidifies it. So again, you don't want to add too much government support to real estate at these highs, because then we just run the risk of making these crazy prices more permanent than not, whether it's Donald Trump or Kamala. So it doesn't matter who does it, but it is it's an interesting take that we're so worried about the price of real estate. So our solution is demand oriented. Fire NVIDIA Leap puts. Oh, I don't know how they'll pay. I'd have to look into it. Interesting. Bro, MO, I don't know why. MO, dude, 52, we haven't gone there. Starbucks is ramping up, even though their energy drinks taste awful. The Democratic Party is the king of unintended consequences. I do agree. I agree actually a lot, but the Republicans' problems is that they don't give a shit. So you got to realize, like, government, like Republican, and historically, and it kind of makes sense, in the pursuit of price stability, you're not going to give a shit about anybody's jobs or employment or like broader, like, leveling out in that nature. Does that make sense? So although, yeah, you have the Democrats are like, yo, let's institute all these things that'll fuck up the market in the long run and the mid run. But then the Republicans are like, we don't give a fuck if you ever buy a house. Republicans don't give a shit if you're unemployed for 4 years or not. They're not going to care. All they care about is price control. So that is kind of you got to find a weird, happy middle ground, which may be a little bit more difficult. You're so weird. I feel you, man. That's good, though. I hope, though, that you've gotten stuff. Anybody who says weird on the internet is probably weird, myself included. But I hope you learned. You were thanking me on Friday, the last Fridays, for the bill video, and you were saying thanks for all the info. So I hope you learned something. I'm sorry that your politics have made you sad towards me, but I'm glad I taught you something before you got mad at me, So my mission has been accomplished. Amen. Shout out the weirdos. Shout out the long term. LVMH, I like it a lot. It's a good company. But I don't think it's cheap. Oh, it sucks. I don't even like the word anymore. Remember, I used to call people weird for the longest time. Now Kamala and the Democrats have stolen it. Now I'm like, fuck. I don't want to sound like you guys. You guys are batshit. So I guess we're not using that one anymore. All right. Am I able to answer your question? Didn't see one. All you said was TA, more like LT. Yeah, I didn't see your other question. I could see that one, open face. We had one headline on Mpox today about vaccinations starting in the Congo, but that was about it. Is there something you like about Kamala? I'll make a lot of. She's gonna make me rich. She'll help my real estate out a lot. I mean, shout out your $25,000 per person. You know what I'm saying? But other than that, not really, not too much I'm into. But I'm just more bothered. It's just hard to like something when you're bothered by the whole lack of democracy in instituting somebody. Did I see your email? That sounds familiar, but I don't know. I'd have to check I don't know what your email is. I swear you asked me that the other day. I don't know if we had to talk on it. Don't let them get you down. No, I'm good. I've honestly been able to express myself. I've had to face a couple of consequences. But I don't know. I feel every day, man, God is good. I feel happier every single day. And I've been coming to terms with I don't give a shit about certain people anymore, and I've been freed. I don't think the Lord is holding it against me. I don't feel the burden by it. So I don't know. I'm happy. I'm gonna do my thing. I'm gonna do my work, and and like I said, bro, I love my hungry people. You know what I'm saying? I'm a chef, my friend. I'm here to cook up every single day, and I love to cook, and I love to see people's face when they eat what I cook, when they enjoy it, when they nourish themselves with it. You know what I'm saying? I love it, and I love people who respect a good meal and want a good meal. I like it, but you come to my restaurant and you don't like it, like, I don't give a shit. Like, you know, like, you ain't hungry, bro. Like, I get it. I could cook the best meal in the world, but if you're not hungry, you're gonna reject even the best meal if you're not hungry. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm saying, homeboy wants to get mad at me after asking me questions and thanking me. Maybe he was hungry a little bit ago, but if you ain't hungry, I don't give a shit. I can't let that get in my way. But yeah, so amen, bro. Amen. But you know, it's not your responsibility. You know, warn them once, warn them twice. After that, have nothing to do with them. Yeah, man. I like the hunger. I like the hunger, bro. That's all it is. No, it's just hunger, because then you see it, and I hope all of y'all realize that, because y'all should look around. Like, that's what I'm saying. You're arguing with people about a meal, and one person made the meal, one person's not hungry. So that's what you got to think about. I think you could apply it to your life in many, many ways. But do you serve steak at the restaurant? Man, I got steak, I got beef, I got veggies, I got greens, everything. Mr. Steak Farm. Hey, man. Steak is the best. Oh, did I tell you? Did I tell you guys? Oh, it's crazy. I started my prison meals. Oh, we have Euro clothes coming in soon. No way. Oh, wow. Yeah, about to be 8:30. So yesterday, I only had 1,000 calories. And, dude, I'm starving. I'm not going to lie to you. Actually, no, I had 1,300 calories. I had the breakfast one, too. I had a teriyaki steak. And then, like, a lemon chicken. And then rice. And then broccoli. And then, boom, there you go. I know. It feels good, though. Feels good. Why bulking? No, it's time. I was bulking. Not on purpose. I just kept getting injured. And then I was like, all right, let me get some stretches in. But then I was like, you know what? It's time. I remember I gave you guys the Felo. I gave you the Felo like 2 weeks ago. Remember, what was the Felo 2 weeks ago? No mojeya, habibi. Come on, you don't remember the Felo 2 weeks ago? MDT running, baby. Yum is on the high, too. Not keep your hands up. That was TLT. This guy confused Felo with TLT. I know where your heart is at. He said, buy the dip was the Felo. Wait for the long-term maturities in the yield curve to uninvert. That was the Felo, right, Josh? That was not the Felo. That was not the Felo. The Felo was food, but Vita just pulled up, watched my Instagram reel, and said my thoughts on Redfin and Zillow. So I'm glad you watched the reel and actually came in here to talk to me about it. So I got you, Vita. But we were talking all day how literally it seems like, because it's funny, ironically enough, a couple months ago when they were talking about the NAR settlement, the Zillow and Redfin stocks got killed, but now everybody's kind of looking at it in a weird way, and they're like, wait a minute, Redfin and Zillow are online brokerages, as these agents are going to have to, scramble to get everybody to, sign these contracts, and representation. These online brokerages are just going to be able to show everybody these houses without getting them to sign anything, and then eventually when it's time to act, they could offer these clients, brokerage services without having to, be in their grill all the time and offering them this and that. And then they could even do it at a flat fee, or even an app. So that's the discussion that we had, but it's like out of nowhere, even after they both had earnings, Zillow and Redfin, all of a sudden these guys are starting to run up now. So it's just highlighting that there was an unexpected winner in this NAR settlement, and it looks to be Redfin and Zillow for now. So we'll see. But I wouldn't buy the shares. I bought my shares at $3, so you got to make sure you don't go too crazy. Thank you. Good question. How's our Amazon Kindle news? But yeah, man, I was telling you guys, the PHILO was food. Watch out for food, man. I mean, it's easy if you don't have control over food. That could spread into a lot of other things. EXP shares. I don't know how EXP is going to do. I think for now, EXPI is great, but we're going to find out because they still are online brokerage. The only difference is that EXP does not offer listings. The only people who are going to benefit are the ones that have listings. So if you could have a database to show people like Realtor.com, Homes.com, Redfin, Zillow, even Compass, those are going to be the ones that could benefit off of it. No, you didn't miss the PHILO. We were just taught. Someone was asking me why I'm doing my meal prep again, and I was just telling you guys how food, you gotta control it. Only 10 million on spot. Yeah, very low volume. Even in the first hour is really, really light. I know we got Euro close in 19 minutes. A lot of Homes.com. They've spent a lot of money. Homes.com since the Super Bowl, they've been trying to get that market share. U.S. SEC votes 3-2, approving public company accounting oversight rule, holding associated person liable for negligence rather than recklessness in audit firm violations. Euro close matters because then the movement of money changes up. It's not spread out amongst the world, and then America will be the final company or country open. I have a video on it. I think it's called Why Euro Close is Important on the trading fraternity. Yeah, the relay race. Count your carbs. Well, my thing has a lot of carbs. It's just limited calories and then a lot of protein. I didn't realize how much protein I had yesterday. So each of my little meals have like 50 to 70 grams of protein. And I was like, damn, son. The ranges on the SPY, 5,600 flat to like, I think 5607.03. And then 5620. And then on the way down, you got like 5587. And then like 5580. Honestly, you have a lot of range. I don't know why gold is dumping, but I'm sure it's still high. Lunar, you guys kept calling that one out. That one keeps running. The show called Industry on HBO? No, I have not. Keeping carbs down. You dropped 75 pounds? No way. That's crazy. Should I cut out the carbs then? But this meal prep has carbs. I think next week I could order one with less carbs. Interesting. But I need that energy, man. Tesla popping. Not really. It's off of the low. Again, market's still at the low. Ever since we had that dump, bonds went up, market went down. I caught up on industry. I could tell you it's not realistic. How come I never heard of this show? I know all the shows, but I don't know. That's crazy. Just dial back carbs. Interesting. I think what it is, I need to check. I think I have. Let me go check real quick. Just a meal prep service. You could I found one local that I never tried. There was one that a kid from my high school made. I used to use them, but then they gave me food poisoning, so I stopped. But yeah, just go Google meal prep. Hold on, now I want to go see. I'll be right back. Oh, they're talking.
This back, and we're talking about a former president who's running for president and is an insider who can sell shares. It's just a wonderful story. Just give me basics and more detail, please.
Yeah, basically, this company went public back in March. In the terms of that lockup, essentially 6 months from that debut, on March 26th, he would be able to sell shares alongside those co-founders, former The Apprentice participants that kind of helped come up with the idea, as well as Patrick Orlando, who was the financier behind the SPAC that took it public. So the terms and conditions related to that, you essentially have to wait just about 6 months to be able to start selling that down. Obviously, the big question is, will he start selling? How quickly would that look like? How would that pressure shares? When I talk to investors and people who pay attention to these so-called de-SPACs companies that went public via blank check, the expectation is that the co-founders and the SPAC founders likely would have every incentive to sell shares as quickly as possible, just given the fact that the company has only generated $1.6 million in revenue for the last 6 months, despite a more than $4 billion valuation. But it's going to be a tougher needle to thread for Donald Trump, again, given the fact that it is potentially his crown jewel. The stock does trade under his initials, DJT, and trying to not feel like he left some of those followers hanging were he to quickly exit shares, and that would obviously pressure shares tremendously from the greater than $22 level they're trading at right now.
I mean, they've been pressured because he's returned to another social media site as well.
Yeah, the stock is down about 20% in the last 8 days. He has returned to X. He did that question in kind of conversation, I guess he called it a chat, with Elon Musk on X last week. So kind of the staying power of Truth Social being his megaphone of choice, that whole idea is kind of being thrown. That some investors maybe were leaning on, but the broader question of what can this company turn into obviously has been kind of in doubt, at least if you talk to traditional institutional investors, since it really announced this deal back in October 2021.
Bailey Lipschultz all over the meme stocks this time. TJT, we appreciate it. Now, we turn our attention to another news story that we want to keep you up to speed with. British tech entrepreneur Mike Lynch and Morgan Stanley International Chairman Jonathan Bloomer are among those feared dead aboard the sunken wreckage of a luxury yacht off the coast of Sicily, following a statement from the Italian Coast Guard. One person is already confirmed dead. 6 others are missing. That's after the boat sank following a violent storm early Monday. Lynch and his family were celebrating his recent acquittal from fraud charges with a small group of advisors. We're going to continue to bring you up.
Wait, they said a reporter was there? No, because I heard something in the morning, because some people think it's like fake. I know that sounds very insensitive to say, but there was like somebody, it wasn't just the boat. Who was it? Let me see if I can find it. Because there was something else happened. TXN Pop conference call. Oh, yeah, big pop, 198 to 200. Great call out, yeah. That's going up there. TXN. I'm going to try to find you that other headline there. What is that? No, because it was like one of the co-defendants. He disappeared too randomly. So like pretty much 2 people on this fraud case. One of them is on the yacht, and then they went missing. But yeah, then another rich billionaire guy. Yeah, I saw it something in the morning, but that's why I was like, oh no shit. Oh, yeah, here it is. The co-defendant was killed in a car crash. Excuse me. And then the yacht got hit by a tornado? So, yeah, the other guy, Mike Lynch, is missing since Monday in Italy. And the other guy died on the weekend in a car crash. Bro, TXN was nuts. That was a pop and lock. It still might move up. They're saying expects transition away from 150 mm to be completed by 2025, 2026. Which one gave you food poisoning? What's it? It's called like SD meal prep or something. It was good. It was good up until then, but then I don't know if it was their fault or mine, but after that I just couldn't eat their shit. Yeah, TXN's popping. Oh ho. I don't know who this is. Just blank. What's up, man? What's up, man? Thank you for your first Mr. Blank. I can't even you retracted the message? So now I don't even know what to say? I don't even know how to say your name, and you didn't. Okay, I'll take it. I like it. I like it, man. And then TXN still popping off of that. Again, they're giving updates on transition, but that is a very, very big pop. Bro, that's crazy. TXN does not move like that. So I think if you got in early, those contracts will be hitting, but be careful on any late stage ones. Yeah, that one's just weird. Euro close in 9 minutes. What are your thoughts on buying leaps for the long term to save to buy shares in the future? It's a scam. Unless you're buying like real big names that you know for a fact are going to move a lot. So that's it. The leaps work if you buy a name that ends up moving quickly and largely. Right? Because like just like Meta, you bought Meta and then the stock goes up 500% in a year and actually goes up quick and stays up, you're going to make a lot of money. Again, NVIDIA, the leaps killed it. But go look, there's a lot of names out there where even if the stock went up, but then it went up slow and then it shot up and then came back down, the leaps, you could end up losing money. So it really depends on the type of company that you're going for. If you gave me a couple of companies, I could tell you which ones I think would be better or worse for leaps. So there's no way I can't say like, oh, this is it, this isn't it. But like I'm telling you, certain names are more likely to be better leap movers than not. Truthfully, you never know. But again, if it is a big mover, then you'll have a better shot. CHCT? I have no idea what that is. Community healthcare? Yeah, I have no idea what it is. I mean, it sucks, though, because some of the growth names you guys are saying, I'm like, yeah, they could be good, but remember, Airbnb was a leap, and that was a growth name, and it did go up for a little bit, but then it slowed down. It's like you need to really know that there is going to be a big move to, like, actually justify the leap. Because if it doesn't, then it's just going to stay there, and then you end up owning nothing. That's what I was saying the other day. Like, you guys just got to realize it. Go look at your long term, and you could even you could look at everything else. But, like, because you have your long term, you have your trading and all of that. But, like, just, like, look around. Like, yeah, options allow more leverage, less money. But it's just, like, even if you bought a little amount of shares, that will stay there forever. And it won't get wasted. The big thing about the long term, it just shows how little by little compounds. Even a damn deposit, it all just starts to add up because the money's not getting lost or you're not losing it as fast as you would an option. That's kind of the beauty. Time can decay. You wind up owning nothing. But the shares, I mean, you'll at least, get something good. Shares are forever, yeah. So it just depends on what you value. If you're not going to care about money going out the window at any other point, then I mean, shit, speculate all day. But, if you're trying to build something and this is your money and you're going to, you really care about, stacking it up and growing, I mean, shares are forever. And that is something I'm glad that I've learned to love it. Because, again, it doesn't go in. I've been down 60, 80% on some names, and some of those names are green. So, again, like DraftKings, we were down a lot. Coinbase, we were down a ton. Again, the part of the long term, I was showing you guys where we remember that big long term I show you. Where is it? It's sitting at 195,000. In the doldrums of some of the lows about a year or two ago, that thing was sitting at like 60 to 90K. But where did money come back from? It was money coming back. It was shares coming back to value. If you lost value on an option and then the stock comes back up, you don't get that money back. Like I'm saying, the shares, it's just forever. So it is your money. But you got to kind of juggle that balance. Yeah, long term is just, it's going to be there. That's all. Your money will be there. Options it's going to be a toss up, and then options could offer big gains. Options, there's a reason why people do it, because it offers stuff. You know what I'm saying? It offers big money, big leverage, but like we're saying, you see how, just like this last week, you could be down, you could be up, it could go crazy, but options, you're more liable to walk away with nothing, whereas if it's shares, I mean, you own the equity, that's it. And then it just sits there. Yes, you got to pick the right tool for the job. That's why I think a balance, a little bit of options, a little bit of long term. But that being said, I don't put them in the same account. I've been Berman, Preem. I mean, TXN's still going up. Is Stash garbage? Is that a stock, or is that like the app where you like save up money? Yeah, is that the app where like they like kind of like Acorns? Nothing wrong with that. I mean, dude, I'm telling you, saving. We had this talk the other day, and I just think a lot of people don't realize, like, you are not fucking saving. Like, it's so, I don't know how to describe it. Like, a lot of people don't realize, like, yo, if you get money and don't spend it over and over again and put it into a separate account, it is going to grow. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think a lot of people, like, they have not built a daily habit around it or, like, realize it. I don't know if y'all feel me. Because this is, I think, what a lot of y'all need to get on and just start realizing any way you could save your money, I would do it. And if you do it long enough and over enough time, I mean, it's going to profit you. Russell is down 1-2, but everything's flushing into the lows right now. I thought there was like a special candle. But yeah, everything's going into the lows. Russell's leading the way. Do I buy options on the long term to hedge? No. I don't need to hedge the long term. You don't either. Unless you're old. If you're 70 years old and about to retire, maybe. But at the end of the day, if you're telling me you have a 10-year plan and you're a couple years into it and you're worried about the market decline, like, again, here's a good example. If you hedged last week, you would have lost all your money. In the sense of you're better off buying. The hedge on the long term is time. So if my plan has a 10-year minimum and I'm not always trying to rebalance, if we go through a correction or a drawdown, I'm more likely going to be a buyer and riding it out rather than trying to spend money to make money and protect it. Whereas if I'm not even going to monetize it and sell it if it went up, I'm not going to sell if it goes down. I'm probably going to be a buyer. I do have separate brokers. I mean, again, I have at least 3 separate brokers just for YouTube. I have 2 long terms, and then my sister has her own. I have a trading account, and then I have my other stuff I don't even put on YouTube. So yeah, I have multiple brokerages. The missing dude on, I don't know much about it. You got to look into it. I gave you enough of what I know. Just like I said, Homeboy's co-defendant also died, but that's all I heard about. But Arquite is that it's real estate, rate cuts, real estate activity, and then the fact that the real estate market hasn't cratered. That's what's been getting Arquite and UWMC going up. But yeah, I mean, the selling, you guys got to decide on some names. If I'm really like I said it with MPW, that play went down 60% and then popped up. You were only down like 17% at one point this year. And I said it, I think even less. I said sell out of it if you're going to cry. But again, Arquite on all of them. But I don't know, man. I think, to be honest, like, just do whatever the fuck you want to do. I'm not going to answer your guys' questions about selling because, like, you got to just do whatever the fuck you want to do. That's it. I've shared my thoughts and opinions for half a decade on YouTube with you guys live. You know, you see following the rules or not. Either, you know, the account goes up or not. It's up to you, but the only time I concede is for you guys when you are crybabies and you harden your heart. You know that? The Lord only allows divorce as a concession to your hard hearts. Do you get it? So you know my answer. That's why it's like, y'all give me enough situations. It's like, and you're like, oh, I was down on it a lot. And then it goes green. Should I sell? Like, I don't, like, you know where I stand. You guys have seen me washed on things, and you've seen me hold it. And you've seen me come back. You've also seen none of them ever come back. So you got to make up your mind, though. But this is part of having your big boy pants. But you know the vibes, man. You know the vibes. But I'm sure I could find a situation, like I'm saying with like MPW, or it's like, oh, you were down 99%, and then it comes back to green. Like, maybe you should sell out and get out if you want to, but it's up to you. And you got to decide that. But generally, I am not putting things in my long term to sell out of them, especially when I'm this young, and I have a lot of time ahead of me, God willing. So, like I said, if you want me to start answering yes to you guys, I can. But like I'm telling you, it's all just it's just a concession because you guys do not want to accept the literal answer. Don't add it for 10 years if you're not going to hold it, even if it went against you. The hardest thing to do in the markets is do nothing. I agree. How old am I? I'm old now, man. I'm old. What I'm saying is sell, haha, JK, ha ha ha. I don't want to talk to you the rest of the day. Thanks. Those never go well. Just making sure you guys know that. You've been here way too long. I should ban you, but I only did 24 hours. Because now when I say it out loud, I'm like, I don't know. How many times have y'all witnessed this? I don't think I've ever been like, oh, ha, ha, ha. Yeah, I don't think one time have I ever like gave you guys a serious conversation and then somebody comes in with the dumb, oh, I should just do this. I don't think I've ever been like, ha, 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 ha. I don't think I've ever laughed at it genuinely. So, yeah, sorry, guys. Oh, wow. That's crazy. The fuck? Yeah, OpenFace just sent me this. Yeah, this is nuts. Bro, $10,000 in an Acorns account? So he said this is just off of his daily purchases over the last couple of years here. Yeah, it just stacks up. So yeah, bro, that's what I'm saying. Saving anything, bro. It's money. You get stricter with the chat every month? I do. Good. I hope so. That's it. I've had a change of heart. I don't want to be around certain people. And I don't think this is going to be for everybody. I mean, you're always welcome to listen to me. But it's a privilege to interact with me. And I think it's a privilege to interact with you too. So I'm not going to waste my opportunity. Neither should you. But that's it. I have to. It's real chattitative tightening. It's time I break up with a lot of people. Especially as the yield curve uninverts, it's time we break up. You know what I'm saying? We got to move, baby. We got to move. 80s music? No, I don't really. I mean, you could argue it is part of the yield curve inverting, I feel. I've been listening since 2018, 2019. You seem like the Josh I've always perceived you as. Amen, bro. For real. I think the real ones know what's up because I used to be even worse. But then again, like I said, I used to have a little bit more love to the people who were kind of like trolly, but I've just given up on them all now. And like I said, I've seen a lot over the last couple of years, and I'm very grateful for the people who always hungry and cooking up with me, you know. And that's what I'm saying. We need to focus on that above all else. Clap them and move on. Amen. Amen. Even Schwab does the random thing. That's crazy. How much? You must spend a lot, though, that's what someone said, for an Acorns account to get up to 10K. That's a lot, bro. I don't think the minutes will be that crazy. They shouldn't be. And then same thing even with Friday. We'll find out. Job or unemployment. I mean, revisions have been big lately, but again, the data, I'm not really worried about any data this week, but if I was going to get worried about it, it would be if it caused, again, change in rate cut odds, or it had to have gone like really, really wild. But other than that, I think this week is going to be nothing. Again, even down to Powell. Maybe 5-6 years. Oh, that makes sense then. That's great, though. That's a great little baby long term just off your spending. You work downtown in Indianapolis, and apparently Bill Gates is in one of my buildings I service. They told everyone to keep it on the low key. So you thought you'd tell the chat room with thousands of people? I got you, bro. Sorry for snitching. You should give him a Soylent. He'll be happy. He'll be like, how did you know? I'll be like, I knew, Billy boy. I knew. TXN had a conference call, and they made an update on like some of their cost-cutting stuff, I think. I did get the corporate codes. Yeah. I need to try them out. I need to see. Someone said this morning that Hilton got rid of the points thing. But you guys said that yesterday, and it wasn't the case. So let's see. Where's points? Gift points? Buy points. Please hold while we connect your call. No, it still works. So you could buy up to 160,000 calendar points this year. So yeah, it still works, and they give you up to 80% by September 2024. What we love about you, Josh, no matter what, you're real and honest. You really just want to help people, and it shows, baby. Well, thank you, Dallas. My man, bro. I appreciate that. And amen, bro. Amen. Just save money on good deals. Keep your armor on. And more Fati. Tell him, Oscar. I didn't even see that one until the other one came in. That's crazy. Horn. Amen. Amen. It said Tiger September 20th $4 calls only 15. Includes earnings. No, that's expensive. Because you're telling me a $4 call, but it costs $15. You know what I'm saying? That's you could just buy shares. So anytime the option costs more than the share, I usually think that's expensive to a degree. 15 cents? There's no such thing as a 15-cent option. Like, it may be 15 cents, but that's $15. Like, you see what I'm saying? So, like, even if you wanted any of these, like, you're buying it for $15. You could go buy 3 or 4 shares. So that's why I'm like, that's kind of expensive. If you even go look at it, 15%, 30 cents is 10. That's still like 5%. It's not too bad, honestly, for a small cap, but I don't know. Maybe just don't buy puts, and then there will be better upside than downside, but it's still, I don't see that as like the best deal out there. For being here. Well, thank you for being here, my friend. Because if you weren't here and I was here, you wouldn't know I was here. You know what I'm saying? So thank you. HOV on the high. The revision, I want to say it's pre-market. Anytime there's like big government revisions or they have that there where they say they're going to institute a new formula, it's usually an hour before the bell. Crazy what you get learned on YouTube about watching Monday through Friday for 4 years. Isn't that crazy? Bro, we almost at 5, man. Getting old, man. We getting old. Do I go to Blue Bottle Coffee? No, I've heard of it, but I've never really been. Yeah, bro, I'm mad. We should have. I said the Palo Alto in the morning. It didn't move. It went from, they just clapped everybody. You realize that? They clapped all of the options, so you woke up, didn't make as much, let it make its move, and then that's it. They ran up those options afterwards. Oh, what up, Sneaky? God, it was terrible Tuesday. I mean, it worked. I called it terrible Tuesday while futures were up, but it's starting to look kind of terrible. I thought it would move, but I didn't think it would just do that fast and then game over. That was a little subversion. Oh, the yen is still up too. And then bonds are in the green, SPY near the low. Oh, Chad. How come we didn't do push-ups? Y'all got hella quiet, bro. We are in the weird 15 minutes now. Damn it, we might have to wait. But I kind of want to move around. Can y'all do push-ups with me? I'm sore, actually. The stuff I was doing yesterday kind of caught up. Again, my legs are slowly starting to get sore. I don't like it. I did a lot of what's it called yesterday. I did a lot of those kettlebell swings. Yeah, man, chest to the sun. Flex the core, tuck the hips in, legs in front of you. Move around, baby. All you got to do is move. That's all. That's all I'm asking. Just move around. And it's not even for me. It's for you. You know, unless you want to be like old and miserable. I can't stop you from that. But, you know, moving your body around, usually good for the whole family. Oh, man. This stream converted me into full boomerism. I was never into talk radio, but now I am listening to a stream while driving. I know, isn't that sad? I never really thought I was a boomer, but, like, I am a boomer. That's it. And now, yeah, I guess I host talk show radio. But, hey, you know, we're moving around, even if you're driving. You know, you could do workouts when you drive. You know that? Make sure your heels are planted in the floor. You know, you could flex the glutes. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot you could do. There's a lot you could do while driving. So, but don't get in an accident, okay? All right, but we got to move around. Let's go. I need to do triceps today. I would listen to music, bro. I used to listen when I would trade. It would just be music. I love listening to music while trading. It's weird. It's like, it's the energy. I don't know. Like, I just get locked in. Like, because I listen to music when I work, too. Like, if I don't need to, like, pay attention, all I do is, I just, like, oh, yeah, I don't think you learn anything. No, yeah. I mean, it's just like, I don't know, the vibe. It's like, you ever, like, put on music and then, like, start cleaning something? That's what it reminds me of. Did you trade better? I traded pretty good, yeah. I think so. Just because I wasn't really thinking. I was just, you know, you just vibe, bro. And then you get into it. And the energy is great. All right, let me get some curls. Tricep curls. Oh, what is that? Is that 15? I quite literally love how you just separated work from trading. That's how I know you love being here. Well, yeah, I mean, I do separate it a lot. That's what's sad, because I really wish I could give that to everybody. You know that? Because I think there's some people out there, the moment you stopped treating this as like, and I get it, because you want this to be your ticket out. And you want this to be your, you want this to be your thing. But I'm telling you, the moment you start getting involved in the markets because you want to, not because you think it's going to make you Bill Gates, or like, you know what I'm saying? Or if you have that pressure where it feels like that I think could help a lot of people or hurt a lot of people, depending on how it's used. Play Money by ABBA. I'm not going to play it. Go do a push-up, okay? So this whole time I'm doing this, like, you just keep spamming it. Just send me a video of you doing 20 push-ups and I'll play the song. Otherwise, I'm not going to play that song. So if I don't have a video of you doing push-ups and you spam me to play this song during push-ups, then that's it. Okay, send me the video and we'll play your song. Otherwise, I'm going to finish these tricep extensions. How do you show me? You videotape it. I don't know. Videotape it and email me. You could tag me on Instagram. You don't have to email me. Just post it on Instagram and tag me. You know what I'm saying? I'm doing tricep extensions. I got to get these tries back up, bro. You guys gotta leave me. I'm fine. I'm okay. You know that? I hope you guys realize that's it. Because, like, some of you, I'm responding like this. You're like, whoa, calm. But I'm like, hey, man, I'm chill as long as, like, y'all just, don't be so sensitive with the response. Like I'm saying, I'm not going to, it's push-up time, baby. It's push-up time. So let's go. You want a song? We need push-ups. I just don't want to see you not doing push-ups. Nutrinix. You bought NVIDIA. I'm not sure if I want to keep it long term. Well, okay. That's cool. Well, good luck. Push. Still got one more set. One more set. High ticker's gassing. My goodness. Oh, man. All right, we good. Emails tradingfraternity@gmail.com. So now we got to stay hydrated. Why'd I buy? Why'd I buy what? You're stealing this for your gaming stream? Push up every time I lose? Why don't you just do it in between games? That's what I do. I'm telling you, bro. Exercise between games, you'll get jacked. It's the same thing even with the market, bro. It's actually crazy. Would it be good to sell NVIDIA now? Oh, I have no idea, man. That's why I said good luck. You got 100 shares of UMC from the drip. Do you sell covered calls? As long as it follows the rules, just make sure it's not too high or not too low, and make sure you're actually getting a good premium. The thing that sucks is any of the plays that pay a high dividend, they're usually not good for covered calls. So like high dividend payers are usually shitty covered call plays. So literally like, what was it? MO. MO pays a very, very good dividend, but the covered calls on that are nonsense. Usually you're going to get paid like $10. Usually the risk isn't worth it. Or it's just like you're going to cap yourself at like a 10% upside for a small gain. And then again, back to it's not really there. No, you got to sign on your covered calls at 8. Oh, well, yeah, it's in the money. That's why. But yeah, the covered calls on that thing are fucking, it's just nonsense. Any of the dividends, just run the numbers and you'll see it. But it's just usually dividend payers. Those aren't the ones that are good for covered calls. Because it just makes sense. It's a dividend stock. The ones with growth, the stocks that can really go anywhere, those are the names that people get like really excited about. Those are the names that people are willing to pay for a lot of uncertainty and what's going to happen, but not a dividend name, not those high cash flow, years of stability. That's not so much. And then SPY kind of curling up here. I'm sorry. I thought I'd do one more set. Here, let me play you some news, man. What time is it, actually? 9 o'clock? 8:53. The day is flying. Oh, man. I would touch Ford. Not like in a Drake type of way, but I like Ford. I just would like it a little cheaper. But I think it's a decent company. I don't own a Ford. I have a F-150. I own a 2010 F-150, I think. It's a 2010 or a 2013. So I do technically own a Ford. But I don't know if I'd buy the stock unless it got like a lot cheaper there. But it's kind of tempting. I'm not going to lie to you.
But also a loss in terms of the innovation that could be applied against the sports bundle in general.
Paul, regular viewers of this programme know that I'm a passionate, long-standing Chelsea season ticket holder. So for football, I've got Peacock. I've got CBS if we were ever to get back into Europe. I've got Sling so I can get Fox Sports. Why do I need Venue?
You and I are alike. I also am a huge fan of the Tennis Channel, and I have to buy through a cable package in order to get to my Tennis Channel. Listen, I agree. I think actually one of the hardest value propositions here is to communicate to a consumer that this bundle and Venue actually doesn't deliver all the sports that they're looking for. It's only an efficient way to consume the things that are in those channels. Now, this was a very strong value proposition when we did this with Hulu, with ABC, Fox, and NBCU at the time. So there is value that can be created. There is an ability to speak to the broader offering and how it competes, but most certainly it doesn't solve all the problems of how you actually manage your sports rights.
Yeah, add in their NBA rights moving to Amazon. Paul, paint a picture of what then the next spring season, what ultimately sports looks like, how we're going to best interact with it, do you think, via streaming?
Sure. So listen, I think that right now what we saw, right, the NBA just came to market. And what we saw clearly was that Amazon came in and understood that there was a place for them to play in this, and ultimately streaming rights will now go to Amazon in addition to being shared across a number of other services. Right. What this ultimately means is there's strong value in sports. It's a live event. It delivers huge impact to both advertising and to potentially ancillary businesses that are being managed. The challenge is that for consumers, it's still going to remain a very difficult landscape to navigate. And while the Venue package certainly looked to bring together some of those rights and offer at least a more efficient way to be able to consume a certain amount of those sports rights, it doesn't solve the ultimate problem of having to navigate across multiple services, seek out where they might be.
The struggle's real for sports lovers. Paul Pastor, we thank you so much, co-founder and chief business officer at Quick Play. Some great expertise there. Meanwhile, that does it for this edition of Bloomberg Technology, Ed.
Fantastic show. Don't forget to check out the podcast for the recap. You know where to find it. Bloomberg and online and Apple, Spotify and iHeart. From the team over in New York City and here in San Francisco on the West Coast.
Why are you talking like me, Ed Lolo? Fuck you. You ain't never do that. Why all of a sudden?
Keeping clients focused on their long-term goals can be challenging. Adding market volatility.
That's why we scam them for 1%. What? No. Is having two retirements, one 401k and one Roth, bad? No, they both have different benefits, so I'm not too opposed to it. The only downside is that those retirement accounts have liquidity. You know, like you're kind of limited in terms of liquidity. That's the only thing. So is that like if you ever needed money for like an emergency, unless it's like house or medical approved where like 401k or Roth would let you take it, then you're kind of clapped. I am hyped today, bro. I don't know what it is. I had a very good sleep, but like I'm not gonna lie to you. I think it's the food, because again I ate so little yesterday, but it was like a balanced meal. And it was just like, I don't know, I feel a lot. I feel cleaner today. I feel light. I feel mobile. I don't know how to describe it. I'm doing push-ups. I'm making moves. And then the long term, I'm very excited for that too. I'm not back on the Lions, man. No, just like good food, bro. That's it, man. I don't know how to describe it. It's just that, except for being hungry, because I do feel a little bit more hungrier. But that helped. HD on the high. Remember, we had lows this morning. SPY just kind of rocketed up. Literally, you just got back up here to opening candle and VWAP. Snap under 10. I mean, it's not bad under 10. It just sucks because right now I think you could get better names, right? It's like snap under 10 isn't the worst, but there's names now that are at 5, 10-year lows offering 5, 10% dividend yields. So that's just the only thing is that I think Snapchat, I buy it if it ever goes crazy. Or if everything else goes crazy, then I'd buy it if it was still cheap. We're saying there's a form of 401k S Corp that raising your yearly maximum you could contribute. Yeah. If you do like IRAs and self-directed and like certain stuff, you could write it off, but you can't touch it. So if you wanted to make a certain contribution and investment to your 401k or IRA, and again, don't take my word for it. Talk to your tax professional. This was something my tax professional shared with me. But essentially, you can go and buy stock and you could write it off, assuming you put it in the right retirement account, but then you can't touch it for like 40 years until you retire. That's the only caveat. So you can make investments towards your 401k and IRA, and then you could write it off. So if you made $100,000 and put $50,000 away, you could only get taxed on the $50K, but you can't sell that stock until you retire, because then the moment you do, then you get taxed again, and then you have a tax liability. So that's the only thing. But yeah, there is something along those lines that works with taxes. I think you could borrow against it, yeah. But not like borrow against it like a normal 401k, or not like one where you could like pull out and then they give you like an IOU and then you pay yourself the interest. I don't think it's like that. I got the recording, man. I did get it. All right, I'll play the song, but here's the problem. Are you ready? Based on the timestamp of your video, you did it 3 minutes ago. We finished push-ups like 5 to 7 minutes ago, if not longer. So do you get the point? Instead of spamming me during push-up time, if you just did the push-ups, then we would be good. Amen? Amen. Amen. So I'll see you next push-up session. I expect you to be right there with me. YouTube Shopify expanding partnership blog. Is that YouTube or Shopify blog that's posting it? So see, Shopify kind of moving, not anything too crazy yet. Shopify has a couple of cheap options, but you need follow through. Is it YouTube blog? Okay. So YouTube is the one posting it. Oh, excuse me. My goodness. I just sounded like a pig. Sometimes my hiccups sound like a farm animal. RFK's VP Shanahan says they're deciding whether to stay or drop out and join forces with Trump. Gold negative. It's done this the last 2 days. That's what I said on Monday, bro. Gold came in soft for after hitting record highs, and doing all that. Homeboy just like you would have thought it would have came out with some ego. But nah, gold just, I'm good. Uber hires ex-Tesla Charger executive to oversee shifts to EVs. So Uber hired a Tesla guy for something about EV shift. How can they shift? I don't know. I think if Uber got into self-driving EV, it's just what you guys kept saying back in the day when everyone was like, Tesla is going to eliminate Uber. It's if it became something real, I think Uber would also develop it and get into it. I keep seeing it, actually. I don't know, is it Waymo? Is it Waymo the Jaguars? I've been seeing a lot of those lately. I've been seeing videos, and I think I saw one was it in LA? I saw one the other day in person. I was tripping out. But yeah, but then I've been seeing them a little bit more, bro. You've been getting some more of these, what's it called? These, like, self-driving cars. There's, like, self-driving taxi things. It's real. Like, you know that? Like, you work at Waymo? No way. What do you do there? Tell me about it. That seems like a wicked-ass job. I've never really thought about who would work there. Yeah, it's kind of cool. But no, it's real. Like, it's actually, like, a real, like, this concept that there is an industry of vehicles that are autonomous transporting people. It's happening right now. It's literally like right now in this world, there is people getting picked up and dropped off by a car with no driver in it on United States streets. It's active. So that's why I think Uber is saying, you know, if that becomes more and more popular and legit, I think Uber is gonna try to make a push. Yeah, Waymo in San Francisco and Arizona. No way. PayPal, Josh Brown. I love Josh Brown. You know that? I'm not going to lie to you, bro. Josh Brown, I swear he watches because he be pumping our long-term for us. You know, I don't ever have to pump. I could just let Josh Brown do it for me. I love him. I don't really even listen to what he says, but all I know is that he loves every stock that we love. You know what I'm saying? I don't even listen to him. He just talks, and then our stocks go up. That's it. I'm going to listen to Josh Brown. I'm a buyer.
And the fundamental news.
It kind of reminds me of Donald.
Technicals. And
got me Joshua Brown.
Hit our list at the end of last week of the best stocks in the market. Technically speaking, this stock is now above its prior 52-week high. And it's been a really long time since there's been anything positive to say about PayPal. And I have lost money in this name before, so think twice before you follow me into it. But they have a new CEO, and the new CEO is making incremental moves to improve the fundamentals. We've seen that in the last couple of quarters. And now we're starting to see big partnerships. And I think that's why the stock has been breaking out. The other thing to keep in mind is Apple. And Apple, by the way, is the bête noire of this story. Apple Pay has just absolutely trounced a lot of competitors on wallets and payments. Apple has just preemptively opened up its near-field communications, or NFC, system so that you can tap to pay, and this will include Venmo. So having Venmo as an option alongside Apple Pay when you push your phone up against a merchant screen is something new. The axe on this stock is Dan Dolev at Mizuho. He went positive on the stock after having been negative for a while. And the story here is now changing. PayPal is, I think PayPal has a very hot product in Fastlane. And if they can gain back some more ground on all these payment solutions, it really changes the fundamental outlook. So it's a technical breakout. I have a relatively tight stop. I don't trust this name, but I'm in it, and I love it when the fundamental story is improving as price action is confirming.
Kerry, this thing was in no man's land, penalty box for a long time. You used to own it, didn't you?
As a matter of fact, I remember the last time that Josh bought it because we had sold it.
Yeah.
And I wish Josh luck. I mean, there's a lot that
Carrie.
could go right. But yeah, I do. I remember. I think if the market holds up, if retail holds up, it's good for PayPal. That's what it needs. It needs not just partnerships. It needs people to keep spending on their platform.
Yeah. So, Steph, all this news about Buffett selling Bank of America, selling the stake down. You've been a buyer. And you're a believer in financials. Do you think there's momentum in that sector moving forward here with all that lies ahead?
Whoa, CXW, big sell.
Buffett is still a 12% owner of Bank of America. Right, that's number one. Number two, earnings. To the point of you guys were talking.
They're talking Bank of America. Interesting. But PayPal, Josh, a little pump. Usually his pumps are bigger. Again, CXW, the prison, Young Bury prison, that just literally dumped $12.95 to $12.50. DOJ opens probe at Tennessee prison operated by Core Civic. So there it is. Yeah, low ticker was showing it up. Troy with the confirmation. But DOJ investigation, CXW. PayPal did a lot of buyback. PayPal has tried a lot of things, but they haven't really turned the story around. Again, I like Square. Even though I own PayPal, I think Square's earnings are actually really good. If you own the prison and then get sent to prison and then get there and say, I own you, how does that work? I think they say, cool. And then they tell you to strip so that they could search you. And then you'll probably say it again, and they'll be like, cool, fall in line, you know? And then, so yeah, just I think you'll do that back and forth until your term is up. B2. I was like, Beato's on the low? R? Burrito, Beto. Can you get dividends straight to your books? What do you mean? Like, are you saying in prison? You know you can buy stocks in prison. So depending on what type of incarceration you're at, you do have a right to buy and own stocks. Or if hypothetically, like some of you guys with dividends, some of you guys should get a dividend portfolio just in case you go to jail. Because then if you go to jail and then you have a nice portfolio and then you put it in on dividend reinvestment, voila, look at that. In 10 years, you'll get released from jail and then you'll have 50% return on your dividends. That's amazing. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I don't know. You tell me. Dripping in jail is crazy. I mean, it is, but hey, at least there's many ways. Do I think you should drip outside of jail? I do. I think that's better, but you know, you never know. You never know. Just don't go to jail. Honestly, it's harder than you would think. I've never been to jail, but I've encountered a lot of you guys, and I get blown away because some of you are really nice, and then you're like, yeah, Josh, I went to jail. I'm like, what? I don't believe it. And then some of you guys are really like nice, like sweet people, and then I find out like 9 months later, I'm like, where did that person go? And I'm like, oh, they're in jail. I've been let down a lot, man. So you never know. That's why I just get a long term, and then even if you do go to jail, you could drip it. That's it. Why is drip better than reinvesting on your own timeline? Because you're never going to do it. You know what I'm saying? Like, usually, it's kind of like people, like, if you don't go to college, or if, like, you leave college and don't go to grad school to make money, you're probably never going back. So, like, yeah, you could turn off drip and do it yourself, but realistically, you're not going to do it. You may do it for a month. You may do it for 2 months, and then you know what's going to happen? Stock's going to move big, and you're like, nah, I'll wait. Oh, no, I'll wait. And then before you know it, 1 month of waiting turns into 9 months of not getting any yield. You should have just had a child at that point. So that's why. That's the reality of it. I like it automatic, autopilot. Don't think about it. Sometimes it's inefficient because the prices, you know, but it's overly efficient because you'll never miss a beat. And then it's always growing. CXW recovered on that? No. Oh, I was going to say, yeah, a little bit. Almost there. Then you said Geo's going up. Interesting. Everyone say hello to Tim. Hey, Tim. Hey, Tim. I hope your day's good. Get a long term. Where is MO? But yeah, man, drip. Drip is amazing. I don't think y'all realize it. Like, bro, that's where I was saying, like, our MO position, we didn't put that much money into it. Yeah, look. So MO, it's saying we put what? It's saying we put 18,000 in, but that's not including like $4,000 of dividends. So this stock is worth 21K right now. We only put in like 14 grand or something, a little less. This is all from appreciation and drip. AbiVi, I put in $9,000 in AbiVi. Less than 9,000. And now it's trading at 25,000. That's just literally drip and gains. Not only did the share go up, but that's something you got to think about. Like, look at AbiVi. This is the craziest part about AbiVi, is every single one of our dividends doubled up. So look, even back in the day when we were getting $29 worth of dividends in AbiVi, those are now worth $90. Or excuse me, now they're worth 60. So do you realize how crazy that is? Every dividend we have received on AbiVi has doubled up, practically. So imagine, you got all of this money. You got $150, now it's worth $200. You got $120, worth $200. $120, worth $200. $120, worth $230. $111, worth $218. $78, worth $160. So that's why it's like, dude, the drip is unreal. So that's why I'm like, even the numbers don't highlight. Like, when you look at the account, it's not even showing you all of it. Like, you don't really see it. Like, you have to go and, IRM is another one. Yeah, 100%. You have to if you really go see how much we put in to some of these names and where they are at, the names went up, but it's like, it's that drip. Because now, even if it was 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 4 year, all of those dividends now went into the stock again, and then boom, those start to grow as well with it. And it's only been a couple of years. That's the beauty. So just imagine down the line, but like, that's what you want to go for. That's what you're aiming for, because when it's all said and done, maybe you go to jail or not, who knows? But like year, 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, 8 years, 9 years, 10 years, these dividends are going to start adding up. And before you knew it, you put in 5, 10 grand into a stock, but now you have 20, 30, 40 grand worth. How did that happen? It's probably going to be because of the drip or massive appreciation. You've only bought 30 shares of MO, and now I have 37. That's damn near a third of my buying. Yes, that's what I'm saying, bro. Like, literally, we have gained 30% on MO, not including the shares going up. So even if MO was exactly at the same price we paid for it, if you have been buying MO from day one with me, you have around a 30% return just off of your dividends. Not to mention now that we've reinvested them. And then we reinvested it, and then the stock shoots up 30%. You see what I'm saying? So not only did you get back that 30%, you reinvested it. Now it's yielding more. And when the stock goes up, your overall gain is getting magnified now. And again, yeah, you did AbiVi. Check AbiVi too. That one's a crazy one. That's why I'm like, you know what? Mad happy about it. I can't buy AbiVi. Wait, is it because it's too expensive now, or do you have like a job restriction? I would buy it if it came down, or maybe if everything rockets up and I have cash, and then I'm like, maybe we'll just top tick AbiVi a little bit more. But 3M is moving up because of Josh Brown and CNBC. I didn't put it up, but I saw the chat talking about it. Job restriction? No. Yeah, that sucks. Drip will change your life. It will. I mean, and that's the thing I think a lot of us don't realize. It's still very early for the drip. So even if you bought your portfolio with me, just remember, this is all still just beginning. That's why the more time we invest, the better. But I think drip on the later end of our lives and this portfolio, as we start getting into bigger money and more time, the drip is going to be dumb, stupid. How do you feel about this run of the last 8 days? SPY ran 9%. Are you in the S&P 600 boat? I think we're going to get more volatility by the end of the year. And even then, even if people want to say it's over, I just think bonds should go down. But it just goes back to what I was saying prior. I have zero faith in the market in the short term. I think all of the prices in the short term are a scam. I think you could go up 10%, down 10% off any rhyme or reason. It doesn't really have real reasoning. I think everyone's following ideological golden path, which again, it's kind of crackheady to me. But I'm very confident in the long run. So I'm not, although it may sound like I'm shitting on a lot of things, I'm really taking a Warren Buffett approach. That's it. I mean, I've done it. I have a lot of cash. I sold off a lot of things before this to get my cash up, and I'm staying away from a lot of short term. I want my dividend yields. I want my 2-year bonds, and I want my long term. I'm very, very confident in that. But this last 8 days, ever since August and this flip flop, I think something is wacky, and I don't feel safe with it. So could it go up or down? Yeah, I do think we might come back down, but it's not going to move until we get policy shifts, though. So like the real changes, we need policy shift. And we need the actual like policy shift to we need that to like actually occur, really get rate cuts or not, and then see where things go. I think day trading become too popular. No, I don't think it has anything to do with popularity. It's like go back to last 2 weeks. Even if last week was like a fear, like overreaction, the VIX shouldn't have done that. The assets shouldn't have done that. And that right there is leading me to believe, and I was already feeling weirded out by the golden path and the back, because again, I was like, wait, we're not even responding to data. You respond and you ignore data. A lot of it just doesn't add up. And like I'm saying, if last week was 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago was really nothing, for the VIX to react like that tells me something is broken rather than something is like, oh, let's just blame people and this. No, it's like something is fucked up, because if that was the natural response to a sell-off and it got that bad, what the fuck is beneath the surface and what's really going? And then no one blew up? Like, that shouldn't happen on a freak out. I've traded and been in markets for almost 20 years. And that's what I'm telling you. What we witnessed in the last 2 years, I'm not being dramatic because nobody else has seen that in the history of their life either. So that doesn't happen on a freak out. Maybe it's a sign of the times, and maybe the VIX at 70 will become the new normal over the next 100 years. But for now, that shouldn't happen. You shouldn't freak out and have the VIX go $100 on a freak out, $70. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, maybe it goes to 30. Maybe under 40, but they'll go to 70. You don't wake up with a limit down on nothing. You see what I'm saying? Maybe it is the computers, but it goes back to what I'm telling you. This isn't real money. This isn't real. That's why, so again, I am not confident in the short term. I stand by that. I went cash before any of this happened. I finalized a little bit. I got a couple more plays. I have way more money held in the long term than I do on speculative short-term plays. I don't give a shit about that anymore. That's how it is. Why? Because it's not there. And I just think there's no confidence in the value of prices, and it's going to go back and forth. If you really want money that you don't want to invest long-term, I would just go collect your 5. Other than that, the long-term assets, buying real estate, buying stocks for a long amount of time, buying businesses, good cash flow, I'm down with all of that. But again, playing that game on the market, if in this environment, it's just too much back and forth, and again, too much risk. You're picking up pennies in front of a steamroller. Too much bad news at one time. It could have, but we've dealt with a lot of bad things. That's what I'm saying. What happened 2-3 weeks ago shouldn't have happened. Even if in the fact that it did happen, I can't change the past, but that's not confidence inducing. Like I'm saying, I think I was already feeling like it was fuckery before that. You know what I'm saying? But now even more so, I'm like, yeah. That's long term. Yeah, this is partly why gold. I mean, again, that is saying a story, even with a lot of other things. Markets are more unpredictable than you think. Yeah, but I don't think that was unpredictable. I think it was unstable. And that's my problem that I have. Cuz that's what's opened my eyes up, cuz I'm like, damn, there's a lot more instability than we realized. That's what I'm saying. The prices, the support levels aren't really real. That's it. What last week showed me, if we actually wake up to bad news in this cycle, you're going to get robbed on 20% on anything short-term overnight. That is possible. Do you see what I'm saying? So it's not really like, there's a lot we can predict and not predict, but it's like it's unstable. It is not, that's what I don't like. It's not resilient. It's not sound and resilient. No. That means it's being held up by toothpicks, and I don't want to run into a problem, especially when I don't have to worry about the bigger foundation in the long term. But short term, I mean, that's it. You're exposing yourself to a lot of risk when there's free money out there, and then the long term is just a guarantee. So that's where I'm at with it. But I've been on that, so I don't know. Some of you may not like that take, but the beauty, this is what I love. I think I could hold on to this take because before any of this shit happened, I sold off a majority of my trading account, and I did that in front of all of you. So I don't know. I kind of already was feeling this prior. What just happened just confirmed everything for me. And then again, the yield curve and waiting for that, everything flows in line with how I was planning. So I'm not too bothered by it. I'm actually excited, but I am glad that I've done what I've done, and that's why I stand by what I'm doing 1,000,000%. You know, because I did this early in advance, and I this wasn't me reacting as much as it was I was already preparing for it. On the hard landing, I've said it. So this is what I was saying back then. I've always said it. I believe in the hard landing. So do I believe that Jerome Powell might be able to engineer a soft landing? I do. Why? Because dumbasses are about to vote in Kamala Harris. So yeah, do I believe control of perception, control of the media, all of these things can lead to the possibility of an engineered soft landing? I believe it is possible. I really do. But I lean more towards a hard landing. If there was a soft landing and Jerome engineered it, I'd accept it. I'm not fighting it. That's why I'm saying I have the long term. I'm not selling out. I'm not going all cash. I don't want to gamble and speculate when I'm like, I'll make more money just sitting there in the long term and on bonds, you know? That's what I'm trying to talk about there. But if I'm not positioned where I wouldn't lose off of a soft landing would be great. You know, if Powell could somehow do it, it shouldn't happen. But if he did do it, then fuck yeah, that'll be great. I'll take it. But I don't think that's the base case. I believe a hard landing is a much higher probability than most people believe. And I've said that, so I still believe. I think the hard landing is the base case, to be honest with you. But in the meantime, the market could rip until then. That's where I've always been on. That's why even with the yield curve, I've told you, I'm waiting for something with the yield curve. But I said be careful, because if it doesn't show that, the market could rally, even for the next 2 months or 2 years. I personally believe that we can go higher for another 2 years in a row. Y'all don't feel me. Do you know what I'm saying right now? I think Powell can play this game for another 2 years. I think Powell can fuck with you, go back and forth, say, yeah, for another 2 years at max. But that's what I'm saying, to give you an idea where I'm like, this is my scope. And I told you this before it all happened. I said 2 weeks or 2 years. There's a wide range. And that's where, unfortunately, it's either he plays the game or he's really in that box and has to start moving. So, yeah, this could be 2006, 100%. And the yield curve and all of that, too. So, but I just don't know. But that's what I'm saying. But regardless, when it does occur, then I'll be ready to go. And then it's like, yeah, maybe we get a soft landing or not, but it's going to take some time. But you'll know it when you see it. But the fact is, nothing has changed. And that's why until there's a real change, unfortunately, we're going to be on there. Yeah, exactly, bro. We have been kicking the can for 3 years already. That's what I'm saying, man. Look at, and it's not like, bro, we've already had vicious bond pump fakes. Look at this. What's another bond pump fake? To a pal like me. Could you please remind me? Boss so hard, rate hike crazy. Y'all don't know what this shit do daily. As we go 0 for 82 when I look at the Fed like, can you blame me? No? Okay. That one's called Fed Chairs in Paris. If you didn't know. Or Powell in Paris. Cut so hard, this shit crazy. No? So, yeah. 98. I don't know, but we've got a lot of aggressive pump fakes. So for Powell to do that 2 years in a row or another 2 years, I wouldn't be surprised. But that's what I'm saying. Y'all better be patient. You better be ready to go, diversified and positioned and have enough cash, and at the same time be willing for 2 years of nothing to happen. That's why it's so hard right now in this moment, because you need to be able to take advantage of the short term, the midterm, be prepared for up to 2 years while at the same time not getting caught off sides on any plays or anything in the meantime. Ta-da! As we go 0 for 82. Chatadonia. Basically, we need to buy every dip because you never know what the bottom is. No, you don't. That's what I'm saying. You guys, I know it's just like when people get presented with these opportunities to really think, just because it's not as easy, everybody wants to, be elementary about it and try to downplay it. It's not you need to buy every dip. It's what we've been doing for the last couple of years. It's very simple. If the stock is low, buy it. If it's high, don't buy it. That's all. Go look at the long term. You buy the names that are lower. Don't buy the ones that are high. It's not like you buy every dip on the broader market. You just got to be paying attention. Again, there will be rotations and cyclicals, but it's very simple. It's not like you have to buy everything and you can't have any selection and discretion. It's like, nah, just, even when the market's very bullish, bearish, it doesn't matter. There's always going to be periods. There's a time to harvest. There's a time to plant in various industries. We had that little bounce here and then we just stayed up. Still barely moving. All right, Chad. It is 9:30. We've been here for 3.5 hours, baby. Are y'all ready? Let's get it. Push-ups, baby. We get the body moving. That's it. I'm going to just start busting out sets. It's already 9:30. It'll be good. Ooh. Did I tell you last time I did triceps, bro? Last time I did triceps, I woke up sore too. So I'm I'm very excited here. Mm-hmm. On Riley. Didn't Homeboy say he's going to buy the shares at like $7? Push us in, Uncle, baby. Yeah, man, get it moving. I'm already doing my tricep extensions. The long head on the tris, I feel. I'm doing like overhead ones. Then I'm doing pull downs like with the resistance band. I'm doing 20s above my head. And then I'm doing the like squat over and then extend the triceps behind me. So I'm using dumbbells right now. It's good though. It's good, bro. I do have a gym at my house, and then I have like, you guys have seen it. You want me to go live right now on Instagram? You guys saw it yesterday. Literally right next to my computer, I have 3 different sets of dumbbells and then a kettlebell. I just literally keep it right next to my desk. So I have a 35-pound for curls. I have a 20 and a 25 for the other ones. And then I have my resistance band. And then that's it. I interchanged. And then I have the other resistance. Bro, you could do anything. Isn't that crazy? Couple dumbbells, keep it by your desk, bro. You could get a full-ass workout by the time the day ends. BZ or SG on the low. Marvel coming down. Oh, my bad. Insta. Tap the trading fraternity. I follow a couple people. Just the one that didn't post all of its pictures in one day. You curling. Man, I'm doing 35s with multiple sets. So I take a 35 dumbbell and I do 10 curls. Then I do 10 curls the other way and then 10 curls the other way. I'm like repping the 30. You want me to max out, son? We pulling out 60s. But I don't know. I hurt my bicep the other day. It felt a little jello-y. I am tradingfraternity@gmail.com. Yeah. That is my email. All right, let me get another one. I might try. To do more. Anytime I do more weights on the tricep extension, though, it hurts. Yeah. Triceps hurt my like elbow, and then like my shoulders are pinched. Yeah, this hurts. I just went 5 pounds higher, and it feels like I'm going to snap. TNXP, I just sold off today. All the monkeypox plays got killed. Oh, yeah, that's hard. I have one of those bars for Skull Crushers. I need to get it. Yeah, I can't do that one. We do one more week. One more week. We'll gradually get there. It's always been like that. I don't know. My elbow and like my shoulder, it's still fucked up. That's the only thing. It's gotten a lot better though. We'll do one more set here in a little bit. Yeah, hopefully you guys stood up, got the body moving. It'll be good to go. On the long term, I mean, text the number, like, you know, if you switched for the long term alerts. We try, I mean, but sometimes there's just only so much I could do. You know what I'm saying? So, like, if everyone's phones are different, but if you're not getting the long term alerts, if you've gotten one before, text the number. You know what I'm saying? And see if that, because usually, like, that's what I did. Even when on my other phone, anytime my long-term alerts wouldn't come in, I just texted the number that it was at, and then it'll kind of, like, refresh everything. But other than that, sometimes, like, we just don't know. We don't know what the issue is for people, and it just, there's a lot of people on there, so it's hard to go back and, every single person. It's like it's usually either works or it doesn't. Yeah, Japanese yen did very good today. Honestly, that's the thing. Today, last 2 days, it's been good. If you just made it, will it text? So you'll have to wait for the next one. Should you let Chase Private Banking manage your portfolio? They're pretty good. But so you have what? Do you have like $10 million? Because they usually don't accept people unless you have that much. I don't know if they're doing anything new, but they're pretty good, but they charge a lot. They're going to take 1%. But if you don't have the ability to manage your own finances, I mean, I don't think that's a bad idea. So especially if you have a lot of money, you'll probably lose it yourself. So as long as you, I think as long as you, like, unless you're going to blow it all, I mean, I think find a nice balance. But I do like controlling my own money. But then again, I put most of it in the long term. What is this?
Kaylee. So it's interesting to see some of this weakness across the board. And of course, that VIX, it's not really elevated, but around election 2024, and we'll take a look at this next hour, it's closer to an 18, 19, 20 handle, showing that investors do have their eye on the uncertainty coming up in November.
All right, Abigail Doolittle, always with an eye on the VIX and DJT and everything else in financial markets we need to be appraised of. Thank you so much joining us from New York. Meantime, of course, the convention continues here in Chicago, and it'll be interesting to see the tone shift that happens on this evening, night 2 after night 1. It was dedicated to the current president, Joe Biden, by and large, with signs of I Love Joe on the convention floor. Right. He's now out of town, and now it becomes much more about Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
That's true. It's a good place to start with the panel here, Kaylee, because it was an important moment, and frankly, not a lot of Americans saw this live. Joe Biden didn't get on stage till 11:30 last night, and as we said, the ovation might have lasted till midnight. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are with us right now, Bloomberg Politics contributors. Rick, partner at Stone Court Capital. Jeannie, of course, political science professor at Iona University. Welcome to day 2. Rick, were you getting agita as someone who ran a convention watching this thing go overtime last night?
Yeah, I was on a group chat with a bunch of guys who helped me organize the 2008 convention, and we were all talking by about 9 or 10 o'clock. This thing is really off the rails. It's way late.
What does it mean when you're canceling speakers in prime time?
It's a real embarrassment to the campaign organization, to the program committee of the convention. This thing is supposed to be accounted for. Every second of the schedule is written down, debated, and rehearsed. And the fact that they were off by 45 minutes to an hour and a half is just like a criminal offense in politics. So I think that there's probably a lot of come to Jesus meetings this morning around the program for tonight. And it'll be interesting if they can make their marks tonight, get past it. But if they can't, this could be like the 1992 convention for Republicans in Houston, where Ronald Reagan was pushed into midnight out of the prime time slot, which was supposed to be his last hurrah.
Well, I don't know how much of this can be contributed to or blamed on overstuffing the schedule, perhaps, or just not, when you're doing those calculations on time, accounting for how many chants of thank you, Joe, you might have to get through before the president actually were to start speaking. Jeannie, I'd love for you to just reflect on the reception he got in that room last night and whether it makes it frankly better or worse from him, knowing that he is on his way out.
Yeah, it was an amazing reception. But first of all, they bumped Sweet Baby James for Jamie Raskin and, I don't know, Chris Coons. And I love them both. But, you know, let's get James Taylor back. I think tonight we will see a tighter schedule. Let's hope. To your point, there was a lot of applause for Joe Biden. But it wasn't only
every
that.
Time
some of, not only
we're
they
like
have
at
a lot
the
of speakers,
pre-PHILO push-up,
but some of
Bloomberg
these speeches
does like
went
an
so
hour
long
segment on
saying
politics.
sort of perfunctory things sometimes,
every time.
like, you know, help me elect Kamala Harris. Well, we all know we're doing that. So there's some nitpicking I could do on the way that this rolled out. But overall, a really warm reception for Joe Biden. These are all his delegates. You know, he's done something quite extraordinary in stepping aside for Kamala Harris. it was not the speech I thought I was going to get. I thought I was going to get more, here's what it's like to work with Kamala Harris.
Versus here's what I've done.
Here's who I am. And here's what I've done. But besides that, he's done an extraordinary thing. It was his moment. But you just see when she came out like a rock star last night, that's where the energy is. And I was saying to Rick earlier, imagine if that had been Joe Biden still at the top of the ticket Thursday night, the difference in terms of the reception.
Boy, how true. A lot of things have changed. And one of the more enduring images of last evening beyond what Jeannie just described, Sean Fain, who runs the United Auto Workers, tearing his shirt open a la Hulk Hogan to show a T-shirt that says, Trump is a scab. And that apparently is going to be a refrain that we hear a lot in this campaign. Is it effective?
Yeah, I don't think the ripping off the blue blazer to show a T-shirt intact was exactly the emotional Hulk Hogan moment. But there's only one Hulk Hogan. Yeah, look, I think that last night actually echoed all the basic themes of the Democratic Party. You had a lot about union labor, right? As if there is no other kind of labor in America but union labor. And I think that's a dangerous place for the Democrats to go, to say that it's only union labor that we speak to. Two, I thought that actually they did an amazing job talking about abortion, putting a public face on it. Republicans didn't talk about abortion at all at the Milwaukee convention, and you would have thought that was something that would get Republicans excited. So what we saw last night was the base politics. You know, what is going to get our people excited? Not a lot of crossover appeal there at all last night.
Well, something else we heard a lot about, in addition to those themes, Rick, was Project 2025. We've heard a lot about this on the campaign trail thus far, but certainly it was a common theme in some of these convention speeches. Here's a little taste.
Donald Trump appointed the Supreme Court justices who got us into this mess. His Project 2025 goes even further. Here's
how we're going to stop it. Yeah, he's bad. Well, Chattadonia, 9:45. The day, my bad. We gotta get the push-ups. Had to go to the bathroom. MO, bro. Yeah, we haven't hit 52. That's the crazy part. By the SPY, no one buys the stocks. Will the ETF move up? I think, because it doesn't technically issue any, or it issues new shares, but the ETF goes out and buys the stocks, essentially. So remember when we were doing like wheat and all of that? Remember what would happen? We would buy wheat, and then they would get the cash, and then the next day Sal would go and buy the futures with the money. So that's what happens. If nobody bought any stocks and everybody just bought the S&P, that money, they would issue more shares, and then they would go and buy the names with the cash that they generated today. So yeah. MO. Where's the long term? From the long term. Can you make sense of VX futures hitting 37, but VIX hit 65? The futures, they trade a little different. I haven't even looked at VIX futures, but I mean, cash differences and future price differences, I mean, that's kind of common. And it could have been a rollover contract. Yeah, so that one went to 37, but I don't know what month that is. So let's see. VX. Yeah, that contract only has 1 day. Yeah, these contracts only last for like a week at a time on the VIX. So chances are the other VIX contract that hit 70 already expired. So, no, it's the same thing, but like the futures. So you're already on. That's for the next week, August ones, and then that expires today. Today's the last day for those futures. Because I was like, that's weird. That shouldn't make sense, but it does. It's just a rollover effect. Praise Jesus. Walgreens, I punt. I have Walgreens. It's one of my biggest losers. I don't think the value is that bad, but ever since they've been slipping, double dump on the dividend, I would wait a little. And just because, again, Whirlpool, I think, is better. 3M if it wasn't up so much, and then Nike and some of those other names, I'd rather go for those. So I still own it. I wouldn't necessarily sell Walgreens, but I'm not an average down buyer until they could prove a little bit more. The Project 2025 stuff. Well, it's just because of so Trump did denounce Project 2025, but the heritage group that made it up, the way people keep linking it back to Trump is because a lot of those people who made 2025 project or whatever it is, they worked under Trump because they were Republican. So I think it's just Republican thing that keeps getting linked to it, but he has separated himself from it. Trump has made it clear he's not down with Project 2025. But again, there's a lot of Republicans that worked under Trump that were responsible for making that plan. That's why it keeps coming up and around the topic, Do I believe that? I mean, I think I do believe it, but I just think it's nonsense. I'm not worried about Project 2025. I'm more worried about circumventing democracy to institute a political candidate that was not selected by the people. That is what I'm more interested in or worried about. But yeah, it's funny. I heard a funny ass joke, bro. Imagine they're like, yo, Joe Biden. They're like, bro, we don't want you to run for president anymore. They said, Joe, don't run for president. You're not going to win. Don't run. Right? But then he is still the president right now. Are you following? Yeah. That would be like if you told homie at the party, you're like, nah, man, I don't want you driving home in 6 months. You're too drunk. But you could drive home now. That's fine. Oh, you could keep driving, but just don't drive. What? I don't get it. That's crazy. So, yeah. About Trump and the electoral. No, is it the January. I don't care about the January 6th stuff. Again, sadly, all of those things would have more weight against Trump if the media was more honest. If you gave a fair assessment and didn't clap Trump so unfairly, I would view some of those things as not propaganda. But again, go look at his Twitter and other things. I don't trip on that. Again, and not to mention it was 4 or 5 years ago, but this is right here, right now in front of all of it. So that's it. But hey, man, if that's what y'all believe, y'all do it. You got to pay attention, but I can't, that's why a lot of these conversations, I'm like, man, if y'all ain't picked up on it over the last couple of years, I mean, I don't think anything's going to change your mind because you have to willfully ignore a lot of things that went down. So that's how I feel about all of that. And just again, if everybody was legit with Trump and didn't, blame him for so many things he didn't do and it would, then the bad news would stand out because then instead of believing that it's, more of a politically motivated, you could be like, yeah, he's a shitty person. I don't think Trump is the best person, but I don't believe all of the media propaganda that says he's a bad person, unfortunately. But even then, through my own assessment, I don't think he's the best, but way better than what we have for now. Exactly, yeah. You cry wolf on Trump for 8 years. I'm not going to believe shit you say. That's it. Whether you bring up January 6th or not, I'm just sorry. It's all nonsense. And that's why I'm like, for some of y'all who have not made that decision, God bless you, but that's it. I can't. Again, 4 years ago, they said Trump wins. We're going to live in concentration camps. I had the cheapest gasoline ever. You know what I'm saying? So all of that is just, sadly, it doesn't work. So, yeah, it is what it is. Oh, you agree with me? Nice. Oh, you never vote for Kamala? I mean, I agree. I agree. You're a Democrat and now you're not voting for Kamala? Wow. That's amazing. Well, that's good. I'm glad you thought for yourself. I mean, I didn't tell you the truth about anybody. They told you the truth about themselves. You just did. You paid attention or you ignored it. Come on, bro. What do you mean? Come on. Just say it explicitly so I know where you stand and we could clear up any tension right now. You know what I'm saying, baby? Be about it. Praise Jesus. Have you guys remember that like rapper guy who does that? That's his tagline, the praise Jesus thing. That's why it's stuck in my head. That was mean? What do you mean? I'm reading what people said, but elaborate. Yeah, Sweden, that was the big one. And then RBNZ, they had to move. What's your opinion on ME? What is ME? 23 and I think, did they go back down below the price? Tasty, you changed your name. I was like, that profile pic does look familiar. Oh, it's came back. I think this could be a good one for a buyout, to be honest. I'm still in the ZB short. Yeah, it's killing me. I mean, I think I'm down like 500, but I was up $400 or $500 in the morning, and then it just out of nowhere. But yeah, I'm still in that one. And then Uber hires Tesla charging chief Rebecca Tanucci for EV efforts. Boy who cried wolf analogy. Amen. I don't know. I like the 23andMe though. I like it as a buy for parts play. Because that's the one, remember? Was it like Nicole Shanahan? Isn't that the Google lady or whatever? But it had that pop when people were saying it was on there. I need to check their fundamentals. I don't know much about their fundamentals, but I would have to look into it and see. But I do think at a cheap enough price, I would just maybe even $1,000 and hold it, and then that's it. You have a better chance of it getting bought out. Funny to think we had a choice. Two-party system ain't a system. Good cop, bad cop. They still cops. No. That's a good point. I've never done any of those gene things. I would not. I'm kind of weird. So, I mean, naturally I'm distrustful. Some of you guys are naturally, you believe everything. So pick your poison. But I would never do one of these DNA tests ever. Why? Because I don't trust insurance companies. That's it. I believe the tinfoil. I'm scared of it. I don't, because I'm pretty sure if an insurance company gets a hold of your DNA, they could choose to insure you or not insure you and all of that. So I was like, you know what? I don't want that. I don't want to give my DNA or the rights to that to anybody. If your goal is to build a dividend portfolio that pays for what you do you ever turn drip off, or do you sell a piece of shares? You can do that, but eventually when you're older, even when I'm older, we're going to turn off drip. So ideally, let's give it minimum 10 years of reinvestment, maybe 15, 20, depending on what we need. And then once you've given it enough time and we got to move forward, that's it. You just turn off the drip and then you take all of those dividends and then you live off of it. You're adopted? I didn't know that. And you got 23 in 2016. You never knew where I was. So that was cool. I mean, I'm not saying it's like bad. I know a lot of people who have loved it. They've even found like family members. But the insurance risk, the insurance risk isn't even true. You know what I'm saying? It's conspiracy. It's just a worry. You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't know if that will happen, but Again, if it did, or if they got hacked, and in a world of AI, then that's it. No, I'm not going to hold my target. I'm going to sell target before close. It's true. I lean more towards it will probably become true, but for now it is just a worry. But yeah, it does sketch me out. Don't they have your DNA when you're born? No. The government does not make a central database of your DNA when you're born. They give you a birth certificate. They know your blood type. That's about it. But nobody is taking your hair or saliva sample and putting it into a central database. Yeah, if you go to prison, you go to jail, then they do an intake and then they collect all that, and now you're quote unquote in the system. But if you have never committed a crime, there's no DNA database of your DNA. Yes, they do. What do you mean? Can you show me? They take your DNA and they store it when you're born? Where? Yeah, I think they take your blood type, but I don't think, again, I don't think they take a hair follicle or saliva, and then I don't think they put it into a central database. I'm under the impression they don't. I'm open to learning more, but I don't think it works like that. Yeah, we did just have a big Raul. It was a decent Chicle, but I don't know if the NQ moved. You answered it. Is that real? I don't know. Your answer's kind of. And then why did you just joined 4 days ago, bro? You keep getting. I let you slide on a lot too, bro. So watch out. Watch out, bro. Watch out. Don't make your new account stand out. They take DNA from blood tests, but it's not stored in a database. That would be a massive HIPAA violation. But by that, every time they go to the doctor, they steal your DNA. For many newborns, it's part of routine. However, it's important, the context. But is it stored? Like that, I don't think there's a database. Like I'm saying, I think they collect stuff, but I don't think there's a way to go back and be like, oh, here you go. Type in California storing newborn DNA without consent. Yeah, people would get away with a lot more if it was right. If there was all this database every time you're born, why would they even need a finger? Like, wouldn't everybody get caught for everything? Yeah, I don't think they're saving the data, bro. Chinese stocks were decent, and then they flipped towards the end of the day here. I don't know why. The DNA of virtually every newborn in the U.S. is collected and tested. This is from the ACLU website in 2010. Honestly, I'm not going to lie to you. This sounds like a really interesting topic. Because I don't know. I still lean towards, I don't think they store it. But it is interesting to see all of these different answers. Thanks, Obama. HIPAA says they can't share it. But can they store it without your consent? I don't know. As I say, it sounds like a really good topic. If they collect it, they store it. But that does have I don't know, that's a lot. You got to think about it. Like, storage is a process. Why are you selling Target? Because I'm trying to take advantage of the implied volatility ahead of earnings. So my calls are up, my puts are down, but the idea would be to try to get a free option before then. The policy's retention vary by state. Some states require parental consent, while others may not. In some states, parents can. Very interesting. I like it. I like this topic. I want to learn more. But yeah, long story short, this all started because somebody asked me what I think about 23andMe. And then we were talking about never using it. But like I was saying here, I don't know. There's something about this valuation that kind of is attractive. Last time it was trading at this, people said they could get bought out, and then they went crazy. So, I don't know. It's up to you, but I kind of like it for the buyout play. I've never used 23andMe, but apparently your doctor already stole your DNA. So, yeah. The Guffey's got your blood. If you're ever arrested, don't accept things like water from the cops. They will harvest your prints. That is true. And then honestly, though, too, I might as well add, if y'all can avoid getting in trouble, try to do that too. Okay? Because you guys know, can I be honest with you guys? When some of you guys like go to jail and get in trouble, I get sad. Okay? So don't make me sad. Okay? Please don't make me sad. All right? Because I don't want to read a fucking news article or you send me an email like 2 years later and you're like, hey, Josh, just wanted to touch base. I've been locked up. I'm like, what the fuck? So, just don't do bad things. Try to stay out of the can. You know what I'm saying? It'd be good. What they take prints if you get booked, not off the water bottle. Well, no, he's saying like if you're charged with a crime, they're gonna take your DNA anyways. But if you go in to a police station to talk and you have not been charged with anything, and they're still doing an investigation, and they want, you know what I'm saying, anything, and they offer you water or anything, they could take your DNA and test it if you comply or if you again consent, not to the DNA, but like if they say here's a water. And you drink out of the cup and then leave it there and then they take it. I mean, there you go. It could be good for those who can't hold. Imagine getting locked up for 15 years. I mean, I would rather you have your freedom. Even if you're shitty at holding the long term, but hey, man, I guess, you could see the positive in the situation, I guess. It's a good way to hold. What time is it? 10:09. All right. Let me use the potty. I be right back, my brother. I be right back. I be right back. Please hold.
American airmen, sailors could actually be in direct head-to-head combat, essentially, knocking down missiles out of the air, shooting at drones. We're getting very close to a direct engagement in that world with Iran. How nervous does that make you?
That's right. And, the Republicans have attacked President Biden for trying to de-escalate the situation. Let me just be clear. De-escalating the situation is exactly in our interests right now because we do not want to be in a shooting war with Iran. We do not want to be putting U.S. lives at risk here. Now, does Iran need to be deterred from further action? Yes, absolutely. But this is a complex negotiation going on here, and we want to have fundamentally peace between Israelis and Palestinians so that Iran doesn't have the motive to continue these attacks. Let's also not forget that Israel has a serious problem on its northern border with Hezbollah. Yeah. And I think that's a particularly complex situation. There's not an easy answer there. Israel has already seen 100,000 of its citizens displaced. They need to be able to go back to their homes in peace. There's a reason why the United States is having a role in the peace process here and why we're trying to stay out of a direct conflict that would fundamentally draw us into a war.
Congressman, it's great to have your expertise as a member of the Armed Services Committee, of course, given your own experience in the region. Congressman Seth Moulton of Massachusetts, enjoy your time in Chicago, sir. We appreciate having you. And of course, as we are here at the DNC, Kamala Harris has been drawing a bit of a contrast with President Biden on this issue, speaking perhaps more forcefully about the Israeli government. For example, one thing she hasn't spoken much about, but others did on the convention stage last night, is the historic nature of her candidacy of not just being a woman, but specifically a woman of color. Multiple speakers spoke on that yesterday evening.
Over the next 78 days, we will have to pour every ounce, every minute, every moment into making history on November 5th.
We'd never met, but she saw right through me. She saw the distress. I immediately began crying. And the most powerful woman in the world wiped my tears and listened.
I wish my mother and Kamala's mother could see us. They would say, keep going. Shirley and Jerry would say, keep going. We're not just electing a president, we're uplifting our nation.
Dude, what the fuck?
Promise of America.
Bro, Hillary look old. Dude, we're all old. I look old as shit, man.
We put
what the fuck?
lot of cracks in the highest, hardest.
Fuck yeah, y'all got crack everywhere. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy.
For more now, we're pleased to be joined here in Chicago by Fatima Ghostgrave.
Bro, I didn't watch that. I just saw the clip of Hillary. I was like, that's Hillary. Bro, Hillary look mad old. I'm like, no, Hillary looking like old. But then again, like I look hella old now. I be getting wrinkles and shit. Last time I saw Hillary running for president shit, like I looked hella good, bro. I had a full ass hairline when Hillary that was almost 10 years ago. 2016 was almost 10 years ago. I had a full, like a halfway hairline. I'm not gonna lie, it wasn't full, but it was better. You didn't know. I wasn't worried about it running away. But my goodness. That's crazy. Dude, what? That's amazing. The DNC is cringe. I mean, at least this time they didn't try to pander and have a girl twerk on stage to get your vote. But I'm not going to lie to you, the RNC was pretty cringe too. They had fucking Hulk Hogan and fucking Kid Rock or Ice-T or whoever the fuck that was, man. Vanilla Ice, I think it was Kid Rock. Yeah, bro, that shit was wild. I wasn't even I was like, damn, that's crazy. 2016 was 8 years ago. Okay, would you say 8 years ago is almost 10 years? Is it closer or further away from 10 years ago? Just want to double check, make sure I'm on the right page. Yeah. Thank you for that. Good. Well, technically, I've never voted in my life. I've never voted for Donald Trump. I've never voted for Obama, for Bush, for Clinton. I've never voted for anybody in my life. Yo, run for president. I'll campaign for you. Maybe one day. I don't think I'm old enough. Believe it or not, you guys know I'm still like kind of young. My hairline is old enough to run, but me personally on my birth certificate, I don't think I can. I don't think I can. That's the only thing that sucks. They not lot term. They not lot term. Take back what you said on Hulk. I mean, Hulk is cool and all, but if you were like, yo, Josh, I want you to put on an event and you could hire 2 entertainment figures to show up, I'm not picking Kid Rock and Hulk Hogan. Okay, white people? The fuck you mean? Yeah, nothing wrong with them, but I'm just saying, like, you mean to tell me I get to make a show, I get to come out here, get people hyped up, all of the, you think I'm gonna pick fucking Snoop? Not Snoop Dogg. I was like, maybe Snoop Dogg. Actually, I don't like Snoop. Like, Snoop kind of weirded me out, too. I'm not picking Kid Rock and Hulk Hogan. I'd at least get Stone Cold Steve Austin. Let's be real. I would rather have a can of whoop ass than Hulk Hogan. That's just me. Or maybe Kane, maybe Undertaker. I don't know. You tell me. But, yeah. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, I could kind of agree. The RNC was, you know, they definitely leaned into a little bit more to the white trash. Like they did play, like it was like a weird rally, but then again, I don't think again the other comparison is wild. Don't be judgmental. Well, that's the thing. If you don't notice by now, I make fun of everybody very equally. Now that we have gotten rid of all of the extreme liberals, it just now people don't get so worked up over my jokes as I'm talking about both. So I'm gonna throw shade at the Republicans. I'm voting for Donald Trump, but I will gladly tell you what I think and what's good and bad, you know. But and same thing with the Democrats. You know, I've even said good things that they've done, but I like this vibe better because you guys don't. I think everybody in here who hasn't been banned yet, you don't take it so dramatically. Like you're actually listening that we're going on both sides and all of it. You know, we're calling it good and bad. We're seeing without ever having to fight. You know, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. Yeah, so that's why I say, because it started. Mitch was like, "Oh no, that DNC was cringe," and that's why I was like, "I don't know, man. The RNC was pretty cringe too." So both of them, yeah, 2 wings of the same bird. But I got something better for you. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, how you living, baby? How you living? It's Felo time. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So here's the deal. If you are new, you may like this or not. And Garp will talk about my balding here in a little bit. Let's just get through the Felo. I'm still waiting on my 2K logo. I'm just throwing that out there. Maybe for Christmas. You know, holiday season coming up. But for those who don't know, we are about to have our Felo. And that means every day, again, I've already covered several hours of stock news, info. I mean, legitimately anything that has occurred in the market today, you have not missed it if you have been here. We've gone over all of it. We even made a couple of plays. We're still in some. We're even going to get earnings after the bell. There is a lot out there. So I'm very excited for it. And I think I have some good stuff to share with you. But what we do during this moment is talk about life. You know, we're talking about markets and money, and honestly, it's a lot of pressure sometimes, and I really hope you find a way to make the most of it and really enjoy what you're doing. We were talking about that, but I think we should talk a little bit about life today and talk about some things, and today I have a good one, man. Oh, man, I got a good one, baby, because this one, I don't know, I need you, I'm going to ask you guys to kind of step up a little bit today. I don't know. I don't know if you guys could handle this. One's an interesting one, okay? But before I do that, can I say something? Can I give you my pre-message? You know, before I get into the philo, I usually have like some little thought on my head, and I like to share it with you. Can I give you a pre-philo in the philo here? Can I give you one? It's gonna kind of hit a little hard, so some of you maybe leave if you don't want to get punched in the face. Otherwise, get that armor on, and again, I love you, for real. You'll hear it after what I'm gonna tell you right now. Are you ready? Some of you guys in here, you need to listen to me right now. Some of you need a lot more confidence, and you deserve it too. Okay, fuck all the bullshit, man. I'm sorry. Forgive my language, but some of y'all, man, y'all got to really realize you have earned it. You need to stop living in the past, and you need to fucking tighten up, stand up straight, get your chest to the sun, and you need to be a little bit more confident. You really, really do. I'm kind of getting sick of it. You know why? Because I need y'all to realize some of you had more confidence when you were broke. It's a joke. Some of y'all encountered me, you had nothing. You had bare, did not know what the fuck saving money was. Fast forward a couple of years, you got 20K, 30K, 40K in your account, even 10K. And guess what? You were more confident talking out your ass when you had less money than you do now. You don't think that's weird? I've told you, it's the market, bro. The stock market is the only place where somebody with $10 can make the person with $1 million feel a certain way. I'm calling a lot of people out because you guys don't realize it. Even then, we got to cool some people. You don't realize people, a lot of people be yapping, and they be yapping with a lot of confidence. They're usually broke. And that's why I'm saying it's funny that some of y'all don't have the same confidence as the broke boy who is yapping at every corner, throwing his opinion around. Look at that. This gonna happen. Oh, my God. Jeez. And then some of y'all, man, you have worked, you have saved, you did so good. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's why I say some of y'all, for real, man. I hope you realize I'm honoring you, and and that's why I'm like, bro, I'm proud of what y'all have done. And some of y'all have saved, y'all have grown, you have taken your plight, and you have taken a little bit, and you have turned it into a lot. Why are you walking around with your shoulders shrugged? Why are you be humble? I get it, and you should be. Trust me, because watch out for the ego. Again, we were talking about that the other day. But some of y'all I want you to have confidence. I don't think it means confidence. You don't need to get in fights with people. But I want you to really believe. That's what we were talking about yesterday. And I want you to really start acting a certain way and just realize, man, some of y'all have came a long way. And again, if you kind of keep ignoring it, you're going to feel a little bit more down than you should be, because I do think a lot of y'all have made a lot of progress, but you are not giving it the attention it deserves, while there is people not progressing, bringing attention to the things that aren't even worth it. But above all else, your confidence. And I just want you guys to see it and look around, bro. You have people being confident. Like, why? Have you ever asked yourself why? Why are you confident? Where do you get that confidence from? Look around. I see people with it, but I'm like, wait a minute. And then I see people actually doing good and growing, and then they're getting brought into doubt over what? Huh? So, Chad, I don't know who this applies to, but I've seen it. I've seen it in emails. I've seen it in prayer requests. I've seen it just out and about. If for some reason I see the people who need less of it having more of it, and the people who should have more of it have less of it. And I'm talking about confidence. I'm seeing people who shouldn't be confident being fully confident in their stupidity. And vice versa. I'm seeing people who have a good plan, a good mission, good work ethic, and they are not having confidence when they have done everything that should ensue or induce a lot of confidence in what they're doing. So, Chad, today, stand up, bro. Stand up straight. You know, I'd be thankful, be grateful for where you have came. Especially if you've gone from not having anything to having something. And, you know, hold it down and think about it and get some ideas. You know, remember, ideas are going to open up doors. Good. Think about it. Start reminding yourself you have that genius in you. You have that work ethic in you. You know what I'm saying? Just like people are so confident to spread propaganda, I want you confident in saving, the long term, growing, coming up with a new idea, not being stopped. Oh. It's a balance, man. And again, this Felo, I'm not telling you to be arrogant, you know? And again, as some of you accurately said, you know, certain things make you more humble. Keep the humbleness. You know what I'm saying? But there is a quiet confidence, and I don't want you to give that up. And I don't think you should. You have zero reason to. Some of you need to really look at that. And that's what I'm saying. There is something, and there is an invisible force, and there is a third wall, an invisible hand that should be way stronger in some of you than I see in a lot of the weakness. I see a lot of weakness acting strong and a lot of strongness being weak. Not acting, but being. So let's go. So, that's just the intro. Isn't that great? Mm-hmm. Ain't that great? That's just the intro, man. I hope you enjoyed it. And again, like I'm saying, bro, I really hope some of y'all, like, I don't know. I really hope you move like that. I don't know. I hope the next step you take, both physically and in life, you know, but I want you to feel it. And, like, you know, and not be scared and not be worried. No matter what, God is in control, bro. Don't worry. You know, it's going to work itself out. But look at, you already went from nothing, from not knowing a lot to now you know a lot. And look at how fast things can change. So, like, dude, you know, be a little more purposeful. You know, chest to the sun. Take up a little more space out there because, like, you in the game, bro. You ain't checked out. You ain't checking out. The only thing going to take you out of the game is you, man, okay? So that's why I was saying I really hope some of y'all really get encouraged by it. And I do think some of y'all need it right here, right now, baby. So let's get it. But that's not even the Felo, man. That's not even the Felo. You want to know what today's Felo is, man? I love it. It's going to lead to a purpose. There is another verse that I have for it. But I need to reveal something to you. Again, this is something I got revealed to me, I guess. Wow. Shocking revelation. I love revelation. But I've been telling you, like, even then, even some of y'all, it's cool because y'all really do support. Y'all really show love. Even the way some of y'all, you're like, man, you the same Josh, bro, from the day one. I love you, man. And I've been telling you, I've been going through some things, and I've had changes in heart, which, again, I think my broader principles are really cemented You know, my principles don't really change. I didn't make a life changing my principles, you know, but sometimes I have a change of heart. Sometimes I notice things. Sometimes I go through things just like you. I have feelings. And man, this Felo help reveal even more to that change of heart that I have had recently. Okay? And here it is. It's very simple. The Bible, it does not make you feel a certain way. Bro, the Bible does not make you believe or not believe anything. I hope you realize that. All it does is expose how you already feel. Yikes. That's why you ever read that verse, it says the word is a sword. Cuts through everything. Cuts through bone, cuts through marrow. The words in that book can't stop. Like, it's crazy how it cuts. But that's the whole point. Dude, you're not reading. Bro, you think you're picking up that book and reading it? And you're like, wow, I agree, I don't know. You already feel something. You already believe something. And when you read it as bluntly as it's put, it either confirms or denies what you believe. Why do you think so many people have problems reading it? Why do you think a lot of us don't like it? You know why you don't like reading the Bible? Because it exposes how you feel. I don't want to read that. I don't want to deal with that right now. Again, that's why some of y'all don't like Felo. I could just talk about stocks. Talk about this. Talk about that. I don't want to. Don't expose how I'm feeling. I don't want that. Again, I'm telling you, I've had a change of heart. You know why? And again, and I told you, I was reading even the Beatitudes. Blessed are the poor. Blessed are the meek, right? And you know what I told you, bro? I said, you know what? Something's kind of weird. Something is very, very weird. Because I noticed that I was reading about love, right? And certain things. And you know what I noticed? I didn't feel that way. It exposed what I was already feeling. I know what I'm supposed to. Remember, I told you. That's why I was like, bro, if the fruit doesn't show up naturally, I'm done trying to act like I'm producing a fruit. I want the real fruit to be produced. I want the real love of the Spirit. I want the real patience. I don't want to just talk about it. I don't want to act like it. And that's okay. I'm on my journey, but I'm not here to fake it and act like it's, this. Yeah, that's why I said I felt like I had a level of tolerance. There was a certain thing when I'd say love your neighbor, love this. I was like, yeah, that's what I felt. But lately I was like, I didn't feel that. That's why I was praying to God. I'm like, God, how come I read that word and I know what it says and I know what I'm supposed to feel, but I don't feel that way. It exposes it. Oh, man. So, bro, I don't know who needs to hear this. Y'all better open up that book. But above all else, I hope you realize all it does is expose how you feel. How do you feel towards love? How do you feel towards, again, discipline? Feel towards rejecting certain things? How do you feel? You already feel a certain way. What you read or is going to confirm it or not. That's huge, Chad. But now, what do you get off of it? This is the beauty. Because like all of these moments, bro, you have to test yourself. 2 Corinthians 13. Examine yourselves to see whether you are in the faith. Test yourselves. Do you not realize that Christ Jesus is in you? Unless, of course, you fail the test. And I trust that you will discover that we have not failed the test. Chad, do you know what today's Felo is? I want you to realize how you already feel. Shein sues Temu. Wow. That could be big. I'm telling you something today. I want you to test yourself. That's what I'm asking you. That's what I'm trying to point you in the right direction of. If all of this does is just show how you feel, my question is, are you testing yourself? And you know what I mean by test yourself? Be honest with yourself. You know, honestly, bro, some of y'all need to find God. But also you need to find yourself. You know that? Some of y'all really need to find, what do you really believe? Great. Put it to the test. Otherwise, what's the point? And then again, I think some of you will realize, wow, I do believe what I believe. I really do believe in this. And when I do test it, and when I do really think about it, this is what I want. Again, just like your long term. Think about your plan. Put it to the test. Some of you realize, yeah, this is what's going to be in my life. Some of you are going to realize, nah, there is a different plan. Again, your plan in the stock market. What do you believe? Put it to the test. You know, because it's something you got to think about. And this relates to it because I heard this the other day and it kind of blew my mind because I think some of you in here can relate and on both sides of it. But I'll just tell you this right now. Bro, God is not going to put you on a journey where you're never going to find him. If that's what you wanted. God is not going to make you chase a God you'll never get. Do you get it? Because I know some of you're like, man, is God real? Is this and God? And then I believe in God, and then I go in life, and then all of this. But like, why do I keep believing? Remember I told you, I was like, why do I still believe? After all the things, and it's so much easier to not believe. Why do I believe? Why am I on this? Again, when I test what I believe and put it to the test. But why? It makes no sense. But this helped because I was like, damn. Maybe if you're going through that and you keep putting it to the test and you still feel that desire to do better, to go bigger, to go higher, you know what I'm saying? And that's still there, then there you go. I think it's real. And then vice versa, bro. God is never going to give you this desire to chase a God that you're never going to reach. You know that? That's why some of you gave up already. You're right. You had the desire. It didn't match up. You said, screw it. Never came back again. Hey, it is what it is. Again, some of you don't shake it. I don't know why. Think about it. So, Chad, I want you to put your feelings to the test. Read the book. Really look at what you believe. Understand the chase you've been on, right? Why do you feel a certain way? And honestly, tell me this. What's something you felt your whole life? Yeah, it's one thing. We all get feelings and we all get beliefs. Some of them are new and not. Oh, no. What about a belief you really like your whole life? Have you put it to the test? And then above all else, man, again, I told y'all, some of y'all really need the confidence. And I pray you get it. And I'll be excited that you do. And just like it says, 2 Corinthians 13, I loved it. Because it said, bro, the test, it said, come on, you'll realize that you have God in you. You'll realize you will pass the test. Have confidence. So, Chad, please, let me know what comes out of it, okay? But put yourself to the test and let the answers provide themselves. But take that to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on that video. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list at my channel. First link of the Screaming Larry's boot camp and real estate course. Fed Bostic interview is nuts. Why do I feel like you're lying? I don't know. You tell me, but I'll see where Bostic is at, but I don't think anything is nuts with Bostic. Never. I was about to make a really bad joke, but yeah. Let's see. Well, let me get you some uncle, and then we'll see where Bostic is at, and then we'll go from there.
Dippo on the beat.
It's a cult, baby. Yeah, Boston Chris, they said a crash. I kept the band, so Lambo cash. I kept it cool, was moving fast. I came with nothing left with the bag. You should do the math. I ain't pulling back. I'm pulling up, you pulling that. I double down, then double day. I changed the plan, I'm fuck with that. Nah, this should be your motivation. Balance, growth, and values. I ain't talking about it. Stop rotation. Price is going up, but the ego also got inflation. Told you it was tough, but it's different when you finally face it. Take it for complacent, get your patience. If it reset what you making, cause it hasn't taken place. And when it does, you can't replay it. So I hope them words you saying don't come back to harm you later. This a vicious game we playing, but we in it though. Put me in the dictionary and that's the fucking getting it, bro. Please don't get it twisted, that's the man who leaving when we's broke. I just kept it simple, nothing special, just the shit we saw. Tell me why you bitching, everybody giving 24. So use it wisely, it's surprising how much time they waste despising. That could really tilt the balance or could kill you at the margins. Beg your pardon, I ain't never beg, I planned it and I got it. Long time Luka Doncic with the options, I'm Giannis. Feel like Jokic with deposits, I'm a holder, you a talker. Getting older and I'm wiser, I can run it like Elijah. You can't tell me that I heat it if you've never been through fire. Whoa, I'm the favorite to the yes before a favorite. You got motive, not no motivation. Stop with all the faking, thought I told you when I'm finished, then you gonna hear me say they can't do it how I done it. They still tryna make the payments. So fuck it up, yeah, that's the plan. I ain't watching them, I watch the end. I short the top, then buy again. Some love the top, some play to win. I love the work, they love to spin. They love the rest, love folding hands. They love the clap, they need the friends. I ain't need the shit. Been with nothing, I ain't fearing it. You ain't need the love when you in love with it. Made $1 million, I gave all of it. Y'all play the kid, I ain't faking shit. I claiming shit, I called that, I made the grip. He fall off, but I can slip if I stop now. I'm still leaving rich.
All right, I only have an audio of Bostic. I don't know why it's not showing up.
Because that's the second part of your staff that we're processing checks. And now checks are only processed in this country in one building, this one, and everywhere else has basically been shut down. So that's a huge amount of efficiency that's been added to the system, which is quite interesting. Now, when I think about it, technology, there are really two things. There's a question about what it enables, and there's a question about how it changes people's experiences. Now, on the enablement side, I talked about the check pictures. We've actually introduced a technology very recently, about a year ago, called FedNow. FedNow is a real-time payment system. There's a sister system, the clearinghouse called the real-time payments. And what that is trying to do is change fundamentally how clearing and settlement happens, such that it all happens basically instantaneously. So when you do the transaction, the clearing has happened and the settlement happens in real time. So that is actually a tremendous innovation.
Fed when, Fed how.
So if you deposit money in a bank, usually there's a 2 or 3 day hold before you can access those funds. That's because it takes time to do all the clearing and the settlement. If that can happen in real time, then there's no hold. And that offers tremendous benefits for consumers and for small businesses. For consumers, you get your money, right? And so and it's particularly important if you don't have a lot of wealth, if you don't have extra cash, getting that money in real time is going to help you buy the things you need.
Senior U.S. officials push back on a report that said Blinken
go to
meeting
work
with Netanyahu.
and do those things without uncertainty or stress. There's another byproduct of this, which I think is also quite interesting, which is it should eliminate overdrafts. Right? You should not be able to overdraft because that check is happening in real time.
Yeah,
And if there's
that
not
could
enough
be
money,
off of
then
that
you're not
headline.
gonna buy it. You're not going to be able to buy it.
There's something on Netanyahu and Blinken.
Eliminate a ton of fees. And again, if you're income and wealth constrained, having some of your funds go to fees that are
maximalist statements
not,
like
not
this are getting constructive.
That's just a drag. That's a tax. And if we can
calm down, insider
eliminate
trading
that through a real-time payment system.
So maximalist statements. There's a bunch of headlines right now. Senior administration getting a ceasefire in Gaza and risk the ability of technical talks. Senior Biden official. When and if Hamas accepts the beginning or the bridging proposal, the U.S. expects there will be additional talks on the implementation of another ceasefire. The U.S. fully expects Gaza's ceasefire talks to continue. So I think they're getting close to a bridge deal. That's what it's sounding like. That's why I think RTX may have moved. But then again, that seems like a way bigger move than the headline. Interesting.
System has a bunch of banks have signed up for it. I'm really excited by how fast it's spreading, and I'm looking forward to it being present in as many banks as possible and then being used so that we get those benefits. Now, on the experiential side, we do a survey, and I always mess up the surveys. I'm just gonna the names. I'm gonna look it up. It's called the Survey of Diary and Consumer Payment Choice. We run that. I think Jessica, your group does this one with our research team. We have a whole survey center here that does those things. Well, the most recent survey, we asked a question: how many have you used digital or mobile payments vehicle in the last 12 months? And the answer was 70% of all consumers had done that in the last 12 months. And that's a doubling of where we were 5 years ago, right? So how people are doing payments is changing quite dramatically. Then we asked the same question about with your phone, and it was actually a triple over that period of time. So we're starting to see technology really change how people experience the world. Now, this is a conversation we had a lot in our payments committee, special committee on payments inclusion, which is even with that, 90% of consumers still use cash for some things, right? So cash is not dead, right? And
90% use for
do you all
what does that
have
mean?
cash in your wallets? Oh, this is a good group. Like that's good. Yeah, so keep doing that. That's fine. Don't worry. You should still be okay. But I think it's a very interesting thing to think about how technology is deploying and how it's playing out.
Does that make sense?
I have cash in my wallet
I
now.
guess.
I didn't when I was in the private sector. So one of the desired outcome of working at the Fed is somehow now there's always cash in my wallet. So
Victory.
Exactly.
That's victory right there.
I got cash.
Thank you for that expansive
Hear that?
response. And I really like how you injected
You guys hear this?
examples and experiences because it
$4.
punctuates the point that
$4
every
USD,
payment has
$4
a
USD.
story. Right? There's somebody behind that transaction, that
Do you
payment
guys
that's
like-
trying to achieve their own desired outcome.
Do you guys like the smell of money?
One of the things you also talked about is
Because I know it's disgusting,
the
but I love
need
it.
for the private and public
Like that
sector
weird cash
to kind of
smell.
work
I love
together
it.
to
I
help
love the
solve
smell
these
of cash.
gnarly problems.
I
And
like
in
gas, too.
Georgia, you're part of
I like
a
money. You like money?
group, that is helping to advance this type of a partnership through a group called Partnership for Inclusive Innovation. I wonder if you can talk to us a little bit about the group and the role that you're playing as part of that.
Sure, I'm happy to do that. So I sit on an advisory board.
I
for the
barely
group.
use cash.
They call themselves PIN.
PIN.
Now I'm going to call it the partnership because I don't like acronyms, so I'm just gonna go that way. But like the partnership is really, it's something that a lieutenant governor of the state wanted to do, and he wanted Georgia to be seen as an innovation center for the eastern half of the United States. And for him, one of the things that was very important was that this shouldn't just be an Atlanta story, that this should be a story that really celebrates the full diversity of Georgia. And so we should be finding innovators and investing in innovation in all parts of the state, including many more rural areas. And like to me, this is a super interesting idea, and that's why I really was willing to participate in it. And in part, it was because I say all the time, I don't know where the next good idea is going to come from, right? And so we need to be probing all places, all communities, all slices of our society to be finding those ideas and to be seeing who might have that next great innovation, that next significant innovation, or that next great product that's going to add value. And what we've seen through PIN, through the partnership, is really a bearing out of that reality, right? So as we've encountered entrepreneurs across the state, they have come up with a lot of very interesting ideas. There's a group that is partnering, connecting urban communities that are food deserts with farmers in more rural parts of the state, so that if you have surplus vegetables and things, it doesn't just get thrown out, and now is being deployed in a very interesting way. They found investors, and it has now become an ongoing concern. That's a story that's replicated again and again. It really speaks to the idea that there are smart people, there are innovative people everywhere, and it's about networks and connectivity and information that can allow us to benefit by that. I would also say this is more than just the entrepreneurs. Right? This is also about cities, because sometimes cities will have ambitions about how they can deploy technology and innovation. So there's an international smart cities competition, and a couple of Georgia entrants won some awards in that. It was very, very exciting to see how ambition and innovation can really generate great things. So it just really speaks to the importance of creating an ecosystem where good ideas can be invested in, they can rise up, they can add value. And that's another way that we can get the economy to work for everyone.
Yeah, I really like that heuristic. Granted, I may be talking my own book here around innovation, but I think that some of the case studies that I've read and that you've shared, they start with kind of a focus on problem statements, not so much chasing technology, but let's solve a real problem. And then kind of bringing together that diverse set of perspectives to kind of help solve it. And we always say kind of put your hands on keys and kind of learn by doing, because the perfect solution is not going to be designed on a document. So I think that heuristic is also helping with the pace of innovation.
Yeah, it's actually very interesting. All these innovations, I think about them as a journey, right? And we do this in our bank now. We talk about everything in terms of an experiment. Every new thing is we want to just take the first few steps, because we know there's a tension, we know there's a problem. We think we have a solution, but you're not really sure whether it's the full solution until you start going down that pathway and making discovery. And I feel like a lot of this is about the same kind of discovery that's really interesting.
Yeah, life in perpetual beta. So you talked about Atlanta Fed standing tall on the special committee on payments inclusion. I wonder if we could talk about some of the areas that you want to bring focus and attention to, with this captive audience here.
So I want to say a couple things on this. So first, the committee was great. And it was great to have a conversation that included experts from all over the place: private sector, public sector, operators, merchants, academics, advocates, governmental, regulators, like the whole group was there. And what was interesting was, although they came from very different perspectives, they all kind of wanted the same thing. We want a payment system that really does work for everyone. And the challenge is, like, can we understand the barriers? And then can we coalesce around some solutions that can actually try to reduce them or even eliminate them? So, for one example of a barrier is merchant acceptance, right? So I tell a whole story about the first time I realized that cash wasn't going to get me what I wanted. And it was distressing. I was on a freeway and I was trying to get somewhere. I got to a toll booth and I was like, I don't know what I'm going to do now. I figured something out, and that'll be a story for a reception. But suffice it to say, it really did raise a question for me about if you are primarily a cash user, if you don't have a debit card or a credit card, like, how do you navigate an environment? And there are so many more venues today that are credit card only. Like, so many stadiums now, if you go to a show or anything like that, if you don't have a digital type of payment vehicle, you can't get in.
Why is he going so hard on this topic?
Those things and how
I don't think he's going to say anything about monetary policy, even though it's a random Q&A. But
use a variety of
this is boring as hell so far. We got about
is an important thing. So that would just be one example. The committee put together a final report
Let's do
about
some
a year and a half ago, I think it was, that laid out, I think, 7 different areas where we saw barriers that were worth trying to tackle, and had suggestions about areas that the government, the private sector, and nonprofits might actually think about exploring to see if there are solutions there. Another one would be just access to the hardware and the technology to leverage some of these digital payments. So if you go to many rural areas, access to broadband is not a given. And if you don't have broadband, you can't do a lot of the things that would be required. So that's another area where we would see some difficulty. The other thing I'm very excited about in this context is that our team is present in a lot of places. So we are engaged in a lot of working groups. So they're internal to the Fed, roundtables that are thinking about innovation, and there's one on payments. There's a digital idea network that we are also engaged with, and our team is writing a white paper with them to try to identify solutions. I think your team's involved with some of those things. We've stepped up a lot in terms of doing these sort of programs and having conferences to bring together folks from a wide range of places. And our team goes all over the place now.
What's up, baby? Thank you, my friend.
About this and the things
Good
that
morning.
we're learning
I'm doing
that
workouts
are
right
quite
now.
important. So it's been a great journey, and I'm looking forward. I'm so excited about the program today because it is allowing us to continue the conversation and bring all of you actually into the conversation, and hopefully by the end of today you'll be fired up to continue to work with us to try to make progress on these things.
Well, innovation is the ultimate team sport, and I'll definitely extend my thanks to Jessica, Lali, and team, because a lot of the work, as you said, that they're doing in Atlanta is extrapolated, and the beneficiary of the learnings are around the system. So we're very grateful for that. I'm gonna throw a couple more questions at Raphael, but get your questions ready because we're gonna come to the audience next. On that point, there's a lot of builders and developers here in the room, or investors and companies in the room, and also virtually.
I think that's the low we talked about earlier.
How should builders and developers of new products start to really think about and incorporate inclusion in the design and build process?
So that's an excellent question, and I'll just say they should think about inclusion at the very beginning. Like one thing so Atlanta has a ton of financial product innovators, FinTech Central, whatever you want to call it. And, I talk to a lot of them, and many of them, they approach it. So then, as you said, they see a problem, they want to disrupt.
So Toll Brothers is after hours, Target's in the morning.
But they are focused very narrowly on one maybe use case or one target population, and with little pokes and prods, you can say, well, there are other people who might be wanting to engage in this. Have you thought about how they might think about it? And too often the answer, the response is they look at me kind of with this blank stare, like, what are you talking about? And so I really try to encourage folks because in many instances, it's small tweaks that can lead to big changes in terms of accessibility.
This is Raphael Bostic.
But once you're
Fed member
far down the road,
and voter,
going back and doing the tweak,
I'm pretty sure
can seem like a mountain's worth of effort, right? So to the extent we can create a process or an expectation that one of the early questions you ask is, who else might use this beyond the group that I'm just thinking about? And then maybe trying to find those people, talk to them, understand what their challenges are, what their aspirations are. That process will broaden, I think,
5.9
how you think about your innovation, and potentially
cutting workforce to
leads
7%.
to much more smooth and more broad adoption down the road.
No, they never got rid of him for Richard Clarita left.
That's a pragmatic takeaway. incorporate the voice of the customer, the voice of the user early and often in the process. I'm a pilot, so I think about that way. It's easy to make 1 to 2 degree course correction versus a 60-degry complete, change of course by talking to the users.
Yeah, I never want to be on a plane that's doing a 60-degree.
Want to go flying?
Okay, we'll explore that.
So I know there's never a productive meeting with Raphael until you walk out of there with some good call to action takeaways. I know, again, you have a captive audience.
Did you say he sucks unless he gives a call to action?
What are some action items that you would ask of this group?
All right, so they purposely did not put this in the program because many of you may not have come. But I like to give homework. I don't like to have programs where people just walk away and they don't have to do anything. So my ask of you is to do things, to be engaged, to look at the challenges that are out there, try to understand where there are barriers, and where you might actually think there are solutions, and then call somebody. And don't just sit on that knowledge, but rather have that turn into a dialogue. And the reality is, this is an all-hands situation. Right? If we're going to get to a payments system that is truly inclusive, it's going to require participation from everyone. Private sector, public sector, our whole group on our committee, that's our family, our universe. And I would invite you to be part of that discussion and conversation, because as with the small tweak can lead to broad adoption, like sometimes it's the small suggestion that can change a conversation's trajectory and lead to discovery that can be quite beneficial. So I want you to join us and be part of our group. That for those in the room, you're already here. I think we got you. We want to make sure that the rest of the day moves in that direction. Those online, please do the same.
Questions from the audience. In the room, we have some mic runners, so please raise your hand if you have a question. And then if you would like to type your question into Slido, I can read the questions back to Raphael and Sunena. And while the questions are coming in, I wanted to say, when you started at the bank, Raphael, you met with every employee, and I remember you sat with Dave Lott and I, and you said, just don't let me testify in Congress.
I really, that's a real story. That is real.
Because he has had 2 insider trade accusations. So, what?
Okay. Thank you very much. Greg Johnson
from
New York University and Bretton Woods Committee. I'm just curious, are we in and out? So are we also taking into account to draw any inspiration on this topic from some of the other central bank work that's going on more broadly globally? In other words, so many of the things that are taking place at BIS and other locations, it's also trying to solve for the same solutions. I wonder if that factors into some of the things that either of the two are focusing.
Yeah, so the question was, to what extent are we trying to learn from things that are happening in other parts of the world? We are totally doing that. I don't really want to reinvent the wheel if someone else has already figured it out.
This is not Jackson.
We should just do that.
No.
I don't need the credit. I'll credit them. And in the report, it was actually quite interesting. We cite a number of international examples of innovations that are potentially interesting. And one of the things that I think is really interesting international I'll credit.
Well, I want to see if I could get a question in. Sorry. Okay, my bad.
And in the one area, they could just leapfrog to the current one, and in some regards, they're more facile than we are, and our change will be harder. So we are definitely trying to learn those lessons.
Thank you for your question. We have another question from Slido. You've spoken previously about financial literacy and education. Can you tie back the importance of financial literacy with inclusion and innovation?
So yes, financial literacy is an important thing, right? If you don't know what you don't know, then you're going to stumble, and you're going to wind up in a bad way or a bad place. And I say it more that way than I need to know everything. I know I'm not going to know everything. But it's also knowing when you're starting to tread in areas where you could get in trouble. In the payments inclusion, I do think that part of the challenge that we have is that technology changes fast, and you don't always know all the utilities and the facilities that are there, but you also don't know all the risks. And one thing that we know, every new technology, it comes with great promise, but it also comes with new risks that you have to manage and navigate. And being able to have a conversation that is kind of transparent and honest on both of those dimensions so that people can do the true benefit cost analysis. Like, we don't do that as much and as clearly as we might. Like, when I talk to innovators, they're always excited about the shiny thing.
We might have a shot.
Like, this new thing, look at all these
There's
things
only
you can
3
do and all this
questions,
sort of
and I got my question in.
So, like, how do
You'll know
what
it
do you
if they
think
say
about
it.
the
So
safety?
let's see.
And they,
No, it's not
some of
really that
them
important,
haven't
to be
really
honest.
thought about that.
I thought it would, and
so
we have
for
nothing
me, I
else,
think
but
part
so
of this
far,
is,
this has been
creating a much more
ultra
mature,
boring,
holistic conversation in all of these spaces.
We might have
so
a shot.
That, everybody understands the full range of issues that need to be addressed if folks are really going to be comfortable to have that adoption.
Responsible innovation.
Exactly.
Okay. And we have a question in the room, Rodrigo.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Rodrigo. I'm co-founder and CEO of Gabriel Money. And I have a comment and a question related to 2 comments that you just talked about. We are purposed to help young Latinos in the US close the wealth gap by accessing credit and non-predatory products. And we're early stage. We just found out that half of our customers are not Latinos. So to your previous point, some of the purpose and the new businesses that we're building can definitely have unthought broader audiences. But my question goes to your last comment related to innovation and the perception of risks related to it. I've been asking my sponsor bank, when are you going to have Fed now? And I want that for safety reasons, because the product that is my key product is a secure credit card, and I don't want to have ACH surfing.
And then
going
fast forward,
it.
Half of our clients aren't even Latino.
And my sponsor bank answers me back, well, we have to understand because it might be too risky. So my question goes to how to address the perception of risk that comes with innovation that actually might not be true when people are just used to the old risks of the old technology, and to deal with that.
So that's an excellent question. I'd say 2 things. So first, let us know who that bank is.
Oh, they said waiting for review.
We definitely want to go talk with them and get them to.
They might have caught me
to adopt it, and we'll put them at ease. But I do think there is sort of a campaign element to this, to try to make sure that we're talking about these issues in regular language that regular people can understand, so that they don't feel like they're being sold something. Right. Ultimately, we need them to see this as a tool and something that they can leverage to their own benefit. And sometimes the hard sell, just gets everyone on edge. And so it's really about, how do we talk about this? What materials are out there? What vehicles to communicate do we use? So I know the venues that I would look at where this might come across. That's different, perhaps, than the venues that you might use, Hanina or Lolly or others in the room, depending on your background, depending on sort of the technology that existed when you grew up and all that kind of stuff. And so being creative about that and trying to be expansive I think is really the important element.
We have time for one more question, so I'm going to let you choose which one you want. Buffet. In your view, will impact of Dodd-Frank Section 1033 open banking, what will that have on financial inclusion in the future? Or please share your thoughts on non-bank
they didn't take
mine in payments.
Fuckers.
Well, I'm going to do the second one.
Okay.
But, that's pretty straightforward right there. So,
all right, this was my question. I sent it in there. Oh, they read all the other. I told you there's only 3. They put mine on review. But I said, love your work, Raphael. Thank you for your service. I remember a few years ago, you had a lot to say about municipal bonds. Are you still holding those? And how do you think diversity and inclusion will play out in municipal markets? Thanks again. I just wanted to hear him talk about municipal bonds, but no, I guess not. I guess not.
These interfaces, they are all things that facilitate a better functioning payment system and financial system.
AI partners with Condé Nast.
And so we need them to be there. But the important thing is we need to have them in our conversations so they understand
Kim Fallon has joined his company, co-head of manufacturing,
how they can interact, and they can better understand the challenges and the problems that maybe they've not seen before. So means we got to just make a few more phone calls in different sectors to be engaged. But it's a really exciting time. And I look forward to seeing where this will take us moving forward.
Well, thank you both for the encouragement and the insights and your leadership. And at this time, we're going to actually take a break for about 10 minutes, and we're going to come back with our emerging payments session. Thank you so much for your fireside chat.
Man, that was brutal. It was not as entertaining. Again, all of this week, we're waiting for Fed speakers. Remember, Jackson Hole is going to have more than just Powell. I think a lot of people forgot about that. Remember, Jackson Hole has a lot of different things. Oh, they removed my question from the fucking thing. They really got mad at that question. No, they deleted it off the thing. Every other question stayed there. Well, yeah, there it is. I guess touchy subject? I didn't know it was a touchy subject. That's so weird. Yeah, I didn't think that would get them, so I just asked about municipal bonds and diversity and inclusion. I didn't think it was that bad. Hey, I guess not. I guess it's too much, man. Yeah. Why would they be mad? I don't know. That's weird. That's really, really weird. I don't like that. Well, all right, that. But I do think everybody needs to get ready for a lot of Fed speakers and central bank speakers by the end of the week. Today was nothing, though. I mean, we have an hour and 50 minutes left, but we ain't doing nothing, bro. I'm the industry's worst nightmare. Thank you for doing what you do. I know, man. Imagine a world, though, like if it was like, you know, if you put us in this spot like 20 years ago and like it was harder to censor, oh, man, it'd be fun. But either way, God's plan, baby. We good. As long as you have a long term, your life will be amazing. It actually is going to be a weird amazing. You guys got to remember that. Remember, when you own investments and hold for the long term, the richer you get, the poorer you are going to feel. Not only as you compare other things, but like remember, if you have a lot of money going to savings and to the long term, like think about it, you're not selling it. So it's common, is what I'm trying to tell you, is that it's very, very common that you will have a lot of money in a investment account, but then you're going to feel broke because you'll have more money investing, not spending, versus all the money you play with. Does that make sense? I hope so. I hope so. Oh, I need to see. My bad. Redfin pop again. I just hope we could sell. Again, I did Toll Brothers. Toll Brothers is pricing in 6. I think Ueda's speech could be big, but it shouldn't be the most important. There's a lot more going on, but that is the other one. Thursday night leading into Friday. It's a special council meeting on there. Who is this? Hold on, I want to show you guys this. I got the... Oh, did it get deleted? All right, so I have another one. But yeah, I don't know what this... Remember I told you guys yesterday? Didn't I tell you that somebody, well, like a CEO, wanted an interview? And I was like, who the fuck are you? So this is the company. Dude, I got another email from somebody weird. So this, CNEQ. I have no idea. Has anybody heard of this? Alger Concentrated ETF. The CEO wants to talk to us, but I have no idea what the fuck they do. That's why I'm like, I don't know if this is a scam. They probably want promo, but it's weird. Take-Two is popping. Take-Two pop before GTA 6? What? Take-Two is running. Yeah, I've never heard of them either. FDA ICU medical updates restructuring regarding batteries for Plum 360. There's something on batteries and medical devices. Bro, that Take-Two pop is huge. 2%. Looks like a brand new ETF. Yeah, but the guy has, like, go look up the CEO of it. I saw him, like, he's been on CNBC. When I Googled his name, he's been on there like 4 or 5 times. So they love him on what's it called? They love him on CNBC. But I don't know. I don't even know what they hold. So let me see what they hold. Alger. Oh no, wait, see. Wants to make a cult ETF. Yeah, the beauty is we don't need to. You know, remember, everything we do with the long term and by posting it, that allows you guys to make your long term without paying any fees to anybody. Isn't that awesome? You get to collect your dividends, you get to make your money, and then that's it. He said Sam Bankman also was on CNBC. He's going to try to get you to vote for Kamala. I feel bad. I already have there's only one person. I have one of my friend's moms. She knows that I'm voting for Donald now, and she's sad. She's trying to convince me to vote for Kamala. But I'm like, come on. It ain't. I'm sorry, lady. I love you. You're amazing, but no. So yeah, I pissed off one real life person. Good friend. Ask her which policy she's like. No. I don't talk to those people. I say, okay, gotta go. Bye. That's it. You've had 4 to 8 years to make up your mind with a lot of evidence, so I've given up. I just live my life. I don't need to save anybody. You missed the big plays, looking for Longeveron. I mean, we hit the bonds pretty good. I didn't tell you guys how much I made on the yen because I did that play after hours. I don't think it would be right to flex on that, even though I've told you about it several times. But we did good on the bonds. There's like some good 8 to 10 grand plays on there. But the yen really was the latest major one. And then you never know, though, too. There's a couple. I think if biotech lands second half, we'll at least get 1 or 2. You have to explain to them you aren't trying to argue. Yeah, but that's why it's usually I give up. Usually if you have to ask certain basic questions, it just shows we're on 2 different timelines. So I'll leave that. If you really care, you can search it yourself and figure it out, and then we'll have another one. So you're willing to lose friends and acquaintances over politics? No, the politics has helped me realize the type of people that I want to be around and not. So like I'm saying, I even, again, someone brought it up yesterday. They're like, I'm one of those Democrats, and I'd never banned them. You know why? Because they're not asking me dumb, stupid questions, not trying to bait me into an argument. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's it. Like, you could stand wherever you stand on the spectrum, do your thing, but how you communicate and if you support mindless, brainless propaganda, I just know not to interact with you. And those people, I'm more than willing. That's it. If I want to make more money and become more famous, then I have to do the opposite. It's very simple. I hope you guys all recognize that. If I want to make more money, become more popular, and have more social media presence, all I have to do is flip-flop, and then I'll have an incentive to be nice to everybody about that, and then deal with the pandering and deal with the brainwashing, and then find something to sell to you, and then boom. And then I'll get hooked up on it. But I just know I don't want to be around those people because I know what it's like. So keep the political crap out of here. Well, I could do whatever I want, but then, like I was saying, once I throw in a lot of traps, because then once people say something and see one thing, I know to eliminate them, and then that's it. But that's why I got here. Just get a long term, and that's it. You could still listen, even if I ban you, but that's just it. If you're on, one part of the spectrum, I'm just going to wish you well, and I don't want to speak to you. I think it's easy. Not just like you wouldn't want to speak to a Trump supporter or anybody like that. So, I don't know. Got the LT, amen. That's all you need, baby. That's all you need. I don't know what the news on Take Two is. The snowflake bots are unreal. No, today's a glorious day. I've been in a very good mood from the morning, and I'm still in it. I've got good workouts. That's all. I think we're entering the second half of the Josh shift, where now you guys are probably going to get more sensitive to what I say than me getting sensitive about it. That's what I've noticed. Some people like, oh, man, you this. I'm like, nah, we chilling. If you're not used to it, it might come off a little weird. You know what I'm saying? 2K pre-order? No. I feel like that has to be GTA 6. That's a big pop. Or, again, lately, any of these random pops have all been off of... all of these have been off of conference call updates. Do I even talk about stocks? Yeah, man, we got like $250,000 on just long-term plays that we have only done live on stream. Isn't that awesome? So, yeah, man. There's a lot today. If you missed it, not too much data, but overseas, getting ready for PAL, and then individual company names. I don't know if I'm going to get the new 2K. No, I don't know. I really don't now. Because then I'm like, if I don't buy it, then I don't have to play it. You know what I'm saying? And that's it. Remember, I don't know how I got into 2K because I stopped playing for years, and then I got into it. So now I'm like, all right, well, as long as I don't buy the new one, then I'm free. Does this guy even talk about 2K? But yeah, so I don't know. Maybe I'll buy 2K25 like towards the end, like once they like put it on sale after the holidays. But I don't know. I see the weird opportunity. If I just don't buy it, then I won't play it. XLP 52-week high is crazy. No, I didn't get clapped on TNXP. I'm getting clapped on it. I'm still up from yesterday, but I've given up most of the gains. So, like, I made like 1,200 yesterday. I'm down 1,000 on it now because I doubled up the size. And then I'm down to hold it. There was more headlines, but not really like iRacing. I would like to play like Forza, but then I feel like if I get Forza, like no lie, I'm going to end up buying a real car. See, that's the thing. 2K, I just end up in the gym. But like if I start playing like car games, I'm going to buy a car. Like, fuck that. News at 12 for TNXP? Uh-oh. Good or bad? Well, Microsoft pumping SPY back to open. I used to love Forza, though, when I was young. I love Forza, bro. Forza's a really cool game. I used to get so mad, though, because I didn't know how to time cars or tune cars. Like, you know how some people back in the day would make, like, crazy tunes? My tunes would suck. I was shit at tuning. But I had a lot of fun. Why are we going up? No real reason. Again, even the way down. Like, look at the market right now. The only thing moving is the Russell. I mean, we're break even on SPY, barely down on NASDAQ, barely green on the Dow. So, sadly, anything that's happening right now isn't, I don't think it's really being based off of any, like, headline. That's why your OEF answers, pretty much. I didn't know. Bo, the tunes were crazy. That was an era. I don't know. Xbox 360, Forza, that was like the best. That was the best time. Can I make you some stock market earmuffs? Stock market live earmuffs? Maybe. Oh, you hear that? That was my neck. Netflix hit 700 earlier today. And then we don't know why Take Two's up there. Borderlands. Oh, there it is. You guys all just dropped that at once. Borderlands 4 officially confirmed. There's no way that shoots up the stock 2.5. I guess Borderlands is kind of popular, but that's crazy. What the fuck is Grand Theft Auto going to do then? Need for Speed Underground 2. Best racing game of all time. I agree. Yeah, GTA 6 will make it go. But then again, I don't know. I don't like Take-Two. I like it and I don't. You heard the Borderlands rumor on. I didn't think it would move it like that. So usually, I mean, Borderlands, if it's not like, you know, franchise, you know, big box game like that, it shouldn't move it up like that. But I guess Borderlands was kind of popular. But I don't like the, what's it called? I don't like Take-Two. They're just spending so much money. I don't get it. Dude, they have Grand Theft Auto, the 2K, like, the fact that these guys are just blowing money is wicked. Def Jam Fight for New York. I remember that. That's crazy. We have a couple of earnings calls still today. There's a couple. You still got quite the lineup. I might do 2 standard deviation. I did both ways for now. It's funny because my calls were up. Now the calls went down to the puts, and now the calls went back up to break even. So from the AM, target plays are still the same price. Yeah, Borderlands, that's why Take 2 is running up there. What happened? Nothing. We just had a random pop out of nowhere. Couple of names had some individual moves. Where's the long term? Did you go with the 122s? I think, give or take. I'd have to double check. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. In what situation would you add Apple or Microsoft when they came down? That's what I would need. Good price. Good price. Toyota to test Tesla EV gigacasting machine? Or? What does that mean? I don't know what a gigacast is. Capable of 9,000 tons of clamping pressure. They will install a giant gigacasting machine at Japanese plant as soon as this year. I've never heard of a gigacast. Sounds awesome. You know what I'm saying? Sounds great. Tesla style. Yeah, you didn't miss. I said it in the morning. How many of you remember? In the morning, bro. I was telling you. Like, if you want to go sleep, you can, and then I'll text you if anything happens. But, yeah, we really didn't do anything at all today. We got Giga Chad cast in. The jobs revision will have a real impact. Probably not, unless it's like major, but I'm not expecting much. I really think nothing's going to happen this week in the sense of events, but the market could move a lot. So I just think everything is still a weird nonsense hangover from last 2 weeks. Again, that volatility was too real. And although everybody feels a certain way about it, it's like there's just not enough big events. So job revisions, little sets of data, conference board, consumer sentiment, even Jackson Hole. Unless Powell comes in with a bomb, I think we might get reactions, but I don't think the market is really tied to reacting to anything, more or less. And then, can I show you guys this? I saw this. This just showed up on my Twitter, though. I was looking for a headline, and then this popped up. Are you ready for this? I saw this the other day, and it blew my mind. Are you ready? You had 2 tires blow out in the last 72 hours? Oh, man. But this is AI. This is not real. Okay? Viewer discretion is advised. Are you ready for it? Are you ready, Chad? Did you like the video? I've been doing all this. I ain't even selling you guys likes. This is crazy. Have you seen this AI of Trump and Kamala? Look at. How crazy is that? Look at, they're kissing. Bro. Look at that. Bro, it's wild. I saw this one yesterday. Look at the baby. Look at baby Trump. And Kamala. No. I watched it yesterday. And I was like, because I saw it. I was like, what the fuck? It looked real. And then I was like, oh my gosh. So yeah, this is getting out of hand. This is getting out of hand. It's mini Trump. Hello. Looks real. Can't fake this. Can't fake my ear. I dodge bullets. That's what I do. I dodge them. They need to make faster bullets if they want to get me. I didn't even know Grok could do image. I've never used Grok. I've never used it. I didn't know it could do pictures. Don't you need to like sign up for premium Twitter though to use it? Or oh no, Grok. Subscribe now? Yeah, you have to pay for it. Why the fuck would I pay for Twitter? Help me write a meme. Help make a site. Yeah, it does I didn't know it does pictures. If you had to describe yourself in one word, what would it be? I wouldn't describe myself. I'm sorry, I can't ever answer that question after listening to the Lil Wayne deposition. I'm like, why would I don't describe myself. That's it. They're like, what image you decide? You describe me. He can't save you. You have to pay for the other, generators. I pay for Midjourney, but like, it's legit. I love Midjourney. But like I said, I've been learning how to do it without Midjourney, and it's getting crazy. Like, it's nuts though. Like, I'm learning how to do AI unhinged. So like, I'm already learning how to like, I can make pictures that are like banned from AI. I've finally figured it. It's hard though, to be honest with you. And like, I wish I had more time, and I wish I was more technical about it. But I am already. That was that stuff I was telling you guys about earlier. But like, I'm learning how to make an AI with no rules. But will Grok do it? No way. But I do need to learn how to get. I don't know how to do videos. And it's just hard. Like, there's just so much. Like, I'm basic. I want to, dude. Tim, that thing you sent me, I want to set it up, but it takes a lot of stuff. I don't know. Should I do it, Tim? The one with the deep, because I want to try it on live. There's this one thing going around right now, bro. There's like this way to do it, and you could have a live deep fake. So like, straight up, if this will take me like a day, if I really want to do this, and I could set it up to where I could turn on a webcam, and it will show you my face, but with like Elon Musk or whoever I want in real time. It's possible now. So I could, and even then, Tim sent me a fucking tutorial. Tim sent me a whole tutorial, and I watched half of it while I was editing, and I was like, oh yeah, I could easily do this. It's a little bit of work. I just don't want to fuck up my computer. But yeah, it's possible. It's literally live deep fakes. So I could go and create a live, be on the live stream, have a live image in my room, and you'll see my room and everything. And then boom. Is it easier on the MacBook? I didn't think. Because with MacBook, do I have to do the Python stuff and all that? Because if I did it, I was going to do it on my main computer, but maybe on the Mac it would be easy. You might do it. And yeah, the Python shit and then the little other thing is hard. It's hard. Isn't that crazy, though? It exists. I was going to risk showing his face. I'll just wear a backup mask underneath it. I'll be like Scooby-Doo. You're like, we saw Josh's. No. I thought it. No. So, yeah. How is that different than those weirdos who've been streaming themselves as wolves? What do you mean? I haven't seen that. What do you mean? Like, are you talking about, like, wasn't there a guy who just put on, like, a mask? But this is, like, we're talking, like, a real deep fake. So you could be live in real time, and it can put someone else's face on your face, and then as you talk, it will move the lips around and all of that, too. But that's just real time. That's what makes it so crazy. What if it malfunctions and we get to see your face reveal? Just keep your girl close, homie. That's it. Other than that, we'll see. We'll see. That's the only risk. They used to do it with some live images. Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, it's like the Snapchat filter, but live. You laughed hard at that? That's good. I didn't think it was that good of a joke, but I'm glad. I hope so. I hope so. In TSM, I think TSM, I mean, the whole chip index, I don't know. I think TSM is going to hold on. I think the chip index is going to be characterized by heavy winners and heavy losers. But until NVIDIA earnings, we won't really know. I mean, so far they did kind of hold up. I didn't have to do you like that. My bad. I was just answering the question, man. Because it's like it's something I've thought of, bro. Because I was like, what happens if, like, in my mind, you know, like the moment I reveal my face, what if everyone's like, oh my gosh, Josh isn't ugly. He's the most beautiful. And then that's it. And then I become a male model. So I don't know. I just had that thought. Because you're like, oh, what happens if I accidentally face reveal? And I'm like, well, then the world gets to see my beauty. And then they'll know I'm not the one to play with. Think we get rate cuts next month? I mean, in theory, yeah. But I feel like there's a weird lingering that maybe we don't. I think it's possible he delays, but more likely that he cuts rates if all stays the same. It'd be sad if Josh left us to be a male model, but it's a real possibility. Yeah, man, that's it could happen. Could happen. Sell the cut, yeah. Not necessarily the actual cut, but I think by the time they start cutting, things are going to change around heavily. If that makes any sense. I think the cut, whether the curve is uninverted or not, by the time they start cutting, then we're going to be watching. You know, I think a lot of balls will be rolling down the hills and start snowballing into whatever the economy will become. Confidence, baby. Gotta have it. Amen, bro. That's why God made me short, because he knew if I was like 3 inches taller, I would have an ego problem. So that's why he said, I'm going to make you bite-sized. You know, there you go. They want to stay, but it's all, I mean, it's all nonsense, to be honest. Because everyone's like, oh, the Fed's above or below, or like, you know, they're ahead, they're falling behind. But somebody said it earlier. They were just talking about how like one rate cut isn't going to cause inflation. You know what I'm saying? Just like how when one rate hike didn't stop it, it's all small, and then there's a big lag. But if that's the case, even if they were ahead or behind, that means by the time they start cutting, it's not even going to even have an effect. So I feel they want to stay ahead, but like one cut is still so small, you're still like you're behind even if you react in time. It's a weird one. And then not to mention the Fed has a history of just getting clobbered. Let's move to Japan if Kamala wins. So that's not what I've said. I mean, sadly, you know, even, and again, I don't know. I feel like I've cooled down a little bit more since I told you guys that a couple of weeks ago, but I generally feel kind of the same. But the idea isn't you move away if Kamala wins. The idea is what I'm telling you is like if Kamala wins, you're better off taking advantage of all the financial fuckery. That's what I was saying. That's why I think there's going to be fiscal excess. You're going to have a weird lopsidedness of incentives. Winners and losers are going to be defined narrowly through policy rather than performance. And I think you're going to be better off, you know, again, taking advantage of that. And I mean, borderline, you know, being a part of the effery that doesn't care about anything but profit because, again, the money is just going to be sloshing around. So that's my take on it. I think you should go get really rich off of it and have less of an emphasis on morality because then people are going to crush you as they get rich. But then again, that flies in the face of what I believe. That's why I'm kind of sad by it. Yeah, honestly, it does kind of remind me of China. I agree. Yeah, exactly. Like CCP green shoots, 100%. 100%. And then you're going to have people, just like my boy Olivier, his family participated. They were aligned with the government. They made billions. Like that's, but I think you're going to get some of that. That's what I was saying. That's why I'm like, why am I going to sit here and try to help people out for 4 years when everyone's just going to be robbing each other and then taking advantage of free government money. And then again, winners and losers, not defined by performance or qualifications as much as it is, do you support this or not? And then boom, you get advancement. Example A, presidential candidate. So I don't think you should move anywhere. I think you should, if you really wanted to focus on it though, I would take advantage of what excess money in the system is going to create, and I would take advantage of that personally if I were you. As if that doesn't happen now. Yeah, that's why I'm saying if it's another 4 years and even worse, I don't know if I want to do this again. That's sadly my dilemma. Because like I said, I'm tempted to want to take part of it. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm only human. But it seems more tempting. Like why would I get shit on by these people when I could just go make fucking millions? Like, you get what I'm saying? Like the same thing where I'm like, wow, it is very, very tempting to, I'd rather just become one of these people running up the government money and running all of this and not giving a shit about, because again, I mean, sadly, I've just, I've been punished and I face more doing the opposite. So I don't know. That's just mine. I still got to work on it. I still got to decide it. Again, it flies in the face of my morality, but at that point, I do think is going to be a big change in certain things. You said Corvus. Didn't we see this the other day? What was one yesterday? Or is it C? Was this the one yesterday? Corvus? There was one with a C. Where we could watch Fed Bar. I don't have a Fed Bar headline yet. But let me check. Pentagon briefing. Even then, screw Fed Bar, because he's usually the banks. But yeah, I don't see him live right now. I have no idea. The Pentagon's live, yeah. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, wow. So Grok really isn't censored. That's crazy. He got the AI to make Donald Trump smoking a blunt that Mickey's lighting. That's crazy. All right, I'm kind of down. So you just focus on real estate? I mean, yeah, and like, I don't know. I guess the simple way to put it is I would just sell out. That's all. I wouldn't spend 4 years caring about people, and I'd rather just care about running it up and do whatever means necessary to make money just like everybody else. It looks real, yeah. He sent me another one, but I don't know if I could show Disney with a gat. Oh my gosh, with like blur. Oh my gosh, dude. Jeez, Tim. No, Tim just sent me one, and this is terrifying. It's literally fucking Mickey Mouse committed murder. What the fuck? I can't show you this. I think I can, but I can't. It's too risky. That's insane. Yeah, so I guess Grok, you can do whatever you want. I mean, it's selling out, but that's what you have to do to win the game. Yeah, but like I kind of already won. That's why I'm like, it wasn't like this, bro. It doesn't have to be, but unfortunately, I mean, if that's the way society and all that goes, I mean, you know, I just got tired of dealing with people that really weren't there. Nah, but really win? I mean, unless I want to get into politics and stuff, but again, that is the dilemma. Because, I mean, I've been blessed, bro. It's a weird, weird world. Let the mouse flow through you. President Carter. It's a game con? I don't know a game con. Is that the Twitch thing? How did I find out you had this? You didn't know. You pay for the Twitter thing? So I don't pay for Grok. Like, I don't pay for Twitter. I can't use it. I don't think I will. I pay for Midjourney, but Midjourney's dope, but they have a lot of restrictions. I just learned how to get around it, and then now I'm playing with my own, but that's kind of crazy. I did not know it could do that. And then yen is climbing up here. Yen almost 1% on the day. You like runway? Which runway? Oh. Target. It's weird. My plays came back. They're all over the place. The puts go back and forth. So we'll see by end of the day. The premiums are hella weird. We paid a couple months ago. You were being a degen in crypto. And now I'm glad I did. Well, that's good. TLT has been climbing low-key all day. Again, this is day number 5, 2 in a row, I think, or day 3. Yeah, 4 days in a row of bond. This makes no damn sense, I'm telling you. So we'll find out. Is the Kamala playbook to take out as much debt as possible? I mean, I don't think so. And honestly, to be fair, I am worried about Donald Trump spending too. I just know he's going to spend way less than Kamala. That's it. But both of them are kind of a problem. But Kamala especially, I don't know her exact plan, but I do think it's going to, again, you already hear it, whether it's $25,000 for the down payments or what was her other thing, the taxes on tips like Donald. Again, like I'm saying, whatever, we've only heard a couple of things from her, but it's already involving spending money. Again, the oil policy, just think about all the different things. So I just think both of them will spend, and then Kamala a lot more. On golf trips, no one's worried about that. 25K will make it worse. Sadly, yeah. We talked about it earlier. So I think they should I like what she said about incentivizing home builders to build supply, but that's what I was discussing earlier. If you're worried that houses are too expensive, where minorities and people and first-time home buyers can't afford to live in a home and start the American dream, you know? If you're really worried about that, why would you help demand? So that's the problem I have with it. With anything in real estate, when the government comes in, you run the risk of making a temporary phenomena permanent. So like I'm saying, why the idea of giving people more money to buy houses, that does not fix the problem. It makes it worse. Does that make sense? Because what's the problem? The houses are too high, the prices. So if more people got money to buy the house, that's more demand. So more demand, same supply, the problem gets worse. So that's what I'm saying. I think, but then that doesn't sell politically as well. But I think tax incentives to builders, I could get behind that. Anything to increase supply, that's what we want. But the moment you start tinkering with demand, especially by giving money, it's not necessarily the best idea if you want prices to come down. Well, it's not even, listen, as much as I support Donald Trump, I'm not blaming immigration is part of it, but the answer, it's not. This is what I was telling you guys for half a decade. Y'all just timely choose when you want to hear me. But I've been telling you guys for how long. I've been saying we just don't have houses. You guys don't remember me telling you in 2019, 2018, and you would ask me why I'm so bullish, even on stocks, and I would just tell you, I was like, dude, there's not enough houses. There's too many people. And all we keep doing is growing and growing and growing. So leave immigration out of it. Can immigration add to it? Yeah. But even without immigration, there's just more population kept growing, and everybody wanted to be in a certain place in these certain cities with jobs. And there's just, you didn't have enough houses. Again, people having kids and all that. It was already like that. So unfortunately, all the other stuff, free money, immigration, work from home, God knows what, all of that stuff now snowballed into that. Hello, Josh and Chad. How are you? Mortgage rates go down, builders will build more. Yeah, I mean, right now, home building's great. That's the weird part. That's the thing we're not, like, again, it's just too complex, unfortunately. That's why I think they're just tricking a lot of people if you don't get it fully. But, like, when it comes down to, like, building, what's the problem? Does anybody know? Why don't builders build more? How come we don't have houses? You got to really think about it. It's funny. It's not because of land. Yeah. No, it's nothing to do with land. Let me put it another way. Acceptable land to build on. Bro, permits, regulation, and the environment. So don't forget, that's another part of it. That's why it doesn't matter how much you give people or not. Because if there's a zoning in an area and they're like, you can't build here, you could only build here, you could only build this, and then that's what's limiting certain developments. And that's another thing people don't think about when you look at it. America, we have a lot of land. You know, you could find a lot of things, but in all of these nice-ass, like all of the areas where I own really expensive houses, it's funny because if you look around, there's beautiful, beautiful natural scenery that's protected. So all of my really expensive houses, they have beautiful nature around them because the states will not allow you to build in any of those areas. So again, certain areas and certain ways, the permitting is just not going to work. So until you have to redo a lot of things to lead to the supply shift. But if they really wanted to flood the market with houses, all you got to do is just change building permits and restrictions and zoning, and then there you go. It is a good thing. I don't think it's bad, but I'm trying to give you an idea to think beyond. It's not, if you think this is just a fucking down payment that's affecting the prices, or you think it's the taxes, it's like there's a lot of things. Like, why don't these builders? How come we have hundreds of millions of people in this country? You got builders making billions of dollars, immigrants or not. It's like, well, where the fuck are these houses at, you know? Especially after time, and it's like there's reasons behind it that affect the value of things. Influenced by rates? Well, yes and no, because that's the weird part. So that's what people are saying. If you notice the raise in rates from 5 to like 7, and then going back from 7 back here to like 6-ish, we're not watching real estate move off of it. So low key in the last couple of years, what we have learned is that rates don't fuck with real estate that much. Why? Because real estate should have crashed then. Because rates are the fastest they've ever been, and it's the highest it's been in like 20 years, right? And real estate is still booming. That's something we've learned in the last couple of years here, that as the Fed has gone on this campaign, there was an initial sensitivity, but real estate wasn't that sensitive to rates as we all thought. I agree. We had that talk a while ago. You guys remember that? We had this talk years ago, but I agree with you. This was in the middle of the real estate stuff. We were talking about this. Literally, people only care about their monthly payment. I can't stress this enough, because a lot of people don't understand. It's like the car dealership. When you go to the car dealership and they don't ask you shit. They just said, how much do you want your payment to be? Because then they'll financially engineer it to get you your payment, so you have to agree. But yeah, don't underestimate. It's like a very, again, if you're more likely to get brainwashed over like the politics shit and all of that, just like think about it. Most people, in the average American consumer, the average person is more likely to get incentivized by the monthly payment than the true value. A lot, believe me, you would be surprised how many people exist out there that, like I'm saying, if you find me a number that meets my monthly payment, I'm going to do it. It doesn't matter what, I don't care about the down the line or this, if it's overpassed or not. It's very simple. I say $400 a month, I'm going to buy that car. Don't care if I end up spending triple the price. You mean to tell me I could get what I want at my budget, $400 a month, boom, I'm happy. Again, a house, I could live and I could own a home and get there. I don't, who cares what closing who, what, I don't, it doesn't matter. Boom, let's go, let's do it. As long as it meets your payment, most people are going to do it if they are oriented that way, which sadly is a lot of people. Yeah, people calculate what they could afford based on their paycheck, not their annual income. Yeah, because that's it. They see their check. That's go back even further. That's why when we talk about jobs and employment versus not and price stability, that's why having a job is more important to some people than not. Because if you have a job and you have a check, that's what you're living off of. That's how it works. You know what I'm saying? As long as that check comes in, you feel good. Check no come in, you feel bad. Check come in, I spend this much. Check only this much, I only spend this much. That's it. That's why paycheck to paycheck, all of that. So jobs are important. And that's why most people, I'm not saying this is correct. I think this is actually sadly wrong. And this is what keeps people in a lifestyle that never changes and keeps them in a cycle of debt and never advancing. But unfortunately, don't underestimate how many people exist in the world and how many people actually operate with that type of mentality. It's more common than you think. They used to be, because the monthly payments are lower, but then again, like that's why lately everybody has felt good over the last couple of years, because once you got a job, even if you didn't want the job, you could have found one with more pay, or even if you left it, you were quickly getting another one. So, but until the job market, that's why people are so worried about the job market, because you got to think about it. If the job market starts seizing up, and now people can't get those checks, then people's behavior will change very, very big. It's not going to be a subtle change, but if those checks stop coming in, people are going to flip. That made you have the realization? I hope so, man. This is why I tell you guys, always save, even from your paycheck. Whatever you get on the paycheck, save 10% and put it away, live off the rest, and before you know it, you're going to have an account that grows. And even if nothing else in your life changes, then that's it. That's what I was thinking about, bro. That's why when I gave the little pre-PHILO today, because I was just thinking about it, bro. I was like, damn. Think about it. Are you ready? 5 Chads. Take 5 people who encountered me and they did not save up 3-4 years ago. Right? They make less than 30 grand a year, whatever it is. And then they started adding to the long term and doing this. 5 people now, if their accounts got up to 20K off 200, 300 a month, that's 100 grand of assets right there. For every 5 people. Oh, come on, bro. Do you get what I'm saying? That's why I was like, bro, some of y'all need to realize y'all grew. Y'all growing. Now you got money too. And y'all got backing behind it. It's amazing. But again, this is like your paycheck. So I'm saying if you live in that paycheck mentality, it's hard to escape. But once you start saving that 10%, bro, that's it. Before you know it, pratata. And then there you go. I agree. The hardest part is beginning. Because when you begin, you're like, why the fuck would I do this? Nothing's going to happen. You know what I'm saying? That's it. It's like talking to a girl that's way out of your league. Some of you guys don't do it because you think you're going to get rejected immediately. That's why you don't talk to the dime piece, because you're too scared. You think you know what's going to happen. That's why you don't want to start a $200 investment account. You know why? Because guess what? You think nothing's going to happen, but in reality, it will. Yeah, honestly, I think the Colt Sister is probably the better account. Because you know what I realized about Colt Sister? Because this account is 2 years old. This account is very realistic. This account was started at the highs of 2022. It even got discouraged and missed out on a couple of dip buys. And then it also bought some other things. And it makes sense. She's a liberal. That's why, like, think about it. But there's something really funny about this account. And again, look, so $200 a month. This account started, I think she only put $500 in. She did not start in with a lot. She was very skeptical. She didn't even want to do it until it was too late. And then right when it started going down, she said, no, I'm not doing that anymore. But here, there's something really funny. And this is why I'm saying this account is very, look at this, 2 years. Again, 2 years, you encounter me with a couple $100 and you save up, I could make sure you at least have a bag. And that's what I was saying. That's why some of y'all need to have confidence. Y'all came in here with nothing. Now you got something. So are you ready? Are you ready for the caveat with this account? It's hilarious. The caveat, she bought the highs, started it at the worst time, but this is why I think it's ultra realistic. No, she deposited, but the deposit has never gone up. Come on, bro. So it still grows. Again, it's still up 50, 60%. Again, she didn't have this extra $4,000 or $5,000, and it's there. But do you think about it? Bro, the deposit doesn't even go up. So my other account, I'm trying to raise it. I'm like, oh, I want to save. I want to save more. Oh, we're going to keep saving. We're going to keep saving. We're going to do this, right? No, she said, fuck that. She got sold on it at all-time highs, decided to do it, panicked when it sold off. The only good thing she did was keep depositing, but then her deposit never went up. So, again, I started the original long-term. I started it with $200 a month, just like this account, but then every year I raised it by 10%. So 200 turned into 220. Then 220 turned into 240, 240 turned into 260. Then before you know it, we're at 300, right? This account, no, never. That's it. Once she got on the $200 a month plan, she never changed it at all. At all. And then that's it. The dividend yield, it's about the same, I think, the percentage, but let's see. So her portfolio is $11,000. Damn, she's getting $341. So it's actually better than the yield. She's making less money, but she at least gets a month and a half of free deposits, or at least 1 month of free deposits. So now in my small account, I deposit $300 a month. In the big account, I deposit $3,000 a month. So, and then this account stays the same for the last couple of years at $200. Because she don't want to save anymore. So this is a really realistic account. Like I'm saying, you could have started at all-time highs, been late to the party, panicked a little bit, got good, got bad, but then it's like you're still making money, and it's not like even the growth and this chart that's just going straight up. She did it without even raising deposits or anything of that nature. This is just saving. This is assuming she made $24,000 a year. And my sister has multiple college degrees and way higher earnings potential. That's why it's even sad she's saving this at bare minimum. But then again, she is a liberal, so I what am I to say? But, I did this for her because I loved her. But I don't know. I still love her, but that's it. If she keep bothering me on some stuff, I might have to say you're on your own. But very, very realistic. No, she's pretty much the same. She just acts oblivious towards it. That's why I say it's funny. That's why, like, my sister reminds me of, like, the stock trading extreme liberals. Because I'm like, y'all love to criticize it, but you love to benefit off of it at the same time. We're all hypocrites. It's okay. Don't take it personally. That's just a normal account. Just a normal brokerage. She still has a 401k. So that's good. Oh, maybe. That could be it. But even then, the bond shouldn't be up still. Even if the Japan was going to be liquidating, it makes no sense. Change your life when you have not looked bad. It's good, man. It's good, Eric. Are you the other? No, you're the good Eric. I had to. So I don't know. Somebody on my Instagram, you commented on my reel, and you were like, "Oh, I would do this, but you never answer me on stream." So I blocked you from my Instagram as well too. Okay, but I don't know if that was you. I think his name was Eric. So it's good to see you, but you are blocked from my Instagram now. So if you did comment that, you might want to double check. Yeah, I don't play around with that shit, bro. That's what I said. I'm over that little shit. Earnings, I don't think so. I don't think we're going to be doing them today. You do follow? Okay, then you're good then. Clap Tuesdays, baby. Amen. Amen. Toll Keys and Cody today. Oh, I like Cody. Good Mexican makeup. Why'd I say Mexican? I think I was thinking of some carne asada. Should we be averaging no matter the price? No, I mean, that's the beauty of the market. At one point when the market is heavily correlated and it only goes straight up, then just buy randomly. You know what I'm saying? But if there's you're getting 5% on cash, there's a big divergence between growth and value, I would pick and choose. I feel like clapping's going insane for the next couple of months. I mean, I'm just going to keep doing what I'm doing, man. That's it. If I don't vibe, I don't want to deal with it. Zero tolerance and just keep it pushing. Because you know what I'm saying? That's it. We just keep moving. That's it. Get it out my way. Boom. Stiff arm. Move. Pa, 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 pa. Boom. Keep going. That's it. Just keep it moving, baby. If it ain't my time, then who time is it? That's all you got to do. You going for all? Yeah, don't go with, I mean, you have to really make the decision with options. If you notice the wasting, then that's it. I mean, I wouldn't get discouraged and keep buying, but I would it doesn't sound like our problem is averaging down. Our problem is you got to make your decision for Christ. What I mean by that, you have to decide whether or not you really want to actually own long term. If you're not sick of the options and you want temporary money, that's a different decision. But once you really make your decision long term, I want every dollar, because that's the beauty. Every dollar we put in, it stays there. Whereas the options fluctuate. I think that's what you got to kind of figure out. I don't think it's the other way around. I'm greedy. You want both? Yeah. So usually the man walks away with nothing. Who wants both? You know what I'm saying? Like, do you have a girlfriend or do you have a wife? Go tell her. Say, hey, baby, I want a girlfriend and a wife. Tell me what happens. Yeah, so most of that doesn't. Yeah, pigs get slaughtered, they say. You think we uninvert as soon as we... Well, yeah. We should, because once they cut, theoretically, the rates will be lowered. Then the 2 years should come down. But ideally, I don't care when it uninverts, but when the cut happens, that'll probably be the signal. In Mexico, we say como el perro de las two tortas. So, like, what the dog wants is 2 pieces of bread. I don't know. Is that the translation? Dog ate half my loaf, like the dog of the 2 tortas. The dog eats from 2 tortas. I love tortas. Gotta love it. You've never heard that saying, and I'm Mexican? Yeah, I think homie just made it up. I know a lot of Mexican people. I never hear any of them talk about a perro and a torta. So, I don't know. I'm going to just vibe with it, but I don't think. What are the odds they start a war to distract everyone over the fact inflation is killing us? You know, you literally have 2 active, like, armed conflicts going on in the world right now. You've been having people defend murder and war and killing in Russia and Ukraine for 2 years. And then almost for the last year, you've had very hardline groups defend a lot of killing in the Middle East. So, I mean, it's kind of already happening. The only difference between now and history is that this time the government has public support. That's never happened. That's the craziest part. That's why I'm tripping out. So, again, even in the 60s and even when they try to institute, random person, and, like, people were like, no, that's not democratic. Again, even when you look at the wars, look at Vietnam, all of that, the difference is that people supported it. You weren't around for the Iraqi war. People were down. Everyone, yeah, they were down for it. But not until it was after 9/11 they were. And then it lasted for a couple of years, and then everybody was like, nah. But, yeah, that was after 9/11. But prior to that, 20 years, and then again, that set up everything to get people to support all of what we're dealing with now. So it's kind of crazy, but nowadays, I mean, you have full support, you have armed conflicts, people dying, people getting killed, and the general public is okay with it. And they support the government, and they are not clamoring like they have in the past. Yeah, dude, 03 lasted for a little bit. The Iraq war lasted up until, like, what? Maybe, like, 2012, 13, and then everyone's like, all right. But, yeah. As long as there's if they could manufacture a justification, that's it. But even then, back in the day, even if there was a reason, people were I don't know, they were kind of more against it. I guess there was less Call of Duty. Back in the day, like when you hear war and killing, I feel like it felt real. Nowadays, I feel like everybody is so far removed from it that they support it because they don't really know what it is. Does that make sense? Like, we think it's a video game, but, like, people are dying. I think back in the 70s and 80s, I think people felt it more, and they actually, like, recognized what it was. But I feel like nowadays, people they think it's a game. We got 2 active wars and $18 Big Macs. Did you catch me saying I know everything about a whole race because I got a couple of friends? Nah, I just said none of my Mexican homies have ever said a perro and a torta. Okay, white boy? I think we're very desensitized. It's weird, man. We live in a weird world. For a flame, baby. Feels nice. Oh, okay. That's just, you fucked it up, Juice. Let me see, because if it is nice outside, I'm going to do a live watch list. I'm going to fucking go outside, bro. Oh, yeah. Actually, it's kind of cloudy. It's like hazy. Yeah, I don't know. How do you guys feel about a live watch list tonight? Yeah, no, that just reminded me, because I'm like, you know what? I'm going to go out. I'm going to get a lift in outside. Ooh, your boy kind of smell like B.O. Oh, what up, Caleb? You guys want live? Because I did non-live yesterday. It was kind of nice. I kind of like the non-live watch list. But I tell you, bro, live watch list is great. Obesity drug battle heats up. All right, let me set it up. What is 94 IV? Shouldn't be IV. Shouldn't be in dollars. IV is usually in percentage. That's what I'm saying. It looks hella weird. It looks like clear, but then like kind of hazy. It might be a little bit more humid. That the revisions could be as hefty as 600 less. If that's the case, then people have been asking me all day today if I think the revisions will be big. I've been saying no, but if it does come in, like we're talking 1 million jobs or even 500,000, maybe then. I was not forecasting that. I think it's going to be some seasonal bullshit. Because remember, they did the CPI one and everybody was like kind of worried and then nothing happened. You looked at the moon. I saw it, but I didn't like see it. Like I didn't like zoom in on the moon. Was there something special about it? It looked cool yesterday. People repeating. Are you talking about the job stuff? For the Reddit? Because this week I said it on Sunday evening. So I hope you guys can appreciate it. And especially after the last couple of days have gone by. But like, I really believe this is a deceptive week. Because it feels like we have events, but not really. Like, I don't think anything is going to happen this week. I don't know what's going to happen for movements, but what I'm trying to communicate is that, like, the data and the calendar, it doesn't make any sense. All there is Jerome Powell, maybe Japan Thursday night, Friday, but even Japan is not supposed to be, like, like, it's not, or excuse me, even Jackson Hole is, like, it's not supposed to be that big. All right, ladies. Yeah. What's cooler than cool? Ice cold. Damn, it's August 20th. All right, we'll go live at 5 p.m. Hey. Yeah, Bloomberg Ari sent me a man. What up, baby? How you living? He sent me an article. I guess Bloomberg posted it. They said Fed confronts up to 1 million U.S. jobs vanishing in revision. So they issued prime preliminary benchmark on Wednesday. Still view jobs growth as healthy. So preliminary benchmark on Wednesday shows payroll growth in the year through March was at least 600,000 weaker than estimated, about 50,000 a month. Okay, while JP Morgan see a decline about 360, Goldman indicates it would be as large as a million. Okay, that makes more sense. So do you know what it is? This is what I mean about like makes more sense. They're talking monthly. Are you following? So they're going to revise the last 6 months. Again, so 50,000 jobs a month, 100, 200, 300. That's where that 350. So 600,000 jobs is like 100 a month for 6 months or 12 months. So that makes more sense. But yeah, it's going to be pretty big. But yeah, they're talking 6 months, 12 months, month over month changes. But again, I don't think it'll be that big still. But this should, again, once again, it just disconnected me? You guys hear me? Hello? Okay, we're good. You heard that, right? Yeah. That was weird. I am live Monday through Friday, baby. Hey, man. Then I just set up the watch list. So we'll be live on the Trading Fraternity tonight at 5 p.m. Pacific time. Every day. Like, that's good, bro. I was thinking about you the other day. I was like, where Ari been at, bro? Glad to see you, man. I hope you've been living good. Thank you for that. That was a good article. Where would I be without my long term? Yeah. What? Is that an actual song? No, it's a remix of the Ja Rule song. Where it's like, where would I be without my baby? You haven't heard it? Come on, man. It's classic. I see green. Red stocks too. Sorry. I know you wanted that one, Matt. Yeah. Any other REITs outside of O? Nothing that's good, to be honest. Everything already went up. Is like Stag. Did that one already pop up too? There's a couple of value ones there. Yeah, honestly. So I think O is still a good price, to be honest with you. I'm mad that I'm up on it. Or I would just wait. Like, honestly, why do you want to REIT right now? I see why if there's rate cuts, but I would just kind of be a little bit more. I'd be willing to miss out and then just wait for the next pullback to buy a good REIT. Because every REIT that's decent, if it already moved up, it's like, why would you buy it on the high end? And then, again, the ones that are kind of clapped, like MPW, they're probably clapped for a reason. So you got to find that balance. I say, como el perro de las dos tortas. It's like he who follows two hares catches neither. To have one's finger in too many pies? Okay. That's another one. The jobs revision, no, I think it comes out tomorrow. It's a different. This is no. So what's happening tomorrow? They're revising the standards to the seasonal benchmark. So tomorrow they're going to come out with a new methodology of how they calculate the seasonal adjustment for jobs. So the formula is like you take the last 6 months plus the next 6 months, go over the last 3 years, and then average it by 2 to smooth out the data, put it on a logarithmic scale, then revise it, then ask Joe Biden if he's allowed to do it or not, then see if Kamala even knows what's going on, and then you divide by 2 to the square root, then compare it over the last 10 years of jobs data, then adjust for winter. Don't forget the summer and the leap year, and then they just make up other math, and then boom, now we calculate non-farms a little different on the next report. So, yeah. They've done this in the past. So, you got to realize remember, they did this with the CPI as well. And then the health insurance, and then oil had less of a weighting. That's what they're doing again this time. So, they're going to be changing the job methodology for seasonality and then changing the benchmark. So, if they change the benchmark, that means the last 6 or 8 months of the year has to be seasonally adjusted. And then that based on this new metric, we either had more or less jobs. So there's the irony. They're going to change the metric for what a job is and how to calculate it. And then they're going to use that to say that there was more or less jobs in the last 8 months. Yes. Are they making up jobs? Technically, yeah. But new seasonality. I have an email, tradingfraternity@gmail.com. Red roses too. It shouldn't affect markets unless it's really big. Because then if the seasonal adjustment is so large and we're like, oh, fuck. Like, literally, let's say it's 5 million, right? People are throwing numbers like a million, but 5 million, let's say. Hypothetically, what if it was like 1 million jobs lower a month? Then, boom, what I just told you, a negative jobs revision, it might show up. So if it's big enough, it could be really, really bad, but it shouldn't really be too big of a data because everything's already happened. You're surprised I front ran the deposit? Yeah, I would be too. I haven't done that in years. Again, I haven't even given myself a long-term bonus in probably like 3 years. So, but like I said on yesterday's watch list, I don't know. I was excited to reach my dividend goal, but the way I'm looking at it, I think now is a good opportunity. I want to lock it in, and yeah, maybe I take a little bit of risk with one deposit, but the way that I'm looking at it is that it's literally like we're damned if we do, we're damned if we don't. I mean, hear me out, think about it with me. It's like if we rally and the market is good and we rally and go crazy, right? Let's say everything, no problem, soft landing, right? If there is a soft landing, what's going to happen to the market? It's going to rock it up. That's it. Everything will do good if it's a soft landing. So that's why I'm like, well, buying in, getting a little extra, I'm not really against that. Right? If all of this was just dramatic, shake everybody out, we don't know, then boom, we're going to rip. But then if it's bad and this is a top and we start coming down, I don't think the value names are going to sell. Like, I don't think a name down 20, 40% in a couple of years, I don't think it's going to get killed even more. I think it'll probably benefit as the rates start to catch up from it. So that's why I was like, I don't know. I feel like it's good timing to take a little bit more on. And then since I'm, again, the next couple of stages here, if there's a risk of losing higher yields, I want to lock those in. No landing, rocket, soft landing, sideways, hard landing, down. Yeah, but I agree, but I don't think everything goes down. So, like, legit, I think in a hard landing, I think all of these value plays are going to rip. I think in a hard landing, Pfizer will go down a little bit, and then before you know it, Pfizer will be one of the best performers. Again, same thing with Whirlpool, Nike, MO, all the value plays. Just like literally, MO is the best example. You know why? Because the market got slaughtered, and in that whole period, MO just went straight up, and even now hitting a new high today. So you see what I'm saying? If we do get that cycle shift, if we do get value, I think Mag 7 goes in the toilet, and then all these value names get a bid. So that's what I'm saying. That's exactly why I'm like, I think it's a good time to lock in some stuff right now, and I'm glad if I got a little bit more on the table. Worst case, it'll average out in a couple of months, and then that's it. Wouldn't it be hard for them to service their debts? Well, no. Like MO, why not? Because it's a heavy cash flow business. That's the whole idea. These value plays, they're pretty stable, high cash flow, small growth companies, right? So they're going to be making money no matter what. It may be a little harder, a little easier, but like think about it. MO cigarettes, yeah, they may make more or less, but it's always going to be bringing in billions of dollars of cash. Why? Because everyone's buying their cigarettes. Certain names like that, it's always bringing in cash. They're not the big growth names. It's not like NVIDIA, but it will have a certain level of stability. If people are unemployed, they can't buy smokes. You'd be surprised. That's not really how addiction works. You know what I'm saying? That'd be like if, people still do a lot of crazy stuff, but you would be surprised. I thought you were stacking stocks and reaching your divvy goal. Yeah, that's exactly what I did. The only thing I didn't do was I bought a new name to get that 7% yield on Whirlpool and then reach my dividend goal. So I didn't stack up by buying one of a name we already own. Unfortunately, my last 2 months, I have added only new names. But yeah, so I'm still doing that. And now I've reached my dividend goal. And now we are chilling. Yes, vices do good during recession. And in general, man, I think they all kind of hold up. Biden approved secret nuclear strategy refocusing on Chinese threat. New York Times. I don't know what that means. Interesting. I don't think he should be approving anything and secret and nuclear. I don't think we should give that to a president who can't even run again. But hey, I'll just accept it. Oh, and then, Whirlpool ex-dividends August 30. Nice. I forgot. They announced it today. So, yeah, we bought yesterday. Core inflation? Yeah, very important. But, I mean, again, we haven't really tripped on it. But, yeah, August 30th, Whirlpool ex-dividend. So, you'll get the dividend all the way up until then. They announced it this morning. $1.75 a share. That's kind of a lot. I like Domino. I even like pizza. But Papa John's much, much smaller market share. You bought some pizza? Yeah, I like it. We talked about that one. Because, again, it's low, but it's so wild. I think it's a really, really trippy one. Because they're really, I didn't realize how big the pizza industry is. So, like, that's what I'm saying. Domino's controls a lot of it. But pizza, they get, a couple billion, but it's a really, really small part of the whole entire pizza industry. Yeah, Papa John's did get canceled a couple of years ago. They've kind of recovered from there. But it's nowhere on the scope, even of, like, Pizza Hut. They get, like, I think Papa John's is, like, 3 to 10% max of the pizza market, and the rest is Domino's and Pizza Hut. It's kind of crazy. The sushi pizza. Oh, did I tell you about that? Did I post that picture? I had it like a couple months ago. I had a slice of a sushi pizza, but that was it. It wasn't like, I don't know if it's still like a thing. But yeah, there's a sushi pizza. It's like a tempura crust. And then, like, did I ever post that picture? Oh, I might have to post it now. Let me see. I don't know when that was. Red roses too. I don't know if I'll find it. TLT pop, bro. I'm getting squeezed now on that. Like, remember I was telling you guys? I was like, I want to short it, but I'm like, I don't know. Just be careful, though. Because this shit could just run up for no damn reason. But then again, the yen is going up. And this time the yen's going up, but nobody is getting freaked out off of it. At least for now. We will have to see. Oh, wow, we only have 13. Well, follow me on Instagram. I found the picture. I'll post it. Let's see, man. This is a lot. Actually, let me go pee. We got 12 minutes. Damn, we should have went earlier. I'm a mess. Eli Lilly Terzepatide. Whoa, Meta dying. Yo, big red on Meta. Why is that not? It's doing it slow. Honestly, the low ticker looks way bigger. There you go. It's down about $1, $2 now. I don't know. That's hella weird. The chart of it's not really picking it up. But yeah, $2, $1.50 down on Meta. Once I see Blinken comments. What did Zuck do? I don't know. Bonds came down too. That was weird. I don't think it could have just been a random end of the day pop. Yeah, no, it looked way bigger on the low ticker. But still $2 in a minute. And then just came back there another $1. Yeah, Zuck does look more human. It's crazy, bro. He wears chains now. It's wild. All right, 10-minute rigged. Oh, you made the September 5th free? Really? Are those back to green? They were earlier, yeah. Actually, that's crazy. So those TLT plays are back to green. That's on you, boo-boo. Oh, Target. Yeah, I'm up on one of the plays. Nice. And then it sucks. The puts went down, and then the calls rocketed up on target. That's funny. Yeah, so target's going up now. How much time we have? 10 minutes? I say great. Sorry. Target green. Alrighty. They sold. All right, I got out of my call. Damn, they're scammers. I got out of my calls on target. I got one for free plus $40 profit. And then I'm down on the puts, but I think those puts will go green by close, dude. Isn't that crazy? TLT dumping now. Bro, our calls just went green again. Those shouldn't be green that fast. That's kind of funny. So, again, I got out of the calls on target. That was in the morning. Literally, they jumped like 20. I got out at 30%. So those are good. The puts are down, but like I'm saying, I think these are going to come up. All right, then I need to go pee. I haven't sold out of the puts yet. I'm just going to wait till end of the day here. A little bit more. We'll give it a little bit more juice. All right, I will BRB. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity.
To buy.
I guess we're going to find out.
Yeah, we are.
By tomorrow morning or maybe a little bit after that, Chris Ferrone can maybe provide some answers. He's partner head of technical and macro research over at Strategas Research Partners. Chris, all right, I know you can't really answer the question as to where we go next, but I'm going to ask you that anyway. Because, I mean, look, when you look at the rally that we had, this mini rally over the last 8 days, and call this whatever it is today, a halt or pause or whatever, do you think there's enough here in the tank when you look at the technicals and you look at fundamentals for this rally to reset? Or should we kind of prepare ourselves, as David Bonson was suggesting, for a more range-bound market?
Well, I think ultimately, if you're looking out next 3, 4, 5 months, I do think there's probably more in the tank in this longer-term advance. I'm a little bit less convinced maybe next 4, 5, 6 weeks. We've done a lot here since that August 5th very impulsive panic low. I didn't think we were deeply oversold on August 5th, but certainly enough to kind of get some type of response. We're back at the highs. As I said to you off air, I actually want to see this market get very overbought. Only good trends get overbought. So if we're going to kind of maintain the integrity of this uptrend, you would want to see all the momentum indicators get very, very extended. That's a sign of a good trend.
Well, I'm curious that when you look at those momentum indicators, and let's take August out of the question, because a lot is being distorted right now because a lot of people aren't at work and a lot of other factors at play. But if those momentum trends continue to get up to those overbought levels but don't actually cross them, does that create concern for you?
Well, I think what you really have to monitor is kind of how the character of this advance evolves. And, you know, if there are some things that are maybe different the last 2 or 3 weeks as we've rallied, you've seen it on the macro, right? Much of the move this year was with DXY up. This one's been with DXY down. And we've seen gold break out. Bond yields have not caught a bid here. Bond yields are still hovering at that 380 range. I want to see things like consumer discretionary reassert themselves. I'd say it's...
Is there a little bit of time? No, I did not send out the alert on that, but go back to the first alert because sometimes I run out of time. So I'm putting in the plan on the first one like I've told you. So any of these pre-earnings plays, if I'm buying a lot of them, assume that I'm getting out by close. Because, again, if I have to land the plane 1 minute, your alert won't get there in time. Does that make sense? So just make sure you act on the play as you need to. But any of these pre-earnings, if you go in big ahead of them, I am looking to dump out of those before they come out there. And yeah, I posted the sushi pizza for you guys. TLT came back pretty good. It seemed big, but not really. So I just sold out my calls on target. All right. Bing. Got 2 for. That's what it's funny because I got 1 for free, but you could have made it 2. I just kept the cash, but then I haven't got rid of the put yet. But that one, that's what I'm saying. I have a order. I think it'll come back up, but I'm trying to dump out of that one before close, and then we'll be good. But so far, decent pre-earnings. At least a free call. Almost lowest volume all year. No way. Great call out. I didn't play Macy's, no. I mean, again, the bond play yesterday was up. I got squeezed a little bit, but I don't know. I feel like they should be coming down. I'm not buying it. I can't. I don't know. Something about it. It just sits wrong with me. So we'll see. Yeah, but speaking of sitting, I hope you guys have had a great day here on this beautiful flight, man. I know, bro. We have too much fun because, once again, this day is already over. So I love you, and thank you for being here. And as a thank you to you being here and holding it down, I just want to let you know it's going to get really loud in here. And as my thank you and my gratitude, I want to give you a warning. When I say earmuffs, that is your warning to protect yourself from loud noises. If loud noises bring out the worst in you, if you get scared, you know what I'm saying? You get scared. I get it. Loud noises scare you. And you're just a scared chihuahua. You know, I get it. I understand. I don't want you to go through that. I get how you could be mad about it. So just when I say earmuffs, that's your moment to protect yourself. So hopefully you could have a wonderful, glorious, beautiful day, you know, and not let me get in the way. And then you'll be good to go. So just when I say earmuffs, make sure that you do what you need to do. And we will be good to go. All right? That sound good? Sounds good. Earmuffs is the key word. You got a little bit of time. JJ, baby. Thank you, KS. My man. My man. GG. Hey now, ladies and gentlemen, we're landing. We're landing the plane. Fasten your seatbelts. The best seatbelts. Safe seatbelts. Okay, here it is. This is not a drill. Earmuffs. Earmuffs. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags, please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. You'll be coming through the aisles with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description, that's going to be your nightly Watchlist and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time or 5 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 78 degrees and sunny, a little humid, looking like a good day unless you thought the market would move, because after all of this nonsense from bonds to stocks, it did absolutely nothing while financial media tries to sell you for views on Jackson Hole. But the good news is we're no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required, but we do ask that you exit 1 row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in the Call Rapid Awards program card, please slide down to flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the coat, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Wow. All right, Chattadonia. All right, time to bring it home. All right, man. Let's see. We got to wrap up earnings plays. I'm still in the puts for now. It's kind of climbing back. The calls are free. Good gain. Puts are barely down. I'm just trying to salvage as much as possible. But you only have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now. or forever hold your peace, ladies and gentlemen, okay? Shares, options, futures, you got to wrap it up, bring it home, finalize all of them. And then I'm going to do that here. I lost, what did it get filled at? 40? All right, I lost $4 per pop. No, actually only 2. Nice. So I lost 3 cents off 90. I lost $20, and then we made 40 plus a free one. So Target's free. That's it. You got free Target minus 20 and then commission. Oh, there it is. Ding, 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 ding. That's the day, baby. Horna. Let's go. Oh, Chatadonia. We did it. We made it. 7 hours in the books. I don't care if you just got here or not, baby. I need a good game in the chat. Drop that GG right now. Let's go. Good game, baby. GG. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that contributed brought something to the table. Plays, news, vibes, personality, baby. Way to be involved. Way to be a part of it. Way to not get banned. You know what I'm saying? Way to make a real community here. You know what I'm saying? Wow, I love you. Thank you, baby. Way to be a part of it, baby. GG. That's what I'm talking about, Chad. Good game. That's what I'm talking about. Nah, for real. So I'm saying, even the jokes, we can vibe, baby. Good game. I see you too, Twitch. Way to hold it down. Members, non-members, stream alerts. You donated today. You didn't have to. You were a member. You didn't have to. You showed love. You know, you chose not to get banned. It's a choice to get banned or not. You know that? Good game, baby. I see you. I love you. Thank you, my friend. I hope you had a good one, bro. For real. I see you. Live watch list tonight, baby. Good game. Good game. God willing, tomorrow. Good game. GG. 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 I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk. Woo!
I
was trying to pause it, start skipping ahead. But yeah, Chatadonia, that's it, man. Bezos has no plans to bid on the Celtics. Fun fact. But Chatadonia. Thank you, for real, man. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I can't believe these days are going by this fast. I really, truly hope you guys are learning. I hope all of the topics, you know, a lot of people like, talk about this, talk about that. But I think some of y'all, if you have been paying attention, you are not missing anything. You've been able to do all of it, man. You've been getting all the news, the info. We're getting ready for the bonds, the yield curve, all of it, baby. So it has been an honor to share it with you. Thank all of you, man, who have been a part of it, bro. Not only are you cooking up with me, we eating together, all of it, baby. We breaking bread. I love it, man. So welcome, and God bless all of you. For real, though. You gave me your time. You gave me an opportunity. You didn't get banned because, like I said, bro, I think after a while, you know, the fact that even some of y'all, you got to be here for 24 hours to even chat, and the way some of y'all have been here, I really think, you know, it's a choice. To get banned or not. So for those of you who have stuck to it, you know the vibes, bro. You know what it is that gets you in and out of here, man. Thank you for holding it down. Thank you for being a part of it and vibing with the jokes, the info, all of it. It means the world, baby. So I hope you got something out of it. So God bless you all. Thank you for being here. But that is the day. There is a couple of earnings, but I don't think they matter as much. Toll Brothers, that could even help out Whirlpool. So we'll find out here. You know what I'm saying? Maybe we'll see. But yeah, for the most part, shouldn't really be much. We'll see what happens with the background thing, or with the revision, and then we'll go from there. That's it, but it shouldn't be too crazy. Yeah, the bigger earnings until NVIDIA next week. Most of the earnings are pretty much wrapped up. Ta-da! But Chad, that is all I have for you, man. Go read the books, Richest Man of Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And hold on, I'll give you a little. No. I could explain the why in a little bit, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. We got live tonight, 5 p.m. If you guys stay around here. So this channel, when I end, there will be like a little tab, and it'll say viewers are watching this. And it will take you right to the main channel. So 5 p.m. Pacific time, we'll be live. I'm gonna tan, I'm gonna work out, I'm gonna do real estate, and I'm gonna prepare a watch list between now and 5 p.m. So you have enough time to have a good rest of your day, okay? You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. But before I go, let's get one more. Let's get a jam. Let's jam out. I'm kind of down.
Yeah, where's Jill? Come on. Nah, I mean it. Hey. It's 4 p.m. 4 p.m. so I wake up, bitch. Hey. Shout out to Prezi, that's me. You could just call me JB. I do not answer no questions. You could leave that to Shaki. Camilla riding with me. She'll lock you up for some weed. Say bad things about the vaccine. I'ma make sure you don't speak. Got a laptop you won't see. Hunter, I love him, but that shit was weird with his feet. I love my Congressman trade. Shout out to Nancy, she paid. Double your gas in a day. Them would say Putin's to blame. Real politics in your face. 500 bill on the way. 500 mil to Ukraine. Every day. Javelins keeping them safe. Fuck it, just send them some planes. Tell them keep growing them grains. All of my bros and they old. None of their borders is closed. All of us got climate goals. All of us straight together. Strategically releasing the ore. They said that Putin won't fold. They ain't my cabinet no more. Fuck the squad, fuck the foe. Had a 9, fuck a roll. Now we gon' pack the coal. Hunter, my dog, that's for sure. We ain't gon' fall about shit. Especially not 10%. We ain't gon' fall about hoes. Me and Nance get the votes. Lobby that shit on the low. I got Congress in control. I got your student low froze. I got your mortgages froze. I got Keystone on froze. But mention and cinema froze. I'm getting faded, I'm eating this ice cream. I don't like voters who ID. Questions from press, that's unlikely. Bring up Trump if they don't like me. They give me the Eddie, I wake up. Passing bills, that's a layup. I'm the big man, I got say so. They lock you down if I say so. Booster on booster on booster. Mandate on mandate on mandate. I just gave Evie a test rate. Fuck you, Elon, I won't even say your name. Came in the office already ballin'. Silent just change my name to Stalin. Right off the screen and I'm gone with the wind. Do nothing about something till they pass a bill. Pull up in a brand new Benz truck. How about fresher than a bread truck? How I got it, how to just, yeah. How I gotta make it one car. Station on your block, took off. Mixing up my words, I'm live. So I think they mad, my fault. Talking about inflation, I caused. Dumping our oil turned me to a savage. $1 saved on a gallon. Fuck OPEC and King Salmon. And fresh.
I like this one too.
It's a call, baby.
You go 1 for the money, 2 for the show, 3 for the pie.
They go 1 for the money,
okay.
2 for the show,
okay.
3 for the pie,
4 for the clothes,
5 for the crib.
What you thinking at a O?
6 a lot of digits, but
I always wanted more.
7 days of fast to come with cash and I can close.
Okay.
8 better be great, I ain't smoking trash no more.
Wow.
9's kinda fine, but it's 10's on my phone. 11 out of 11, but at 12 I gotta go. Whoa, this one for the haters, got a couple for the hoes. Triple in the digits, cause I did this shit before. This feel like 05, you should probably flip a home. The race used to be 6, I ain't tripping about the loans. 7 years of feasting, 7 years of no more growth. The years ate all the profits when the future is unknown. 9 times out of 10, they talking bad shit they don't know. You sound like you 11, trying to sell me on the dose. 12 different clones, trying to sell you 13 easy steps up in the coast. If I was 14 and I learned this shit up on my own, then you could learn it with 15 megabits on your phone. Literally, dog. That's a 416. Pull up in trash suits, rolling about 100 deep. When I host a meeting, it look like we having car meets. I'm so fucking good at stocks, it makes some people stock me. Damn.
The years ate all the profits when the future is unknown. Chatadonia. Well, we made it here. I can't believe, dude, something's happening. I don't know. Maybe we're just having so much fun, bro. That's it. I'm glad, bro. I like this. Chattative tightening has been great because, dude, we are flying by on the day. I don't know if y'all feel me, bro. We're going through 7-hour days, and we are just flying by. Flying, dude. I feel... That's why I was like, fuck that. I looked outside right when Juice... I was like, man, I'm going... That's it. We're going live tonight because there's no way. Because I'm like, bro, this feels like I just woke up. I'm like, I'm going to go outside. I'm going to go work out. I got energy. Oh, my goodness, bro. The days are moving by very, very quickly, bro. Very, very... Less than 150 days left in 24. My goodness. I'm loving it, bro. I think that's all we needed, bro. That's because I'm saying, bro, it's nice. It's good energy. It's good having talks. making jokes, and then without having to deal with like a couple of people just being all serious and then going down a rabbit hole. We're covering all these different things. We're having fun. We're going through it, and then before you know it, man, 7 hours. So let's go, baby. So, Chad, I love you. God bless you. Have a wonderful, beautiful, glorious evening. I will see you tonight for the live watch list. And then tomorrow morning, God willing, we'll be there, God willing. And then we'll go from there and see where it takes us. So thank you for your time, for real, though. Thank you for giving me that opportunity. I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. Keep that in drive. Wake up in drive, and you still got a lot of time, baby. The day has flown by. So I love you. God bless you. I will see you tonight, and peace out. Don't forget why we're here, why we keep going, why the faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style, why you need to get a little bit of confidence, and why you need to put your beliefs to the test so that it could confirm, baby. You got the desire for a reason, baby. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Woo. So, Chadadonia, thank you. God bless you. Have a wonderful evening. And that's it. I'll see you tonight. Guys, I'm excited. Live watch this, baby. No, you go. No, you go. Okay, no. Yeah, I go. I leave. How do I turn it off? Yeah, sushi pizza. I just follow Josh on Instagram. Wait, let me see. How many of you followed me? Nobody followed me. What the fuck? It's real Josh Biden, Instagram. The fuck? Peter Navarro? Aren't you a government person? Peter, why do you follow me, but then you only follow bitches? That's fucking weird. You guys know that? Some of you guys make accounts to follow me. And then you make like a brand new Instagram. And then you follow me. And then you follow 5 whores. What the fuck, man? Come on. Now I just feel like one of the little hoes you follow. This is stupid. Why do you do that? Huh? Come on. Come on. I know. You guys follow Josh. And then you follow Stormy Daniels. Fake news. Why do you do that? You follow Josh and you put him in there. You put him in your box. OnlyFans and only stocks. It's kind of weird. I'm not going to lie. It's kind of weird. I know. So we'll see. Let's see. The loop song? Oh, because that's why it gets them. That's the one you're talking about. The energy got priced in. That's fine. You price it in. They love it. Let them price it. Let them forget. Don't even worry. We don't mind. We don't mind at all. But yeah. I'll see you later. Goodbye. Exactly. I almost brought Joshua back talking all this tomfoolery. Yeah, only stocks. Exactly. Some of you guys are doing some other. It seems like you signed up for FDIC.com. Exactly. I reclaim my time. Have a wonderful evening. Goodbye. Yeah, it'll take you to the live watch list right here. It'll say live. You better, exactly.